and ignorant in others, and he was never sure which would be which. Some of her abilities, such as making fire, were far more advanced than any he had seen anywhere, and some were primitive beyond belief. Of one thing he had no doubt, though. Whether or not any of her people were nearby, she was entirely capable of taking care of herself, and of him as well, he thought, as she moved his covers back to look at his injured leg. Ayla had an antiseptic solution ready, but she was nervous as she prepared to take out the knots that held his flesh together. She didn't think the wound would fall apart. It seemed to be healing well, but she had not used the technique before, and she wasn't sure. She had been considering removing the knots for several days, but it had taken Jondolar's complaint to make the decision. The young woman bent over the leg, looking closely at the knots. Carefully, she pulled up one of the knotted pieces of deer sinew. Skin had grown attached to it and pulled up with it. She wondered if she should have waited so long, but it was too late to worry now. She held the knot with her fingers, and with her sharpest knife, one that had not been used, she cut one side as close to the knot as possible. A few experimental tugs proved it was not going to pull out easily. Finally, she took the knot in her teeth, and with a quick jerk, pulled it out. Jondolar winced. She was sorry to cause him discomfort, but no gap had opened. A little trickle of blood showed where the skin had torn slightly, but the muscles and flesh had healed together. Discomfort was a small price to pay. She took out the remaining stitches as quickly as she could to get it over with, while Jondolar gritted his teeth and clenched his fists to keep from yelping every time she pulled one out. They both leaned closer to see the result. Ayla decided that if there was no deterioration, she would let him put weight on it and allow him to go outside the cave. She picked up the knife and the bowl with the solution and started to get up. Jondolar stopped her. "Let me see the knife," he asked, pointing to it. She gave it to him and looked on while he examined it. "This is made on a flake. It's not even a blade. It's been worked with some skill, but the technique is so primitive. It doesn't even have a handle, just retouched on the back so it won't cut you. Where did you get this, Ayla? Who made it?" "Ayla make?" She knew he was commenting on the quality and workmanship, and she wanted to explain that she was not as skilled as Droog, but that she had learned from the clan's best toolmaker. Jondolar studied the knife in depth, and it seemed with some surprise. She wanted to discuss the merits of the tool, the quality of the flint, but she could not. She did not have the vocabulary of the proper terms or an understanding of how to express the concepts. It was frustrating. She yearned to talk to him about everything. It had been so long since she had anyone to communicate with, but she didn't know how much she missed it until Jondolar had arrived. She felt as though a feast had been set down before her, and she was starving and wanted to devour it, but she could only taste. Jondolar gave the knife back to her, shaking his head in wonder. It was sharp, certainly adequate, but it heightened his curiosity. She was as well trained as any Zelandani, and used advanced techniques, like the stitches, but such a primitive knife. If only he could ask her and make her understand. If only she could tell him. And why couldn't she talk? She was learning rapidly now. Why hadn't she learned before? Ayla's learning to speak had become a driving ambition for both of them. Jondolar woke early. The cave was still dark, but the entrance and the hole above it showed the deep blue of pre-dawn. It grew perceptibly lighter as he watched, bringing out the shape of every bump and hollow of the rock walls. He could see them as clearly when he closed his eyes. They were etched on his brain. He had to get outside and look at something else. He felt a growing excitement, sure this would be the day. He could hardly wait and was going to shake the woman sleeping beside him. He paused before he touched her, then changed his mind. She slept on her side, curled up with her furs piled around her. He was in her usual sleeping place, he knew. Her furs were on a mat drawn up beside him, not in a shallow trench covered with a hay-stuffed pad. She slept in her wrap, ready to jump up at a moment's notice. She rolled over on her back, and he studied her carefully, trying to see if there were any distinguishing characteristics that would give some hint of her origins. Her bone structure, the shape of her face and her cheekbones, had a foreign quality compared with Zelandani women, but there was nothing out of the ordinary about her, except that she was extraordinarily pretty. It was more than mere prettiness, he decided, now that he was taking a good look at her. There was a quality to her features that would be recognized as beauty by anyone's standards. The style of her hair, bound into a regular pattern of braids, left long at the sides and back and tucked under themselves in front, was not familiar, but he had seen hair arranged in ways much more unusual. Some long strands had worked their way loose and were pushed back behind her ears or hanging in disarray, and she had a smudge of charcoal on one cheek. It occurred to him that she had not left his side for more than a moment since he regained consciousness, and probably not before. No one could fault her care. His train of thought was interrupted when Ayla opened her eyes and squealed with surprise. She wasn't used to opening her eyes to a face, especially one with brilliant blue eyes and a scraggly blonde beard. She sat up so quickly that she was dizzy for a moment, but she soon regained her composure and got up to stir the fire. It was out. She had forgotten to bank it again. She gathered the materials to start a new one. "Would you show me how you start a fire, Ayla?" Jondolar asked when she picked up the stones. This time she understood. "Not hard," she said, and brought the fire-making stones and burning materials closer to the bed. "Ayla, show." She demonstrated hitting the stones together, then piled shaggy bark fiber and fireweed fuzz together and gave him the flint and iron pyrite. He recognized the flint immediately, and he thought he had seen stones like the other one, but he would never have attempted to use them together for anything, particularly not for making fire. He struck them together the way she had. It was only a glancing blow, but he thought he saw a tiny spark. He struck again, still not quite believing he could draw fire from stones, in spite of seeing Ayla do it. A large flash jumped from the cold stones. He was stunned, and then excited. After a few more tries and a little assistance from Ayla, he had a small fire going beside the bed. He looked at the two stones again. "Who taught you to make fire this way?" She knew what he was asking, but she didn't know how to tell him. "Ayla do," she said. "Yes, I know you do. But who showed you?" "Ayla show." How could she tell him about that day when her fire went out and her hand axe broke and she had discovered the firestone? She put her head in her hands for a moment, trying to find a way to explain, then looked at him and shook her head. "Ayla no talk good." He could see her sense of defeat. "You will, Ayla. You can tell me then. It won't be long. You're an amazing woman." He smiled then. "Today I go outside, right?" "Ayla see." She pulled back his covers and checked the leg. The places where the knots had been had small scabs, and the leg was well on the way toward healing. It was time to get him up on the leg and try to assess the impairment. "Yes, Jondolar go out." The biggest grin she'd ever seen cracked his face. He felt like a boy setting out for the summer meeting after a long winter. "Well, let's go, woman." He pulled back the furs, eager to be up and out. His boyish enthusiasm was infectious. She smiled back, but added a note of restraint. "Jondolar eat food." It didn't take long to prepare a morning meal of food cooked the evening before, plus a morning tea. She brought grain to Winnie and spent a few moments currying her with a teasel and scratching the little colt with it as well. Jondolar watched her. He'd watched her before, but this was the first time he noticed that she made a sound remarkably like that of a horse's nicker and some clipped guttural syllables. Her hand motions and signs meant nothing to him. He didn't see them, didn't know they were an integral part of the language she spoke to the horse. But he knew that in some incomprehensible way she was talking to the mare. He had an equally strong impression that the animal understood her. As she fondled the mare and her foal, he wondered what magic she had used to captivate the animals. He was feeling a bit captivated himself, but he was surprised and delighted when she led the horse and her colt to him. He had never patted a living horse before, nor gotten so close to a fuzzy new foal, and he was slightly overwhelmed by their total lack of fear. The colt seemed particularly drawn to him after his first cautious pats led to strokes and scratches that unerringly found the right places. He remembered he had not given her the name for the animal, and he pointed to the mare. "Horse," he said. But Winnie had a name made with sounds, just like hers and his. Ayla shook her head. "No," she said. "Winnie." To him, the sound she made was not a name. It was a perfect imitation of a horse's whinny. He was astonished. She couldn't speak any human languages, but she could talk like a horse? Talk to a horse? He was awed. That was powerful magic. She mistook his dazed look for lack of understanding. She touched her chest and said her name, trying to explain. Then she pointed at him and said his name. Next she pointed to the horse and made the soft neigh again. "Is that the mare's name? Ayla, I can't make a noise like that. I don't know how to talk to horses." After a second and more patient explanation, he made an attempt, but it was more like a word that sounded like it. That seemed to satisfy her, and she led the two horses back to the mare's place in the cave. "He's teaching me words, Winnie. I'm going to learn all his words, but I had to tell him your name. We'll have to think of a name for your little one. I wonder, do you think he'd like to name your baby?" Jondolar had heard of certain Zelendanyi who were said to have the ability to lure animals to hunters. Some hunters could even make a good imitation of the sounds of certain animals, which helped them get closer. But he'd never heard of anyone who could talk with an animal or who had convinced one to live with her. Because of her, a wild mare had foaled right before his eyes and had even let him touch her baby. It suddenly struck him, with wonder and a little fear, what the woman had done. Who was she, and what kind of magic did she possess? But as she walked toward him with a happy smile on her face, she seemed no more than an ordinary woman. Just an ordinary woman who could talk to horses, but not to people. Jondolar go out? He had almost forgotten. His face lit up with eagerness, and before she could reach him, he tried to get up. His enthusiasm paled. He was weak, and it was painful to move. Dizziness and nausea threatened, then passed. Ayla watched his expression change from an eager smile to a grimace of pain, and then a sudden blanching. "I may need a little help," he said. His smile was strained, but earnest. "Ayla help," she said, offering her shoulder for support and her hand for assistance. At first he didn't want to put too much weight on her, but as he saw that she was bearing up under it, had the strength, and knew how to pull him up, he took her help. When he finally stood on his good leg, braced against a post of the drying rack, and Ayla looked up at him, her jaw dropped, and her eyes opened wide. The top of her head barely reached his chin. She knew his body was longer than men of the clan, but she hadn't projected that length into height, hadn't perceived how he would appear standing up. She had never seen anyone so tall. Not since she was a child could she remember looking up to anyone. Even before she had reached womanhood, she was taller than everyone in the clan, including the men. She had always been big and ugly, too tall, too pale, too flat-faced. No man would have her, not even after her powerful totem was defeated, and they would all have liked to think their totem had overcome her cave lion and made her pregnant. Not even when they knew that if she wasn't mated before she gave birth, her child would be unlucky. And Dirk was unlucky. They weren't going to let him live. They said he was deformed. But then Brun accepted him anyway. Her son had overcome his bad luck. He would overcome the bad luck of losing his mother, too. And he was going to be tall. She had known that before she left. But not as tall as Jondolar. This man made her feel positively little. Her first impression of him had been that he was young, and young implied small. He had looked younger, too. She looked up at him from her new perspective and noticed his beard had been growing in. She didn't know why he hadn't had one when she had first seen him, but seeing the coarse golden hair now sprouting from his chin made her realize that he was not a boy. He was a man, a tall, powerful, fully mature man. Her look of amazement made him smile, though he didn't know the cause. She was taller than he had guessed, too. The way she moved and held herself gave the effect of someone of much shorter stature. Actually, she was quite tall, and he liked tall women. They were the ones that usually caught his eye, though this one would catch anyone's eye, he thought. "We got this far. Let's go out," he said. Ayla was feeling conscious of his closeness and his nakedness. "Jondolar need garment," she said, using his word for her wrap, although she meant one for a man. "Need cover." She pointed to his genitals. He had not told her that word either. Then, for some unexplainable reason, she blushed. It was not modesty. She had seen many men unclothed, and women too. It was not a matter for concern. She thought he would need protection, not from the elements, but from malicious spirits. Though women were not included in their rituals, she knew that men of the clan did not like to leave their genitals exposed if they were going out. She didn't know why that thought made her feel flustered, or why her face felt hot, or why it seemed to bring on those pulling, tightening, pulsing sensations. Jondolar looked down at himself. He had superstitions about his genitals, too, but they did not involve covering them for protection from evil spirits. If malicious enemies had induced a Zelendani to call down harm, or if a woman had just cause and cast a curse on him, it would take a great deal more than an article of clothing to protect him. But he had learned that while a stranger might make a social blunder and be forgiven, it was wise when traveling to pay attention to subtle hints so that he would offend as seldom as possible. He had seen where she pointed, and her blush. He took it to mean she thought he should not go out with his genitals exposed, and in any case, sitting with bare skin on bare rock could get uncomfortable, and he wouldn't be able to move much. Then he thought about himself standing there on one leg, hanging onto a post, so eager to get out of the cave that he hadn't even noticed he was completely naked. The humor in the situation suddenly struck him, and he burst out with a hearty laugh. Jondolar had no way of knowing the effect of his laughter on Ayla. To him, it was as natural as breathing. Ayla had grown up with people who did not laugh, and who viewed her laughter with such suspicion that she had learned to curtail it so she would fit in more easily. It was part of the price she paid for survival. Only after her son was born did she discover the joy of laughter again. It was one of the qualities he had acquired from her half of his heritage. She knew encouraging him would be disapproved, but when they were alone, she couldn't resist playful tickling when he responded with giggles of delight. To her, laughter was charged with more meaning than just a simple spontaneous response. It represented the unique bond she had with her son, the part of herself she could see in him, and was an expression of her own identity. The laughter inspired by the cave lion cub which she loved had strengthened that expression, and she would not give it up. It would not only have meant giving up memory sensations of her son, but giving up her own developing sense of self. But she hadn't considered that someone else might laugh. Except for her own and Dirk's, she could not recall hearing laughter before. The special quality of Jondolar's laugh, the hearty, jubilant freedom of it, invited response. There was unrestrained delight in his voice as he laughed at himself, and from the moment she heard it, she loved it. Unlike the clan adult male reproof, Jondolar's laughter bestowed approval by its very sound. It was not only all right to laugh, it was invited. It was impossible to resist, and Ayla did not resist. Her first shocked surprise turned to a smile, and then to laughter on her own. She didn't know what was so funny. She laughed because Jondolar did. "Jondolar," Ayla said when the moment passed, "what is word ha-ha-ha? Laugh? Laughter? What is right word?" "They're both right. When we do it, you say, 'we laugh.' When you talk about it, you say the laughter," he explained. Ayla thought for a while. There was more in what he said than the way to use that word. There was more to speaking than words. She already knew many words, but she was frustrated over and over again when she tried to express her thoughts. There was a way they were put together, and a meaning she couldn't quite grasp. Though she understood Jondolar for the most part, the words were only giving her a hint. She was understanding as much from her perceptive ability to read his unintentional body language. But she felt the lack of precision and depth in their conversation. Worse, though, was the sense that she knew, if she could just remember, and the unbearable tension, like a hard, painful knot trying to burst apart, that she felt whenever she came close to recalling. "Jondolar laugh?" "Yes, that's right." "Ayla laugh. Ayla like laugh." "Right now, Jondolar like go out," he replied. "Where are my clothes?" Ayla got the pile of clothing she had cut off him. They were in shreds from the lion's claws and discolored with brown stains. Beads and other elements of the design were coming off the decorated shirt. The sight of them was sobering to Jondolar. "I must have been hurt bad," he said, holding up the trousers, stiff with his own dried blood. "These are not fit to wear." Ayla was thinking the same thing. She went to the storage area and brought back an unused skin and long strips of thong, and started to wrap it around his waist in the manner of men of the clan. "I'll do it, Ayla," he said, putting the soft leather between his legs and pulling it up front and back for a breech clout. "But I could use a little help," he added, struggling to tie a thong around his waist to hold it on. She helped him tie it, and then, lending her shoulder for support, she indicated that he should put pressure on the leg. He put his foot down firmly and leaned forward gingerly. It was more painful than he expected, and he began to doubt that he could make it. But strengthening his resolve, he leaned heavily on Ayla and took a small hopping step, then another. When they reached the mouth of the small cave, he beamed at her and looked out at the stone ledge and the tall pine trees growing near the opposite wall. She left him there, holding on to the firm rock of the cave while she went for a woven grass mat and a fur and put them near the far edge, where he could get the best view of the valley. Then she went back to help him again. He was tired, in pain, and altogether pleased with himself when he finally settled down on the fur and had his first look around. Whinny and her colt were in the field. They had left shortly after Ayla had brought them to meet Jondolar. The valley itself was a green and lush paradise tucked into the arid steppes. He would not have guessed such a place existed. He turned toward the narrow gorge upstream and the portion of the rock-strewn beach not hidden from view. But his attention was drawn back to the green valley that extended downstream all the way to the far turn. The first conclusion he reached was that Ayla lived here alone. There was no indication of any other human habitation. She sat with him a while, then went into the cave and returned with a handful of grain. She pursed her lips, made a warbling melodic trill, and broadcast the seed around the ledge nearby. Jondolar was puzzled until a bird landed and began pecking at the seeds. Soon a host of birds of various sizes and colors whirred down around her with fluttering wings, and with quick, jerky motions they pecked at the grains. Their songs, warbles, trills, and squawks filled the air as they squabbled for position with a display of puffed-up feathers. Jondolar had to look twice when he discovered that many of the bird songs he was hearing were made by the woman. She could make the whole range of sounds, and when she settled on one particular voice, a certain bird would climb on her finger and stay there when she lifted it and warbled a duet. A few times she brought one close enough for Jondolar to touch before it fluttered away. When the seeds were gone, most of the birds left, but one blackbird stayed to exchange a song with Ayla. She mimicked the thrush's rich musical medley perfectly. Jondolar took a deep breath when it flew away. He'd been holding it in, trying not to disturb the avian show Ayla was putting on. "Where did you learn that? It was exciting, Ayla. I've never been so close to living birds before." She smiled at him, not sure exactly what he said, but aware that he was impressed. She trilled another bird song, hoping he would tell her the name of the bird, but he only smiled in appreciation of her expertise. She tried another and still another before she gave up. He didn't understand what she wanted, but another thought caused a frown to crease his forehead. She could make bird sounds better than the shamood could with a flute. Was she perhaps communing with mother spirits in the form of birds? A bird swooped down and landed at her feet. He eyed it warily. The fleeting apprehension passed quickly in the joy of being outside to soak up sunshine, feel the breeze, and look at the valley. Ayla was full of joy, too, because of his company. It was so hard to believe he was sitting on her ledge that she did not want to blink. If she shut her eyes, he might be gone when she opened them. When she finally convinced herself of his substantiality, she closed her eyes to see how long she could deny herself, just for the pleasure of seeing him still there when she opened them. The deep rumbling sound of his voice, if he happened to speak while her eyes were closed, was a windfall of delight. As the sun rose and made its warm presence felt, the glinting stream below drew Ayla's attention. She had forgone her usual morning swim, unable to leave Jondolar alone for fear some unexpected need might arise. But he was much better now, and he could call out if he needed her. "Ayla, go water," she said, making swimming motions. "Swim," he said, making similar motions. "The word is swim, and I wish I could go with you." "Swim," she said slowly. "Swim," he corrected. "Swim," she tried again, and when he nodded, she started down. "It will be some time before he can walk this path. I'll bring some water up for him. But the leg is healing well. I think he'll be able to use it. Maybe a small limp, but not enough to slow him down, I hope." When she reached the beach and untied the thong of her wrap, she decided to wash her hair as well. She went downstream for soap root. She looked up, saw Jondolar, and waved at him, then walked back to the beach, out of his sight. She sat on the edge of a huge chunk of rock that until the spring before had been part of the wall, and began to uncoil her hair. A new pool that had not been there before the rearrangement of rocks had become her favorite bathing place. It was deeper, and in the rock nearby was a basin-like depression which she used to pound the saponin out of the soap roots. Jondolar saw her again after she rinsed and swam upstream, and he admired her clean, strong strokes. She lazily paddled back down to the rock, and sitting on it, let the sun dry her while she used a twig to pull tangles out of her hair, then brushed it with a teasel. By the time her thick hair dried, she was feeling warm, and though Jondolar hadn't called to her, she began to worry about him. He must be getting tired, she thought. One look at her wrap made her decide she wanted a clean one. She picked it up and carried it up the path. Jondolar was feeling the sun much more than Ayla. It had been spring when he and Thonolin had set out, and the small amount of protective tan he had acquired after they left the Mamutoi camp had been lost during the time inside Ayla's cave. He still had a winter pallor, or he did until he came out to sit in the sun. Ayla was gone when he first became uncomfortably aware of his sunburn. He tried to ignore it, not wanting to disturb the woman enjoying a few moments for herself after her attentive care. He began wondering what was taking her so long, wishing she would hurry, glancing toward the top of the path, then up and down the stream, thinking she might have decided to take another swim. He was looking the other way when Ayla arrived at the top of the wall, and one look at his angry red back was enough to fill her with shame. Look at that sunburn. What kind of medicine woman am I, leaving him out here so long? She hurried toward him. He heard her and turned around, grateful that she had finally come and a bit annoyed that she hadn't returned sooner. But when he saw her, he didn't feel his sunburn anymore. He gasped in open-mouthed wonder at the naked woman walking toward him in the bright sunlight. Her skin was golden tawny and flowed as she moved with flat, sinewy muscles of hard use. Her legs were perfectly molded, marred only by 4 parallel scars on her left thigh. From his angle, he could see rounded, firm buttocks, and above the dark blonde fuzz of pubic hair, the curve of a stomach traced with the slight puckers of stretch marks from pregnancy. Pregnancy? Her breasts were ample, but well-shaped and as high as a girl's, with dark pink areolas and jutting nipples. Her arms were long and graceful, and declared her strength unself-consciously. Ayla had grown up among people, men and women, who were inherently strong. To fulfill the tasks required of women of the clan, lifting, carrying, working hides, chopping wood, her body had to develop the necessary muscular strength. Hunting had given her wiry resiliency, and living alone had demanded efforts of strength to survive. She was probably, Jondolar thought, the strongest woman he had ever seen. No wonder she was able to pull him up and support his weight. He knew without doubt that he had never seen a woman with a more beautifully sculptured body. But there was more than her body. From the beginning he had thought she was rather pretty, but he'd never seen her in the full light of day. She had a long neck with a small scar at the throat, a graceful jawline, full mouth, straight, narrow nose, high cheekbones, and wide-set blue-gray eyes. Her finely chiseled features were combined in elegant harmony, and her long lashes and arching eyebrows were light brown, a shade darker than her loosely falling waves of golden hair gleaming in the sun. "Great, bountiful mother," he breathed. He strove to think of words to describe her. The total effect was dazzling. She was lovely, stunning, magnificent. He had never seen a more breathtakingly beautiful woman. Why did she hide that spectacular body under a shapeless wrap? Keep such glorious hair tied up in braids? And he had thought she was merely pretty. Why hadn't he seen her? It wasn't until she crossed the distance of the stone ledge and drew near that he felt himself becoming aroused. But then it came upon him with insistent, throbbing demand. He wanted her with an urgency he'd never known before. His hands itched to caress that perfect body, to discover her secret places. He longed to explore, to taste, to give her pleasures. When she leaned closer and he smelled her warm skin, he was ready to take her without even asking if he had been able. But he sensed that she wasn't someone who could be taken easily. "Jondolar, back is fire Ayla said, searching for the right words for his glowing sunburn. Then she hesitated, stopped by the animal magnetism of his gaze. She looked into his intense blue eyes and felt drawn in deeper. Her heart pounded, her knees were weak, her face grew warm. Her body quivered, bringing a sudden dampness between her legs. She didn't know what was wrong with her, and wrenching her head aside, she tore her eyes away from his. They dropped to his rearing manhood outlined by his breechclout, and she felt an overpowering urge to touch, to reach for it. She closed her eyes, breathed in deeply, and tried to still her quaking. When she opened them, she avoided his look. "Ayla helped Jondolar go cave," she said. The sunburn was painful, and the time outside had left him tired. But as he leaned on her during the short, difficult walk, her naked body was so close that it kept his fierce desire inflamed. She settled him down on the bed, hurriedly looked over her store of medicine, then suddenly ran out. He wondered where she had gone, and understood when she returned with hands full of large gray-green, downy burdock leaves. She stripped the leaves from the heavy middle vein, tore them in shreds into a bowl, added cool water, and pounded them to a mash with a rock. He had been feeling the discomfort and heat of the sunburn more, and when he felt the soothing, cool mash on his back, he was again grateful she was a woman of healing. "Ah, that's much better," he said. Then, with her hands gently smoothing on the cool leaves, he became conscious that she had not stopped to put on a wrap. As she kneeled beside him, he felt her nearness like some palpable emanation. The smell of warm skin and other mysterious female odors encouraged him to reach for her. He ran his hand along her thigh from her knee to her buttocks. Ayla froze at his touch and stopped the motion of her hand, acutely aware of his hand caressing her. She held herself rigid, unsure of what he was doing or what she was supposed to do, only sure that she did not want him to stop. But when he reached up to touch a nipple, she gasped at the unexpected jolt that coursed through her. Jondolar was surprised at her shocked look. Wasn't it perfectly natural for a man to want to touch a beautiful woman, especially when she was so near they almost touched anyway? He pulled his hand away, not knowing what to think. She acts like she's never been touched before, he thought. But she was a woman, not a young girl, and from the stretch marks she had given birth, though he saw no evidence of children. Well, she wouldn't be the first woman to lose a child, but she must have had first rights to make her ready to receive the mother's blessing. Ayla could still feel the tingling aftermath of his touch. She didn't know why he had stopped, and confused, she got up and walked away. Maybe she doesn't like me, Jondolar thought. But then, why had she come so close, especially when his desire was so obvious? She couldn't help his desire. She had been treating his sunburn, and there had been nothing suggestive in her manner. In fact, she seemed oblivious to her effect on him. Was she so accustomed to that response to her beauty? She didn't behave with the callous disregard of an experienced woman, yet how could any woman who looked like that not know her effect on men? Jondolar picked up a mashed piece of wet leaf that had fallen off his back. The Sharamudoi healer had used burdock for burns, too. She is skilled. "Of course. Jondolar, you can be so stupid," he said to himself. "The Shamud told you about the tests of those who serve the mother. She must be foregoing pleasures, too. No wonder she wears that shapeless wrap to hide her beauty. She would not have come close to you if you hadn't been sunburned. And then you grab like some adolescent boy." His leg was throbbing, and although the medication had helped, the sunburn was still uncomfortable. He eased down, tried lying on his side, and shut his eyes. He was thirsty, but he didn't want to roll over to get the water bag just when he had found an almost bearable position. He was feeling miserable, not only because of his aches and pains, but because he thought he had committed some gross indiscretion, and he was embarrassed. He hadn't felt the humiliation of social blunders for a long time, not since he was a boy. He had practiced smooth self-control until it was an art. He had gone too far again, and been rejected. This beautiful woman, this woman he had wanted more than any, had rejected him. He knew how it would go. She would act as though nothing had happened, but she would avoid him whenever she could. When she couldn't stay away, she would still put a distance between them. She would be cool, aloof. Her mouth might smile, but her eyes would tell the truth. There would be no warmth in them, or worse, there would be pity. Ayla had put on a clean wrap and was twining her hair, feeling ashamed that she had allowed Jondolar to get sunburned. It was her fault. He couldn't get in out of the sun himself. She had been enjoying herself, swimming and washing her hair when she should have paid closer attention. And I'm supposed to be a medicine woman of Issa's line. Hers is the most honored line of the clan. What would Issa think of such carelessness, such lack of feeling for her patient? Ayla was mortified. He had been so badly wounded, was still in great pain, and she had added more pain. But there was more to her discomfiture. He had touched her. She could still feel his warm hand on her thigh. She knew exactly where it had reached and where it had missed, as though he had burned her with his gentle caress. Why had he touched her nipple? It tingled still. He had been full in his manhood, and she knew what that meant. How many times had she seen men give the signal to a woman when they wanted to relieve their needs? Braud had done it to her. She shuddered. She had hated seeing him hard in his manhood then. She didn't feel that way now. She'd even like it if Jondolar would give her the signal. Don't be ridiculous. He couldn't, not with his leg. It was barely healed enough to put weight on. But he had been hard in his manhood when she got back from swimming, and his eyes. She shivered thinking about his eyes. They are so blue, and so full of his need, and so... She couldn't express it to herself, but she stopped twining her hair, closed her eyes, and let herself feel his pull. He had touched her. But then he stopped. She sat up straight. Had he given her a signal? Had he stopped because she had not acquiesced? A woman was always supposed to be available to a man in his need. Every woman of the clan was taught that, from the first time her spirit battled and she bled, just as she was taught the subtle gestures and postures that might encourage a man to want to satisfy his need with her. She had never understood why a woman would want to use them before. Now, she suddenly realized, she did. She wanted this man to relieve his needs with her, but she didn't know his signal. If I don't know his signal, he won't know my ways either, and if I refused him without knowing, he might never try again. But did he really want me? I'm so big and ugly. Ayla finished tucking her last braid under itself, then went to stir up the fire to make some pain medicine for Jondolar. When she brought it to him, he was on his side, resting. In bringing him something for pain so he could rest, she did not want to disturb him if he had already found some comfort. She sat down with crossed legs beside his sleeping place and waited for him to open his eyes. He didn't move, but she knew he was not sleeping. His breathing lacked the regularity, and his forehead showed discomfort he would not have if he was deep in sleep. Jondolar had heard her coming and shut his eyes to feign sleep. He waited, muscles tensed, fighting an urge to open his eyes to see if she was there. Why was she so quiet? Why didn't she leave? The arm he was lying on started to tingle from lack of circulation. If he didn't move it soon, it would go numb. His leg throbbed. He wanted to shift it to ease the strain of holding it in one position so long. His face itched with the stubble of new beard. His back burned. Maybe she wasn't even there. Maybe she had gone and he just hadn't heard her move. Was she just sitting there staring at him? She had been watching him intently. She had looked directly at this man more than she had ever looked at any man. It wasn't proper for women of the clan to look at men, but she had indulged in many improprieties. Had she forgotten all the manners Issa had taught her, as well as proper care of a patient? She stared down at her hands, holding the cup of datura in her lap. That was the correct way for a woman to approach a man, sitting on the ground with head bowed, waiting for him to acknowledge her with a tap on the shoulder. Perhaps it was time to remember her training, she thought. Jondolar opened his eyes a crack, trying to see if she was there without letting her know he was awake. He saw a foot and quickly closed his eyes again. She was there. Why was she sitting there? What could she be waiting for? Why didn't she go and leave him alone with his misery and humiliation? He peeked again through lowered eyelids. Her foot hadn't moved. She was sitting cross-legged. She had a cup of liquid. Oh, Donnie, he was thirsty. Was it for him? Had she been waiting there for him to wake up to give him some medicine? She could have shaken him. She didn't have to wait. He opened his eyes. Ayla was sitting with her head bowed, looking down. She was dressed in one of those shapeless wraps, and her hair was tied up in multiple rows of braids. She had a fresh, scrubbed look. The smudge on her cheek was gone. Her wrap was a clean, unworn skin. She had such a guileless quality, sitting with her head bowed. There was no artifice, no coy mannerisms or suggestive sidelong glances. Her tight braids contributed to the impression, as did the wrap with its folds and bulges which camouflaged her so well. That was the trick, the artful concealing of her ripe woman's body and rich, lustrous hair. She couldn't hide her face, but her habit of looking down or aside tended to divert attention. Why did she keep herself hidden? It must be the test she was undergoing. Most women, he knew, would have flaunted that magnificent body, worn such golden glory to show off to its best advantage, given anything for a face so beautiful. He watched her without moving, his discomfort forgotten. Why was she so still? Maybe she didn't want to look at him, he thought, bringing back his embarrassment and his pain as well. He couldn't stand it. He had to move. Ayla looked up when he rolled off his arm. He couldn't tap her shoulder to acknowledge her presence, no matter how well-mannered she wanted to be. He didn't know the signal. Jondolar was amazed to see contrite shame in her face and the honest, open appeal in her eyes. There was no condemnation, no rejection, no pity. Rather, she seemed embarrassed. What did she have to be embarrassed about? She gave him the cup. He took a sip, made a face at the bitter medicine, then drank it down and reached for the water bag to wash the taste out of his mouth. Then he lay back down, not quite able to get comfortable. She motioned for him to sit up, then straightened, smoothed, and rearranged the furs and skins. He did not lie back down immediately. "Ayla, there's so much about you I don't know and wish I did. I don't know where you learned your healing arts. I don't even know how I got here. I only know I'm grateful to you. You saved my life, and more important, you saved my leg. I'd never get back home without my leg, even if I had lived. I'm sorry I made such a fool of myself, but you are so beautiful, Ayla. I didn't know. You hide it so well. I don't know why you want to, but you must have your reasons. You are learning fast. Maybe when you can talk more you will tell me if you are free to. If not, I'll accept that. I know you don't understand everything I'm saying, but I want to say it. I won't bother you again, Ayla. I promise." Chapter 22. "Say me right, Jondolar." "You say my name just fine." "No, Ayla say wrong." She shook her head vehemently. "Say me right." "Jondolar. Jon-da-lar." "Zan..." He showed her, articulating carefully. "Jondolar." She struggled with the unfamiliar sound. "Jondolar." She finally got out, rolling the R. "That's good. That's very good," he said. Ayla smiled with her success. Then her smile changed to a sly grin. "Jondolar abda zelantoni." He had said the name of his people more often than he had said his own name, and she had been practicing in private. "That's right." Jondolar was genuinely surprised. She hadn't said it quite right, but only a Zelendanyi would know the difference. His pleased approval made all her effort worth it, and Ayla's smile of success was beautiful. "What means Zelendanyi?" "It means my people, children of the Mother who live in the southwest. Dani means the great Earth Mother, Earth's children. I guess that's the easiest way to say it. But all people call themselves Earth's children in their own language. It just means the people." They were facing each other, leaning against opposite boles of a birch clump whose stalks had grown into several sturdy trunks of a tree with a common base. Though he used a staff and still had a pronounced limp, Jondolar was grateful to be standing in the green meadow of the valley. From his first tentative steps, he had pushed himself each day. His initial trip down the steep path had been an ordeal, and a triumph. Climbing back up turned out to be easier than going down. He still didn't know how she had gotten him up to the cave in the beginning without help, but if others had helped her, where were they? It was a question he had long wanted to ask, but first she would not have understood him. And then it seemed inappropriate to blurt it out just to satisfy his curiosity. He had been waiting for the right moment, and this seemed to be it. "Who are your people, Ayla? Where are they?" The smile left her face. He was almost sorry he asked. After a long silence, he began to think she had not understood him. "No people. Ayla of no people," she answered finally, pushing herself away from the tree and moving out of its shade. Jondolar grabbed his staff and hobbled after her. "But you had to have some people. You were born to a mother. Who took care of you? Who taught you healing? Where are your people now, Ayla? Why are you alone?" Ayla walked ahead slowly, staring at the ground. She was not trying to avoid replying. She had to answer him. No woman of the clan could refuse to answer a direct question asked by a man. In fact, all members of the clan, male and female, responded to direct questions. It was simply that women didn't ask men searching personal questions, and men seldom posed them to each other. Women were the ones usually asked. Jondolar's questions brought up many memories, but she did not know the answer to some, and did not know how to answer others. "If you don't want to tell me—" "No." She looked at him and shook her head. "Ayla say—" Her eyes were troubled. "Not no words." Jondolar wondered again if he should have brought it up, but he was curious, and she seemed willing. They stopped again at the large, jagged chunk of rock that had knocked out part of the wall before coming to rest in the field. Jondolar sat on an edge where the stone had been cleaved to form a seat at a convenient height with a sloping backrest. "What do your people call themselves?" he asked. Ayla thought for a moment. "The people, man, woman, baby." She shook her head again, not knowing how to explain. "The clan." She made the gesture for the concept at the same time. "Like family? A family is a man, woman, and her children living at the same hearth, usually." She nodded. "Family? More." "A small group? Several families living together is a cave," he said, "even if they don't live in one." "Yes," she said. "Clan small, and more. Clan mean all people." He hadn't quite heard her say the word the first time, and he did not perceive the hand signal she used. The word was heavy, guttural, and there was that tendency that he could only explain as swallowing the insides of the words. He would not have thought it was a word. She had not spoken any words other than the ones she learned from him, and he was interested. "Glun?" he said, trying to copy her. It wasn't quite right, but it was close. "Ayla no say Jondolar words right. Jondolar no say Ayla words right." Jondolar say fine. "I didn't know you knew any words, Ayla. I've never heard you speak in your language." "Not know many words. Clan not speak words." Jondolar didn't understand. "What do they speak if not words?" "They speak hands," she said, knowing that was not completely accurate. She noticed she had been making the gestures unintentionally in an effort to express herself. When she saw Jondolar's puzzled look, she took his hands and moved them with the proper motions while she repeated herself. "Clan not speak many words. Clan speak hands." His forehead of puzzlement slowly smoothed out as comprehension took its place. "Are you telling me your people talk with their hands? Show me. Say something in your language." Ayla thought for a moment, then began. "I want to say so much to you, but I must learn to say it in your language. Your way is the only way left to me now. How can I tell you who my people are? I'm not a woman of the clan anymore. How can I explain that I am dead? I have no people. To the clan, I walk the next world, like the man you traveled with, your sibling, I think your brother. I would like to tell you I made the signs over his grave to help him find his way, so the grief in your heart will be eased. I would like to tell you I grieved for him too, though I did not know him. I don't know the people I was born to. I must have had a mother and a family who looked like me, and you. But I only know them as the others. Isa is the only mother I remember. She taught me the healing magic, and she made me a medicine woman. But she is dead now, and so is Kreb. Jondolar, I ache to tell you about Isa and Kreb and Dirk." She had to stop and take a deep breath. "My son is gone from me too, but he lives. That much I have. And now the cave lion has brought you. I was afraid men of the others would be like Braud, but you are more like Kreb, gentle and patient. I want to think you will be my mate. When you first came, I thought that was why you were brought here. I think I wanted to believe that because I was so lonely for company, and you are the first man of the others I have seen that I can remember. It would not have mattered who you were then. I wanted you for a mate, just to have a mate. Now, it is not the same. Every day you are here, my feeling for you grows stronger. I know that others are not too far, and there must be other men who could be a mate. But I don't want any other, and I am afraid you will not want to stay here with me once you are well. I'm afraid I will lose you, too. I wish I could tell you. I am so grateful you are here. Sometimes I cannot bear it." She stopped, not able to go on, but feeling in some way that she wasn't finished. Her thoughts had not been entirely incomprehensible to the man watching her. Her movements, not just of her hands, but her features, her eyes, her whole body, were so expressive that he was deeply moved. She reminded him of a silent dancer, except for the rough sounds that, strangely, fit together with the graceful movements. He perceived only with his emotions, and he could not quite believe that what he felt was what she had communicated. But when she stopped, he knew she had communicated. He knew, too, that her language of motions and gestures was not, as he had supposed, a simple extension of the gestures he sometimes used for added emphasis to his words. Rather, it seemed, the sounds she made were used for emphasis to her motions. When she stopped, she stood a few moments pensively, then gracefully dropped to the ground at his feet and bowed her head. He waited, and when she didn't move, he began to feel uncomfortable. She seemed to be waiting for him, and it made him feel she was paying homage. Such deference to the great Earth Mother was fine, but she was known to be jealous and did not take kindly to one of her children receiving veneration that was her due. Finally, he reached down and touched her arm. "Get up, Ayla. What are you doing?" A touch on the arm was not exactly a tap on the shoulder, but it was as close as she thought he would come to giving her the clan signal to speak. She looked up at the seated man. "Clan woman sit, want talk. Ayla want talk Jondolar." "You don't have to sit on the ground to talk to me." He reached forward and tried to lift her up. "If you want to talk, just talk." She insisted on remaining where she was. "Is clan way?" Her eyes pleaded for him to understand. "Ayla want say—" Tears of frustration began to well. She started over. "Ayla no talk good. Ayla want to say, Jondolar give Ayla talk. Want say—" "Are you trying to say thank you?" "What mean thank you?" He paused. "You saved my life, Ayla. You have taken care of me, treated my wounds, given me food. For that I would say thank you. I would say more than thank you." Ayla frowned. "Not same. Man hurt, Ayla take care. Ayla take care all man. Jondolar give Ayla talk. Is more thank you." She looked at him earnestly, willing him to understand. "You may not talk good, but you communicate very well. Get up, Ayla, or I'll have to get down beside you. I understand that you are a healer, and it is your calling to take care of anyone who needs help. You may not think it is anything special that you saved my life, but that doesn't make me less grateful. To me, it is a small matter to teach you my language, to teach you to talk. But I'm beginning to understand that to you it is very important, and you are grateful. It is always difficult to express gratitude in any language. My way is to say thank you. I think your way is more beautiful. Please get up now." She sensed that he understood. Her smile conveyed more gratitude than she knew. It had been a difficult but important concept for her to communicate, and she stood up feeling elated that she had succeeded. She sought to express her exuberance in action, and when she saw Whinny and her colt, she whistled, loud and shrill. The mare perked her ears and galloped to her, and when she neared, Ayla made a running leap and landed lightly on the horse's back. They made a large circuit of the meadow, with the colt following closely. Ayla had been staying so close to Jondolar that she hadn't ridden much since she found him, and to ride now gave her an exhilarating sense of freedom. When they returned to the rock, Jondolar was standing waiting for them. His mouth was no longer agape, though it had been when she started out. For a moment, a chill had crawled down his back, and he wondered if the woman was supernatural, perhaps even a Dunyi. He vaguely remembered a dream of a mother spirit in the form of a young woman turning aside a lion. Then he recalled Ayla's all-too-human frustration over her inability to communicate. Certainly no spirit form of the great Earth Mother would have such problems. Still, she had an uncommonly gifted way with animals. Birds came at her call and ate out of her hand, and a nursing mare ran to her whistle and allowed the woman to ride on her back. And what about these people who spoke not with words, but with motions? Ayla had given him much to think about that day, he mused, as he scratched the colt. The more he thought about her, the deeper her mystery. He could understand why she didn't speak if her people did not speak. But who were these people? Where were they now? She said she had no people, and she did live in the valley alone. But who had taught her healing, or the magic way she had with animals? Where had she gotten the firestone? She was young to be such a gifted Zelendani. Usually it took many years to reach her abilities, often at special retreats. Could that be who her people were? He knew of special groups of those who served the Mother that devoted themselves to gaining deep insights into profound mysteries. Such groups were greatly esteemed. Zelendani had spent several years with one. The Shamud had spoken of tests that were self-imposed to gain insights and skills. Could Ayla have lived with such a group that did not speak except with motions? And was she now living alone to perfect her abilities? And you were thinking of having pleasures with her, Jondolar. No wonder she reacted the way she did. But what a shame, to give up pleasures as beautiful as she is. You will certainly respect her wishes, Jondolar, beautiful or not. The brown colt was butting and rubbing against the man, looking for more attentive scratching from the sensitive hands that always managed to find just the right places in the itchy process of shedding newborn fuzz. Jondolar was delighted when the foal sought him out. Horses had never before been more than sustenance to him, and it had never occurred to him that they might be warm, responsive animals that would enjoy his petting. Ayla smiled, pleased at the attachment developing between the man and Whinny's foal. She recalled an idea she'd had and spontaneously mentioned it. "Jondolar give name colt?" "Name the colt? You want me to name the colt?" He was unsure and pleased. "I don't know, Ayla. I've never thought about naming anything, much less a horse. How do you name a horse?" Ayla understood his dismay. It had not been an idea she had accepted immediately. Names were fraught with significance. They gave recognition. Recognizing Whinny as a unique individual apart from the concept of horse had certain consequences. She was no longer just an animal of the herds who roamed the steppes. She associated with humans, drew her security from, and gave her trust to a human. She was unique among her kind. She had a name. But it imposed obligations on the woman. The comfort and well-being of the animal required considerable effort and concern. The horse could never be very far from her thoughts. Their lives had become inextricably entwined. Ayla had come to recognize the relationship, especially after Whinny's return. Though it wasn't planned or calculated, there was an element of that recognition in her desire to have Jondolar name the colt. She wanted him to stay with her. If he became attached to the young horse, it could be additional reason to stay where the colt would need to stay, at least for some time, in the valley with Whinny, and with her. There was no need to rush the man, though. He wouldn't be going anywhere for a while, not until his leg healed. Ayla woke up with a start. The cave was dark. She lay on her back, peering into the dense, unfocusable black, and tried to go back to sleep. Finally, she slipped quietly out of her bed. She had dug a shallow trench in the earth floor of the cave beside the bed now used by Jondolar, and felt her way to the cave mouth. She heard Whinny blow an acknowledgment of her presence as she passed by on her way out. "I let the fire go out again," she thought, walking along the wall to the edge. "Jondolar isn't as familiar with the cave as I am. If he needs to get up in the middle of the night, he should have more light." When she was through, she stayed outside for a while. A quarter moon setting in the west was close to the lip of the wall above, across on the upstream side of the ledge, and would soon disappear behind it. It was closer to morning than middle of the night. Below was darkness, except for the silvery shimmer of starshine reflected in the whispering stream. The night sky made a barely perceptible shift from black to deep blue, but it was noticed at some unconscious level. Without knowing why, Ayla decided not to return to bed. She watched the moon deepen in color before the black edge of the opposite wall swallowed it. She felt an ominous shiver when the last glimmer of light was snuffed out. Gradually, the sky lightened, and the stars faded into the luminous blue. At the far end of the valley, the horizon was purple. She watched the sharply defined arc of a blood-red sun swell up from the edge of the earth and cast a lurid shaft of light into the valley. "Must be a prairie fire to the east," Jondolar said. Ayla spun around. The man was bathed in the livid glow of the fiery orb, which turned his eyes to a shade of lavender never seen by firelight. "Yes, big fire, much smoke. I not know you up." "I've been awake for a while, hoping you'd come back. When you didn't, I thought I might as well get up. The fire is out." "I know. I careless. Not make right to burn for night." "Bank. You didn't bank it so it would not go out." "Bank," she repeated. "I go start." He followed her back into the cave, ducking his head as he went through the entrance. It was apprehension more than necessity. The cave opening was high enough for him, but not by much. Ayla got out the iron pyrite and flint and gathered tinder and kindling. "Didn't you say you found that firestone on the beach? Are there more?" "Yes, not many. Water come, take." "A flood?" "The stream flooded and washed out some of the firestones. Maybe we should go and collect as many as we can find." Ayla nodded absently. She had other plans for the day, but she wanted Jondolar's help and didn't know how to bring it up. She was running low on meat, and she didn't know if he would object to her hunting. She had occasionally gone out with her sling, and he had not questioned where the jerboas, hares, and giant hamsters came from. But even the men of the clan had allowed her to hunt small game with her sling. She needed to hunt larger game, though, and that meant going out with Winnie and digging a pit trap. She wasn't looking forward to it. She would have preferred hunting with Baby, but he was gone. The absence of her hunting partner was the least of her worries, however. Jondolar concerned her more. She knew that, even if he objected, he couldn't stop her. It wasn't as though she were part of his clan. This was her cave, and he wasn't fully recovered. But he seemed to enjoy the valley, Winnie, and the colt. He even seemed to like her. She didn't want that to change. It had been her experience that men did not like women to hunt, but she had no choice. And she wanted more than his acquiescence. She wanted his support, his help. She did not want to take the foal hunting. She was afraid he might get caught in the stampede and be hurt. He'd stay behind when she left with Winnie if Jondolar would keep him company, she was sure. She wouldn't be gone long. She could scout a herd, dig a trap, and return, then hunt the next day. But how could she ask the man to keep a foal company while she hunted, even if he himself wasn't able to hunt yet? When she made a broth for the morning meal, a good look at her dwindling supply of dried meat convinced her something had to be done soon. She decided the way to begin was to expose her hunting proclivities in a small way first, by showing him her skill with her favorite weapon. His reaction to her sling hunting would give her some idea if it would be worthwhile to ask his help. They had formed the habit of walking together in the morning alongside the brush lining the stream. It was good exercise for him, and she enjoyed it. On that morning, she tucked her sling in her waist thong when they left. All she would need was the cooperation of some creature willing to come within range. Her hopes were more than fulfilled when a walk into the field away from the stream flushed a pair of willow grouse. She reached for sling and stones when she saw one. As she knocked the first out of the sky, the second took to wing, but her second stone brought it down. Before she retrieved them, she glanced at Jondolar. She saw astonishment, but more important, she saw a smile. "That was amazing, woman. Is that how you've been catching those animals? I thought you had snares set. What is that weapon?" She gave him the leather strap with a bulge in the middle, then went to get the birds. "I think this is called a sling," he said when she returned. "Willowmar told me about a weapon like this. I couldn't quite imagine what he was talking about, but this must be it. You're good with it, Ayla. That had to take a lot of practice, even with some natural ability." "You like I hunt?" "If you didn't hunt, who would?" "Clan man, not like woman hunt." Jondolar studied her. She was anxious, worried. Perhaps the men didn't like women who hunted, but it hadn't stopped her from learning. Why had she chosen this day to demonstrate her skill? Why did he feel she was looking for approval from him? Most Zelandonyi women hunt, at least when they're young. My mother was noted for her tracking skill. I don't see any reason why women shouldn't if they want. I like women who hunt, Ayla. He could see her tension evaporate. He had obviously said what she wanted to hear, and it was the truth. He wondered, though, why it was so important to her. "I need go hunt," she said. "Need help." "I'd like to, but I don't think I'm up to it yet." "Not help hunt. I take Winnie, you keep Colt?" "So that's it," he said. "You want me to mind the colt while you go hunting with the mare." He chuckled. "That's a change. Usually after she has a child or two, a woman stays to mind them. It's a man's responsibility to hunt for them." "Yes, I'll stay with the colt. Someone has to hunt, and I don't want the little fellow to get hurt." Her smile was one of relief. He didn't mind. He really didn't seem to mind. "You might investigate that fire to the east before you plan your hunt, though. One that big can do your hunting for you." "Fire hunt?" she said. "Whole herds have been known to die from the smoke alone. Sometimes you'll find your meat cooked. Storytellers have a funny fable about a man finding cooked meat after a prairie fire and the problems he had trying to convince the rest of his cave to try meat he burned on purpose. It's an old story." A smile of comprehension crossed her face. A fast-raging fire could overcome a whole herd. I might not have to dig a pit after all. When Ayla got out the basket harness travois arrangement, Jondolar was intrigued, not able to understand the purpose of the complicated equipment. "Winnie take meat to cave," she explained, showing him the travois while adjusting the straps on the mare. "Winnie take you to cave," she added. "So that's how I got here. I've been wondering for a long time. I didn't think you carried me here alone. I thought perhaps some other people found me and left me here with you." "No. Other people... I find... you, other man." Jondolar's expression became strained and bleak. The reference to Thonellan caught him by surprise, and the pain of his loss gripped him. "Did you have to leave him there? Couldn't you have brought him, too?" he flung out at her. "Man dead, Jondolar. You hurt, much hurt," she said, feeling frustration well up inside her. She wanted to tell him she had buried the man, that she sorrowed for him, but she could not communicate. She could exchange information, but she could not explore ideas. She wanted to speak to him of thoughts she wasn't even sure could be expressed in words, but she felt stifled. He had spent his grief on her the first day, and now she couldn't even share his sorrow. She longed for his ease with words, his ability to marshal them spontaneously into the proper order, his freedom of expression. But there was a vague barrier she couldn't cross, a lack that she often felt on the verge of breaching, which eluded her. Intuition told her she ought to know, that the knowledge was locked inside her if only she could find the key. "I'm sorry, Ayla. I shouldn't have shouted at you like that. But Thonellan was my brother." The word was almost a cry. "Brother? You and other man have same mother?" "Yes, we had the same mother." She nodded and turned back to the horse, wishing she could tell him she understood the closeness of siblings and the special tie that could exist between two men born of the same mother. Kreb and Brunn had been brothers. She finished loading the pack baskets, then picked up her spears to carry them outside to load after they were through the low cave opening. As he watched her making final preparations, he began to see that the horse was more than a strange companion to the woman. The animal gave her a decided advantage. He hadn't realized how useful a horse could be, but he was puzzled by another set of contradictions she posed. She used a horse to help her hunt and to carry back the meat, an advancement he'd never heard of before. Yet she used a spear more primitive than any he'd seen. He had hunted with many people, and each group had its own variation of hunting spear. But none was as radically different as hers. Yet there was something familiar about it. Its point was sharp and fire-hardened, and the shaft was straight and smooth, but it was so clumsy. There was no question that it was not meant to be thrown. It was larger than the one he used to hunt rhino. How did she hunt with it? How could she get close enough to wield it? When she came back, he'd have to ask her. It would take too much time now. She was learning the language, but it was still difficult. He led the colt into the cave before Ayla and Whinny left. He scratched, stroked, and talked to the young horse until he was sure Ayla and his dam were far away. It felt odd to be in the cave alone, knowing the woman would be gone most of the day. He used the staff to pull himself up, and then, succumbing to his curiosity, he found a lamp and lit it. Leaving the staff behind, he didn't need it inside the cave, he held the hollowed-out stone lamp in one palm and started following the walls of the cave to see how big it was and where it led. There were no surprises in the size. It was about as big as he had thought, and, except for the small niche, there were no side passages. But the niche held a surprise, every indication of recent cave lion occupation, including a pug mark, a big one. After he had looked over the rest of the cave, he was convinced Ayla had been there for years. He had to be wrong about the cave lion's spoor. But when he went back and examined the niche even more carefully, he was certain a cave lion had dwelled in that corner sometime within the past year. Another mystery. Would he ever find an answer to all the perplexing questions? He picked up one of Ayla's baskets, unused as far as he could tell, and decided to look for firestones on the beach. He might as well try to be useful. While the colt bounded ahead, Jondolar worked his way down the steep path with the help of the staff, then leaned it against the wall near the bone pile. He'd be grateful when he wouldn't have to use it at all. He stopped to scratch and fondle the foal who was nosing his hand, and then laughed when the young horse rolled with exuberant delight in the wallow he and Whinny both used. Squealing with intense pleasure, the colt, with his legs in the air, wriggled in the loose, giving earth. He got up and shook himself, throwing dirt in all directions, then found a favorite spot in the shade of a willow and settled down to rest. Jondolar walked slowly on the rocky beach, bent over to scan each rock. "I've found one!" he shouted in excitement, which startled the colt. He felt a bit foolish. "Here's another," he said again, then smiled sheepishly. But as he picked up the brassy gray stone, he was stopped by the sight of another stone, much larger. "There's flint on this beach." "She gets the flint to make her tools right here. If you could find a hammerstone and make a punch and—" "You could make some tools, Jondolar. Good sharp blades and burins." He straightened up and appraised the pile of bones and rubble which the stream had thrown against the wall. "It looks like there is good bone around here, too, and antler. You could even make her a decent spear." "She might not want a decent spear, Jondolar. She might have a reason for using the one she does. But that doesn't mean you can't make a spear for yourself. It would be better than sitting around all day. You might even do some carving. You used to have a fair hand for carving before you gave it up." He rummaged through the heap of bones and driftwood piled against the wall, then went around to her midden on the other side of it and searched through the overgrown brush to find disarticulated bones, skulls, and antler among the refuse. He found several handfuls of firestones while searching for a good hammerstone. When he broke off the cortex of the first nodule of flint, he was smiling. He hadn't realized how much he missed practicing his craft. He thought about everything he could do now that he had some flint. He wanted a good knife and an axe with handles. He wanted to make spears, and now he could fix his clothes with some good awls. And Ayla might like his kind of tools. At least he could show her. The day had not dragged the way he had feared, and twilight was settling before he carefully gathered his new flint-knapping tools and the new flint tools he had made with them into the hide he had borrowed from Ayla. When he returned to the cave, the colt was nudging and looking for attention, and he suspected the young animal was hungry. Ayla had left behind some cooked grains in a thin gruel, which the colt had refused at first, then took later, but that had been at midday. Where was she? By the time it was dark, he was definitely worried. The colt needed Whinny, and Ayla should be back. He stood out on the far side of the ledge watching for her, then decided to build a fire, thinking she might see it in case she had lost her way. She wouldn't lose her way, he said to himself, but he made the fire anyway. It was late when she finally returned. He heard Whinny and started down the path to meet them, but the colt was ahead of him. Ayla dismounted on the beach, dragged a carcass off the travois, adjusted the poles to accommodate the narrow trail, and led the mare up as Jondolar reached the bottom and stepped aside. She came back with a stick from the fire for a torch. Jondolar took it while Ayla loaded a second carcass back on the travois. He hobbled over to help, but she had moved it already. Watching her handle the dead weight of the deer gave him an appreciation of her strength and an insight into how she had acquired it. The horse and travois were useful, perhaps even indispensable, but she was still only one person. The colt was eagerly searching for his dam's teat, but Ayla pushed him aside until they reached the cave. "You right, Jondolar," she said as he reached the ledge. "Big, big fire. I not see before so big fire. Far away, many, many animals." Something in her voice made him look closer. She was exhausted, and the carnage she had seen had left its imprint in the strained hollowness of her eyes. Her hands were black, her face and wrap were smudged with soot and blood. She unfastened the harness and travois, then put an arm around Whinny's neck and leaned her forehead against the mare in weariness. The horse was standing with her head down and front legs spraddled, while her colt eased the fullness of her udders. She looked as tired. "That fire must have been far away. It's late. Have you been riding all day?" Jondolar asked. She pulled her head up and turned to him. For a moment she had forgotten he was there. "Yes, all day," she said, then took a deep breath. She couldn't give in to her fatigue yet. She had too much to do. "Many animal die. Many come take meat. Wolf, hyena, lion. Other I not see before. Big teeth." She demonstrated an open mouth and her 2 index fingers hanging down like elongated canines. "You saw a dirk-toothed tiger. I didn't know they were real. One old man used to tell stories to the youngsters at summer meetings about seeing one when he was young, but not everyone believed him. You really saw one?" He was wishing he could have been with her. She nodded and shivered, tightening her shoulders and shutting her eyes. "Make Whinny fright. Stalk. Sling make go. Whinny, I, run." Jondolar's eyes opened wide at her halting recitation of the incident. "You drove off a dirk-toothed tiger with your sling? Good mother, Ayla." "Much meat. Tiger not need Whinny. Sling make go." She wanted to say more, to describe the incident, to express her fear, to share it with him, but she didn't have the means. She was too tired to visualize the motions and then try to think how the words fit in. No wonder she's exhausted, Jondolar thought. Maybe I shouldn't have suggested checking the fire, but she did get 2 deer. That took nerve, though, facing down a dirk-toothed tiger. She is quite a woman. Ayla looked at her hands, then headed down the path to the beach again. She took the torch which Jondolar had left stuck in the ground, carried it to the stream, and held it up to look around. Pulling up a stalk of pigweed, she crushed the leaves and roots in her hand, wet the mixture, and added a bit of sand. Then she scoured her hands, cleaned the travel grime off her face, and went back up. Jondolar had started cooking rocks heating, and she was grateful. A cup of hot tea was just what she wanted. She had left food behind for him and hoped he wasn't expecting her to cook. She couldn't worry about meals now. She had 2 deer to skin and cut up into pieces for drying. She had searched for animals that were not scorched, since she wanted the hides. But when she started to work, she remembered that she had planned to make some new sharp knives. Knives dulled with use, tiny spalls breaking off along the cutting edge. It was usually easier to make new ones and then turn the old into some other tool, such as a scraper. The dull knife pushed her beyond her limit. She hacked at the hide while tears of weariness and defeat filled her eyes and spilled over. "Ayla, what's wrong?" Jondolar asked. She only hacked more violently at the deer. She couldn't explain. He took the dull knife out of her hand and pulled her up. "You're tired. Why don't you go lie down and rest for a while?" She shook her head, though she desperately wanted to do as he said. "Skin deer, dry meat. No wait, hyena come." He didn't bother to suggest they bring the deer in. She wasn't thinking clearly. "I'll watch it," he said. "You need some rest. Go in and lie down, Ayla." Gratitude filled her. He would watch it. She hadn't thought to ask him. She wasn't used to having someone else to help. She stumbled into the cave, shaking with relief, and fell onto her furs. She wanted to tell Jondolar how grateful she was, and she felt tears rise again, knowing that her attempt would be ineffectual. She couldn't talk. Jondolar came in and went out of the cave several times during the night, occasionally standing and watching the sleeping woman, his brow furrowed with concern. She was restless, flailing her arms and mumbling unintelligibly in her dreams. Ayla was walking through fog, crying for help. A tall woman, shrouded in mist, her face indistinct, held out her arms. "I said I'd be careful, Mother. But where did you go?" Ayla muttered. "Why didn't you come when I called you? I called and called, but you never came. Where have you been? Mother? Mother? Don't go away again. Stay here. Mother, wait for me. Don't leave me." The vision of the tall woman faded, and the mists cleared. In her place stood another woman, stocky and short. Her strong, muscular legs were slightly bowed with an outward curvature, but she walked straight and upright. Her nose was large and aquiline, with a high, prominent bridge, and her jaw, jutting forward, was chinless. Her forehead was low and sloped back, but her head was very large, her neck short and thick. Heavy brow ridges shaded large, brown, intelligent eyes that were filled with love and sorrow. She beckoned. "Isa," Ayla cried out to her. "Isa, help me. Please help me." But Isa only looked at her quizzically. "Isa, don't you hear me? Why can't you understand?" "No one can understand if you don't talk properly," said another voice. She saw a man using a staff to help him walk. He was old and lame. One arm had been amputated at the elbow. The left side of his face was hideously scarred, and his left eye was missing. But his good right eye held strength, wisdom, and compassion. "You must learn to talk, Ayla," Krebs said with his one-handed gestures, but she could hear him. He spoke with Jondolar's voice. "How can I talk? I can't remember. Help me, Kreb." "Your totem is the cave lion, Ayla," the old Mogur said. With a tawny flash, the feline sprang for the aurochs and wrestled the huge reddish-brown wild cow to the ground, bawling in terror. Ayla gasped, and the dirk-toothed tiger snarled at her, fangs and muzzle dripping blood. He came for her, his long, sharp fangs growing longer and sharper. She was in a tiny cave, trying to squeeze herself into the solid rock at her back. A cave lion roared. "No, no!" she cried. A gigantic paw with claws outstretched reached in and raked her left thigh with 4 parallel gashes. "No, no!" she called out. I can't! The mist swirled around her. "I can't remember." The tall woman held out her arms. "I'll help you." For an instant the mist cleared, and Ayla saw a face not unlike her own. An aching nausea shook her, and a sour stench of wetness and rot issued from a crack opening in the ground. "Mother! Mother!" Ayla, what's wrong?" Jondolar shook her. He had been out on the ledge when he heard her scream in an unfamiliar language. He hobbled in faster than he thought he could move. She sat up, and he took her in his arms. "Oh, Jondolar, it was my dream, my nightmare," she sobbed. "It's all right, Ayla. It's all right now." "It was an earthquake. That's what happened. She was killed in an earthquake." "Who was killed in an earthquake?" "My mother, and Kreb, too, later. Oh, Jondolar, I hate earthquakes." She shuddered in his arms. Jondolar took her by both shoulders and pushed her back so he could look at her. "Tell me about your dream, Ayla," he said. "I've had those dreams as long as I can remember. They always come back. In one, I am in a small cave, and a claw reaches in. I think that is how my totem marked me. The other I could never remember, but I always woke up shaking and sick. Except this time, I saw her, Jondolar. I saw my mother." "Ayla, do you hear yourself?" "What do you mean?" "You're talking, Ayla. You're talking." Ayla had known how to speak once, and though the language was not the same, she had learned the feel, the rhythm, the sense of spoken language. She had forgotten how to speak verbally because her survival depended upon another mode of communication, and because she wanted to forget the tragedy that had left her alone. Though it wasn't a conscious effort, she had been hearing and memorizing more than the vocabulary of Jondolar's language. The syntax, grammar, stress were part of the sound she heard when he spoke. Like a child first learning to speak, she was born with the aptitude and the desire, and she needed only the constant exposure. But her motivation was stronger than a child's, and her memory more developed. She learned faster. Though she could not reproduce some of his tones and inflections exactly, she had become a native speaker of his language. I can. Jondolar, I can think in words." They both noticed then that he was holding her, and both became self-conscious about it. He let his arms drop. "Is it morning already?" Ayla said, noticing the light streaming in through the cave opening and the smoke hole above it. She threw back the covers. "I didn't know I would sleep so long. Great Mother, I've got to start that meat drying." She had picked up his epithets as well. He smiled. It was rather awe-inspiring to hear her suddenly speaking, but hearing his phrases coming out of her mouth, spoken with her unique accent, was funny. She hurried to the entrance, then stopped cold when she looked out. She rubbed her eyes and looked again. Lines of meat cut in neat little tongue-shaped pieces were strung out from one end to the other of the stone porch, with several small fires spaced in the midst of them. Could she still be dreaming? Had all the women of the clan suddenly appeared to help her? "There is some meat from a haunch I spitted at that fireplace if you're hungry," Jondolar said, with assumed casualness and a big smug smile. "You? You did that?" "Yes, I did it." His grin was even wider. Her reaction to his little surprise was better than he'd hoped. Maybe he wasn't quite up to hunting yet, but at least he could skin the animals she brought and start the meat drying, especially since he had just made new knives. "But you're a man," she said, stunned. Jondolar's little surprise was more staggering than he knew. It was only by drawing on their memories that members of the clan acquired the knowledge and skills to survive. For them, instinct had evolved so that they could remember the skills of their forebears and pass them down to their progeny, stored in the backs of their brains. The tasks that men and women performed had been differentiated for so many generations that clan members had sex-differentiated memories. One sex was unable to perform the functions of the other. They did not have the memories for it. A man of the clan could have hunted or found deer and brought them back. He could even have skinned them, though somewhat less efficiently than a woman. If pressed, he might have hacked out some hunks. But he would never have considered cutting up the meat to start it drying, and even if he had, he wouldn't have known how to begin. He could certainly not have produced the neat, properly shaped pieces that would dry uniformly that Ayla saw in front of her eyes. "Isn't a man allowed to cut up a little meat?" Jondolar asked. He knew some people had different customs concerning women's work and man's work, but he had only meant to help her. He didn't think she would be offended. "In the clan, woman cannot hunt, and men cannot make food," she tried to explain. "But you hunt." His statement gave her an unexpected jolt. She had forgotten she shared with him the differences between the clan and the others. I am not a clan woman," she said, disconcerted. She didn't know how to explain. "I'm like you, Jondolar, one of the others." Chapter 23. Ayla pulled up, slid off Winnie, and gave the dripping water bag to Jondolar. He took it and drank in large, thirsty gulps. They were far down the valley, almost on the steppes, and quite a distance from the stream. The golden grass rippled in the wind around them. They had been collecting grains of broomcorn millet and wild rye from a mixed stand that also included the nodding seed heads of unripe two-row barley and both einkorn and emmer wheat. The tedious job of pulling the hand along each stalk to strip off the small hard seeds was hot work. The small round millet, put into one side of a divided basket which hung from a cord around the neck to free the hands, broke off easily, but it would need additional winnowing. The rye, which went into the other side of the basket, threshed free. Ayla put the cord of her basket around her neck and went to work. Jondolar joined her shortly afterward. They plucked the grains side by side for a while. Then he turned to her. "What is it like to ride a horse, Ayla?" he asked. "It's hard to explain," she said, pausing to think. "When you go fast, it's exciting, but so is riding slow. It makes me feel good to ride Winnie." She turned back to her task again, then stopped. "Would you like to try?" "Try what?" "Riding Winnie." He looked at her, trying to determine how she really felt about it. He had wanted to try riding the horse for some time, but she seemed to have such a personal relationship with the animal that he didn't know how to ask tactfully. "Yes, I would. But will Winnie let me?" "I don't know." She glanced toward the sun to see how late it was, then swung the basket to her back. "We can see." "Now?" he asked. She nodded, already starting back. "I thought you went to get the water so we could pick more grain." "I did. I forgot. The picking goes faster with 2 sets of hands. I was only looking at my basket. I'm not used to the help." The man's range of skills was a constant surprise to her. He was not only willing, he was able to do anything she could, or he could learn to. He was curious and interested in everything, and particularly liked to try anything new. She could see herself in him. It gave her a new appreciation for just how unusual she must have seemed to the clan. Yet they had taken her in and tried to fit her into their pattern of life. Jondolar flipped his picking basket to his back and fell in beside her. "I'm ready to give this up for today. You've got so much grain already, Ayla, and the barley and wheat aren't even ripe yet. I don't understand why you want more." "It's for Winnie and her baby. They'll need grass, too. Winnie feeds outside in winter, but when snow is deep, many horses die." The explanation was sufficient to quell any objection he might have had. They walked back through the tall grass, enjoying the warm sun on bare skin now that they weren't working in it. Jondolar wore only his breechclout, and his skin was as tanned as hers. Ayla had changed to her short summer wrap that covered her from waist to thigh, but more importantly provided pouches and folds for carrying tools, sling, and other objects. Her only other piece of apparel was the small leather pouch around her neck. Jondolar had found himself admiring her firm, supple body more than once, but he made no overt gestures, and she invited none. He was anticipating the ride on the horse, wondering what Winnie would do. He could get out of her way in a hurry if he had to. Except for a slight limp, his leg was fine, and he thought the limp would work its way out in time. Ayla had done a miraculous job of treating his wound. He had so much to thank her for. He had begun to think about leaving. There was no reason for him to stay any more, but she seemed in no hurry for him to go, and he kept putting it off. He wanted to help her prepare for the coming winter. He owed her that much at least. And she had to worry about the horses, too. He hadn't thought of that. "It takes a lot of work to store feed for the horses, doesn't it?" "Not so much," she said. "I was just thinking. You said they needed grass, too. Couldn't you cut whole stalks and take them to the cave? Then, instead of gathering grain in these," he indicated the picking baskets, "you could shake the seeds into a basket and have grass for them besides." She paused, frowning to consider the idea. "Maybe. If the stalks are left to dry after they're cut, the seeds might shake loose. Some better than others. There's still wheat and barley. Worth a try." A big smile spread across her face. "Jondolar, I think it might work." She was so genuinely excited that he had to smile too. His approval of her, his attraction, his sheer delight in her were all apparent in his wonderfully seductive eyes. Her response was open and spontaneous. "Jondolar, I like it so much when you smile. To me, with your mouth, and with your eyes." He laughed, his unexpected, unconstrained, exuberantly wanton laugh. "She is so honest," he thought. "I don't think she's ever been anything but completely forthright. What a rare woman she is." Ayla was caught up by his outburst. Her smile gave into the contagion of his merriment, collapsed into a chuckle, then grew into a full, uninhibited exultation of delight. They were both breathless when they regained control, relapsing into new spasms, then taking deep breaths and wiping their eyes. Neither of them could say what had been so outrageously funny. Their laughter had fed on itself. But it was as much a release of tensions that had been accumulating as the mirthfulness of the situation. When they started walking again, Jondolar put an arm around Ayla's waist. It was an affectionate reflex to the shared laughter. He felt her stiffen and jerked his arm away immediately. He had promised himself and her, even if she hadn't understood him at the time, that he would not impose himself on her. If she had made vows to abstain from pleasures, he was not going to put himself in a position that would force her to refuse him. He had been very careful to respect her person. But he had smelled the female essence of her warm skin, felt the turgid fullness of her breast on his side. He remembered suddenly how long it had been since he had lain with a woman, and the breechclout did nothing to hide the evidence of his thoughts. He turned away in an attempt to conceal his obvious tumescence, but it was all he could do to keep from tearing off her wrap. His stride lengthened until he was nearly running ahead of her. Donny, how I want that woman," he muttered under his breath. Tears squeezed out of the corners of Ayla's eyes as she watched him bolt ahead. "What did I do wrong? Why does he pull away from me? Why won't he give me his signal? I can see his need. Why doesn't he want to relieve it with me? Am I so ugly?" She quivered with the remembered feel of his arm around her. Her nostrils were full of his masculine scent. She dragged her feet, not wanting to face him, feeling the way she had when she was a little girl and had done something she knew was wrong. Only this time, she didn't know what it was. Jondolar had reached the cool shade of the wooded strip near the stream. His urgency was so strong that he could not constrain himself. Only moments after he was out of sight, behind a screen of dense foliage, spasms of viscous white spurted to the ground, and then, still holding himself, he leaned his head against the tree, shaking. It was release, nothing more, but at least he could face the woman without trying to throw her down and force her. He found a stick to loosen the soil and covered the essence of his pleasures with the earth of the mother. Zelendani had told him it was a waste of the mother's gift to spill it, but if it was necessary, it should be given back to her, spilled on the ground and covered. Zelendani was right, he thought. It was a waste, and there had been no pleasure in it. He walked alongside the stream, embarrassed to come out in the open. He saw her waiting by the large boulder with her arm around the colt and her forehead pressed on Winnie's neck. She looked so vulnerable, clinging to the animals for support and comfort. She should be leaning on him for support, he thought. He should be comforting her. He was sure he had caused her distress, and he felt ashamed, as though he had committed some reprehensible act. With reluctance, he came out of the woods. "There are times when a man can't wait to make his stream," he lied, with a weak smile. Ayla was surprised. Why should he make words that were not true? She knew what he had done. He had relieved himself. A man of the clan would have asked for the leader's mate before he would have relieved himself. If he couldn't control his need, even she, as ugly as she was, would have been signaled if there was no other woman. No adult male would relieve himself. Only adolescents who had reached physical maturity but had not yet made their first kill would consider it. But Jondolar had preferred to take care of himself rather than signal her. She was beyond hurt. She was humiliated. She ignored his words and avoided a direct look. "If you want to ride Winnie, I'll hold her while you get up on the rock and put your leg over. I will tell Winnie you want to ride. Maybe she will let you." That was the reason they had stopped picking, he recalled. What had happened to his enthusiasm? How could so much change in the course of walking from one end of the field to the other? Trying to give the impression that everything was normal, he climbed up on the seat-like indentation of the large boulder while Ayla guided the horse closer. But he avoided eye contact, too. "How do you make her go where you want?" he asked. Ayla had to consider the question. "I do not make her go. She wants to go where I want to go." "But how does she know where you want to go?" "I don't know." She didn't. She hadn't thought about it. Jondolar decided he didn't care. He was willing to go wherever the horse would take him, if she was willing to take him at all. He put a hand on her withers to steady himself, then gingerly straddled the horse. Winnie cocked her ears back. She knew it wasn't Ayla, and the load was heavier and lacked the immediate sense of guidance, the muscle tension of Ayla's thighs and legs. But Ayla was close, holding her head, and the man was familiar. The mare pranced with uncertainty, but settled down after a few moments. "What do I do now?" Jondolar asked, seated on the small horse with his long legs dangling on either side, not quite knowing what to do with his hands. Ayla patted the horse with familiar reassurance, then addressed her in a language that was part gesture, part clipped clan words, and part Zelendani. "Jondolar would like you to give him a ride, Winnie." Her voice had the urging forward tone, and her hand exerted gentle pressure, cue enough to the animals so attuned to the woman's directions. Winnie started forward. "If you need to hold on, put your arms around her neck," Ayla advised. Winnie was used to carrying a person on her back. She didn't jump or buck, but without guidance, she moved with hesitancy. Jondolar leaned forward to pat her neck, as much to reassure himself as the horse. But the movement had a similarity to Ayla's direction to move faster. The unexpected forward jolt caused the man to follow Ayla's advice. He wrapped his arms around the mare's neck, leaning far forward. To whinny, it was a signal to increase speed. The horse broke into an all-out gallop straight across the field, with Jondolar hanging onto her neck for all he was worth, his long hair streaming behind him. He could feel the wind in his face, and when he finally dared open his eyes a crack, he saw the land moving past at an alarming speed. It was frightening and thrilling. He understood Ayla's inability to describe the feeling. It was like sliding down an icy hill in winter, or the time he was pulled up the river by the big sturgeon, but more exciting. His eye was drawn by a blur of movement to his left. The bay colt was racing beside his mother, matching her pace. He heard a distant whistle, sharp and piercing, and suddenly the horse wheeled around in a tight turn and galloped back. "Sit up," she called to Jondolar as they approached. When the horse slowed, nearing the woman, he sat up straighter. Whinny cantered to a halt beside the stone. Jondolar was shaking a bit when he dismounted, but his eyes glistened with excitement. Ayla patted the mare's sweaty flanks, then followed her more slowly when Whinny trotted toward the beach near the cave. "Do you know that colt kept up with her the whole way? What a racer he is!" From the way Jondolar used it, Ayla sensed there was more to the word than its meaning. "What is a racer?" she asked. "At summer meetings there are contests, all kinds, but the most exciting are the races, the running contests," he explained. "The runners are called racers, and the word has come to mean anyone who strives to win or tries to achieve some goal. It is a word of approval and encouragement, praise. The colt is a racer. He likes to run." They continued walking in silence, which grew more painful with each step. "Why did you tell me to sit up?" Jondolar finally asked, trying to fill it. "I thought you said you didn't know how you told Whinny what you wanted. She did slow down when I sat up." "I never thought about it before, but when I saw you coming, I suddenly thought, sit up. I didn't know how to tell you at first, but when you needed to slow down, I just knew." "You do give the horse signals, then, some kind of signals. I wonder if the colt could learn signals," he mused. They reached the wall that extended out toward the water and rounded it to the spectacle of Whinny rolling in the mud at the edge of the stream to cool down, groaning with exquisite pleasure. Near her was the colt, with his legs in the air. Jondolar, smiling, stopped to watch, but Ayla kept walking with her head down. He caught up with her as she started up the path. "Ayla," she turned around, and then he didn't know what to say. I want to thank you." It was still a word she had some difficulty comprehending. There was no direct parallel in the clan. The members of each small clan were so dependent on each other for survival, mutual assistance was a way of life. Thanks were no more offered than a baby would thank its mother for care, or a mother expect it. Special favors or gifts imposed obligations to return them in kind, and they were not always received with pleasure. The closest anyone in the clan came to thanks was a form of gratitude from someone of lower status to someone with more rank, usually a woman toward a man, for a special dispensation. It seemed to her that Jondolar was trying to say he was grateful to her for riding on Whinny. "Jondolar, Whinny allowed you to sit on her back. Why do you thank me?" "You helped me ride her, Ayla. And besides, I have so much more to thank you for. You've done so much for me, taken care of me." "Would the colt say thank you to Whinny for taking care of him? You were in need. I took care of you. Why, thank you." "But you saved my life." "I am a woman who heals, Jondolar." She tried to think of a way to explain that when someone saved another's life, a piece of the life spirit was claimed, and therefore the obligation of protecting that person in return. In effect, the two became closer than siblings. But she was a medicine woman, and a piece of everyone's spirit had been given to her with the piece of black manganese dioxide that she carried in her amulet. No one was obligated to give her more. "Thank you is not necessary," she said. "I know it is not necessary. I know you are a woman who heals. But it is important to me that you know how I feel. People say thank you to each other for help. It's Courtesy. A custom. They ascended the path single file. She didn't answer him, but his comment made her think of Kreb trying to explain that it was discourteous to look past the boundary stones into another man's hearth. She had had more difficulty learning the customs than the language of the clan. Jondolar was saying it was a custom to express gratitude to each other among his people, a courtesy, but that confused her more. Why would he want to express gratitude when he had just shamed her? If a man of the clan had offered her such contempt, she would cease to exist for him. His customs were going to be hard to learn, too, she realized, but that did not make her feel less humiliated. He tried to get through the barrier that had sprung up between them, and stopped her before she went into the cave. "Ayla, I'm sorry if I've offended you in some way." "Offended? I don't understand that word." "I think I have made you angry, made you feel bad." "Not angry, but yes, you have made me feel bad." The admission startled him. "I'm sorry," he said. "Sorry. That is courtesy, right? Custom." "Jondolar, what good are words like sorry? It doesn't change anything. It doesn't make me feel any better." He pulled his hand through his hair. She was right. Whatever he had done, and he thought he knew what it was, being sorry didn't help. It also didn't help that he had been evading the issue, not facing it directly for fear he would open himself to further embarrassment. She went into the cave, took off her picking basket, and stirred up the fire to begin an evening meal. He followed her, put his basket next to hers, and pulled up a mat to the fireplace to sit and watch her. She used some of the tools he had given her after he cut up the deer, and liked them, but for some tasks she preferred to use the handheld knife she was accustomed to. He thought she wielded the crude knife, shaped on a flake of flint that was much heavier than his blades, with as much skill as anyone he knew used with the smaller, finer hafted knives. His flint-knapper mind was judging, evaluating, comparing the merits of each type. It's not so much that one is easier to use than the other, he was thinking. Any sharp knife will cut, but think how much more raw flint it must take to make tools for everyone. Just hauling the stone could be a problem. It made Ayla nervous to have him sitting there watching her so closely. Finally, she got up to get some chamomile for tea, hoping it would divert his attention, and to calm herself. It only made him realize he had been putting off facing the problem again. He gathered up his fortitude and decided on a direct approach. "You're right, Ayla. Saying I'm sorry doesn't mean much, but I don't know what else to say. I don't know what I did that offended you. Please tell me, why do you feel bad?" He must be saying words that were untrue again, she thought. How could he not know? Yet he seemed troubled. She looked down, wishing he hadn't asked. It was bad enough having to suffer such humiliation without having to talk about it. But he had asked. "I feel bad because I'm not acceptable." She said it to the hands in her lap holding her tea. "What do you mean you are not acceptable? I don't understand." Why was he asking her these questions? Was he trying to make her feel worse? Ayla glanced up at him. He was leaning forward, and she read sincerity and anxiety in his posture and eyes. No man of the clan would ever relieve his need himself if there was an acceptable woman around. She blushed with the recitation of her failing, and looked down at her hands. "You were full with need, but you ran away from me. Should I not feel bad if I am not acceptable to you?" "Are you saying you're offended because I didn't—" He sat back and looked up. "Oh, Donnie, how could you be so stupid, Jondolar?" he asked the cave at large. She looked up at him, startled. "I thought you didn't want me to annoy you, Ayla. I was trying to respect your wishes. I wanted you so much I couldn't stand it, but every time I touched you, you stiffened up. How could you think any man would not find you acceptable?" A surge of understanding welled up inside her that dissolved the taut, aching heart. He wanted her. He thought she didn't want him. It was customs again, different customs. "Jondolar, you only had to make the signal. Why did it matter what I wanted?" "Of course it matters what you want. Don't you—" Suddenly he flushed. "Don't you want me?" There was hesitation in his eyes and fear of rejection. She knew the feeling. It surprised her to see it in a man, but it melted any residual doubt she might have harbored and drew forth a warmth and tenderness. "I want you, Jondolar. I wanted you when I first saw you. When you were so hurt, I wasn't sure you would live. I would look at you and feel... inside would come this feeling. But you never gave me the signal." She looked down again. She had said more than she intended. Women of the clan were more subtle in their inviting gestures. "And all this time I've been thinking, what is this signal you keep talking about?" "In the clan, when a man wants a woman, he makes the signal." "Show me." She made the gesture and blushed. It was not a signal usually made by a woman. "That's all? I just do that? Then what do you do?" He was a little stunned when she got up, kneeled, and presented. "Are you saying a man does this, and a woman does that, and that's it? They're ready?" "A man doesn't make the signal if he's not ready. Weren't you ready today?" It was his turn to blush. He had forgotten how ready he was, what he had done to keep from forcing himself on her. He would have given anything then to have known this signal. What if a woman doesn't want him, or she's not ready? "If a man makes the signal, a woman must assume the position." She thought of Browd, and her face clouded with remembered pain and degradation. "Any time, Ayla?" He saw the pain and wondered. "Even her first?" She nodded. "Is that how it happened for you? Some man just gave you a signal?" She closed her eyes and swallowed, then nodded again. Jondolar was aghast and indignant. "Do you mean to say there were no first rights? No one to watch and make sure a man didn't hurt you too much? What kind of people are they? Don't they care about a young woman's first time? They just leave it to any man to take her when he's high in his heat, to force her whether she's ready or not, whether it hurts or not?" He was up and angrily pacing. "That's cruel. That's inhuman. How could anyone allow it? Don't they have any compassion? Don't they care at all?" His outburst was so unexpected that Ayla just sat staring wide-eyed, watching Jondolar work himself up into a fever of righteous wrath. But as his words became more vituperative, she started shaking her head, negating his statements. "No," she said, finally giving voice to her dissent. "That's not true, Jondolar. They do care. Isa found me. She took care of me. They adopted me, made me part of the clan, even though I was born to the others. They didn't have to take me in. Kreb didn't understand that Browd hurt me. He never had a mate. He didn't know about women that way, and it was Browd's right. And when I got pregnant, Isa took care of me. She made herself sick getting medicine for me so I wouldn't lose my baby. Without her, I would have died when Dirk was born. And Brun accepted him, even though everyone thought he was deformed. But he wasn't. He's strong and healthy." Ayla stopped when she saw Jondolar staring at her. "You have a son? Where is he?" Ayla hadn't spoken of her son. Even after so long a time, it was painful to talk about him. She knew any mention would cause questions, though eventually it would have to come up. "Yes, I have a son. He is still with the clan. I gave him to Uba when Browd made me leave." "Made you leave?" He sat back down. So she had a son. He had been right in suspecting that she had been pregnant. Why would someone make a mother leave her child? Who is this Browd? How could she explain? She closed her eyes for a moment. "He's the leader. Brun was the leader when they found me. He allowed Kreb to make me clan, but he was getting old, so he made Browd leader. Browd always hated me, even when I was a little girl. He's the one who hurt you, isn't he?" "Isa told me about the signal when I became a woman, but she said men relieved their needs with women they liked. Browd did it because it made him feel good to know he could make me do something I hated. But I think my totem led him to do it. The spirit of the cave lion knew how much I wanted a baby." "What does this Browd have to do with your baby? The Great Earth Mother blesses when she chooses. Was your son of his spirit?" "Kreb said spirits made babies. He said a woman swallowed the spirit of a man's totem. If it was strong enough, it would overcome the spirit of her totem, take its life force, and start a new life growing in her." "That's an odd way of looking at it. It's the mother who chooses the man's spirit to mix with a woman's spirit when she blesses a woman. I don't think spirits make babies, not spirits of totems or spirits mixed by your great mother. I think life starts when a man's organ is full and he puts it inside a woman. I think that's why men have such strong needs and why women want men so much. That can't be, Ayla. Do you know how many times a man can put his manhood inside a woman? A woman couldn't have that many children. A man makes a woman with the mother's gift of pleasure. He opens her so the spirits can enter. But the mother's most sacred gift of life is given only to women. They receive the spirits and create life and become mothers like her. If a man honors her, appreciates her gifts, and makes a commitment to take care of a woman and her children, Donnie may choose his spirit for the children of his hearth. What is the gift of pleasure? That's right. You've never known pleasures, have you? He said, amazed when he considered the idea. No wonder you didn't know when You're a woman who's been blessed with a child without ever having first rights. Your clan must be very unusual. Everyone I met on my journey knew about the mother and her gifts. The gift of pleasure is when a man and a woman feel they want each other and give themselves to each other. It is when a man is full and must relieve his needs with a woman. Isn't that right? Ayla said. It's when he puts his organ in the place where babies come out. That is the gift of pleasure? It's that, but it's much more. Perhaps, but everyone told me I'd never have a baby because my totem was too strong. They were all surprised. He wasn't deformed either. He just looked a little like me and a little like them. But it was only after Braud kept giving me the signal that I became pregnant. No one else wanted me. I'm too big and ugly. Even at the clan gathering there wasn't a man who would take me, though I had Issa's status when they accepted me as her daughter. Something about her story began to bother Jondolar, nagged at him, but floated just out of reach. You said the medicine woman found you. What was her name? Issa? Where did she find you? Where did you come from? I don't know. Issa said I was born to the others, other people like me. Like you, Jondolar. I don't remember anything before I lived with the clan. I didn't even remember my mother's face. You are the only man I've seen who looks like me. Jondolar was feeling an uneasiness in the pit of his stomach as he listened. I learned about a man of the others from a woman at the clan gathering. It made me afraid of them until I met you. She had a baby, a girl that resembled Dirk so much she could have been mine. Oda wanted to arrange a mating between her daughter and my son. They said her baby was deformed too, but I think that man of the others started her baby when he forced her to relieve his needs with him. The man forced her? And killed her first daughter too. Oda was with 2 other women, and many of the others came, but they didn't give the signal. When one of them grabbed her, Oda's first baby fell and hit her head on a rock. Suddenly, Jondolar remembered the gang of young men from a cave far to the west. He wanted to reject the conclusions he was beginning to draw. Yet, if one gang of young men would do it, why not another? Ayla, you keep saying you are not like the clan. How are they different? They're shorter. That's why I was so surprised when you stood up. I've always been taller than everyone, including the men. That's why they didn't want me. I'm too tall and too ugly. What else? He didn't want to ask, but he couldn't stop himself. He had to know. Their eyes are brown. Issa thought something was wrong with my eyes because they were the color of the sky. Dirk has their eyes and I don't know how to say it, the big brows, but his forehead is like mine. Their heads are flatter. Flatheads. His lips pulled back in disgust. Good mother, Ayla. You've been living with those animals? You let one of their males... He shuddered. You gave birth to an abomination of mixed spirits, half human and half animal. As though he had touched something filthy, Jondolar backed away and jumped up. It was a reaction born of irrational prejudice, of harsh, unthinking assumptions never questioned by most people he knew. Ayla didn't comprehend at first, and she looked at him with a puzzled frown. But his expression was filled with loathing, just as hers was when she thought of hyenas. Then his words took on meaning. Animals. He was calling the people she loved animals. Stinking hyenas. Gentle, loving Kreb, who was nonetheless the most awesome and powerful holy man of the clan. Kreb was an animal? Isa, who had nursed her and mothered her, who taught her medicine. Isa was a stinking hyena? And Dirk, her son. "What do you mean, animals?" Ayla cried, on her feet and facing him. She had never raised her voice in anger before, and she surprised herself at the volume and the venom. "Kreb and Isa animals? My son half human? People of the clan are not some kind of awful stinking hyenas. Would animals pick up a little girl who was hurt? Would they accept her as one of them? Would they take care of her, raise her? Where do you think I learned to find food, or cook it? Where do you think I learned healing? If it were not for those animals, I would not be alive today, and neither would you, Jondolar. You say the clan are animals, and the others are human? Well, remember this. The clan saved a child of the others, and the others killed one of theirs. If I could make a choice between human and animal, I'd take the stinking hyenas." She stormed out of the cave and down the path, then whistled for Winnie. Chapter 24. Jondolar was dumbfounded. He followed her out and watched her from the ledge. She mounted the horse with a practiced leap and galloped down the valley. Ayla had always been so complacent, had never showed anger. The contrast made her outburst all the more astounding. He had always thought of himself as fair and open-minded about flatheads. He thought they should be left alone, not bothered or baited, and he would not have intentionally killed one. But his sensibilities had been grossly offended by the idea of a man using a flathead female for pleasures. That one of their males should have used a human female the same way had exposed a deeply buried nerve. The woman would be defiled. And he had been so eager for her. He thought of the vulgar stories told by sniggering boys and young men, and felt a shrinking in his loins as though he were already contaminated and his member would shrivel up and rot off. By some grace of the great Earth Mother, he had been spared. But worse, she had birthed an abomination, a whelp of malignant spirits who couldn't even be discussed in decent company. The very existence of such issue was hotly denied by some, yet talk of them had persisted. Ayla certainly had not denied it. She openly admitted it, stood there and defended the child, as vehemently as any mother would if her child had been malign. She was insulted, angry that he had spoken of any of them in derogatory terms. Had she really been raised by a pack of flatheads? He'd met a few flatheads on his journey. He'd even questioned in his own mind whether they were animals. He recalled the incident with the young male and the older female. Come to think of it, hadn't the youngster used a knife made on a heavy flake to cut the fish in half, just like the one Ayla used? And his dam wore a hide wrapped around her, as Ayla did. Ayla even had the same mannerisms, especially in the beginning. That tendency to look down, to efface herself so she wouldn't be noticed. The furs on her bed, they had the same soft texture as the wolf skin they had given him. And her spear, that heavy, primitive spear, wasn't it like the spears carried by that pack of flatheads he and Thonlin had met coming off the glacier? It was right there in front of him all the time, if only he'd looked. Why had he made up that story about her being one who serves the mother, testing herself to perfect her skills? She was as skilled as any healer, perhaps more. Had Ayla really learned her healing skill from a flathead? He watched her riding off in the distance. She had been magnificent in her rage. He knew many women who raised their voices at the least provocation. Morona could be a shrill, contentious, foul-tempered shrew, he recalled, thinking about the woman to whom he had been promised. But there was a strength in someone so demanding that had appealed to him. He liked strong women. They were a challenge, and they could hold their own and not be so easily overwhelmed by his own passions on the rare occasions when they were expressed. He'd suspected there was a rock-hard core to Ayla, in spite of her composure. Look at her on that horse, he thought. She is a remarkable, beautiful woman. Suddenly, like a splash of icy water, he realized what he had done. The blood drained from his face. She had saved his life, and he had drawn away from her as if she were filth. She had lavished care on him, and he had repaid her with vile disgust. He had called her child an abomination, a child she obviously loved. He was mortified by his insensitivity. He ran back into the cave and threw himself on the bed, her bed. He had been sleeping on the bed of a woman from whom he had just cringed in contempt. "Oh, Donnie," he cried, "how could you let me do it? Why didn't you help me? Why didn't you stop me?" He buried his head under the furs. He hadn't felt so wretched since he was young. He thought he was over that. He'd acted without thinking then, too. Would he never learn? Why hadn't he exercised some discretion? He would be leaving soon. His leg was healed. Why couldn't he have controlled himself until he left? In fact, why was he still here? Why hadn't he thanked her and gone? There was nothing holding him. Why had he stayed and pressed her for answers to questions that were not his concern? Then he could have remembered her as the beautiful, mysterious woman who lived alone in a valley and charmed animals and saved his life. Because you could not walk away from a beautiful, mysterious woman, Jondolar, and you know it. Why should it bother you so much? What difference does it make that she lived with flatheads? Because you wanted her. And then you thought she wasn't good enough for you because she had let... You idiot. You weren't listening. She didn't let him. He forced her, with no first rights. And you blame her. She was telling you, opening up and reliving the hurt. And what did you do? You are worse than he was, Jondolar. At least she knew how he felt. He hated her. He wanted to hurt her. But you, she trusted you. She told you how she felt about you. You wanted her so much, Jondolar, and you could have had her any time, but you were afraid to hurt your pride. If you'd been paying attention to her and not worrying about yourself so much, you might have noticed she wasn't behaving like an experienced woman. She was acting like a scared young girl. Haven't you had enough of them to know the difference? But she doesn't look like a scared young girl. No, she's only the most beautiful woman you've ever seen. So beautiful and so knowledgeable and so assured, you were afraid of her. Afraid she'd turn you down. You, the great Jondolar, the man every woman wants. You can be sure she doesn't want you anymore. You only thought she was assured. She doesn't even know she's beautiful. She really thinks she's big and ugly. How can anyone think she's ugly? She grew up with flatheads, remember? Who would imagine they'd think about the difference? But then, who would imagine they'd take in a strange little girl? Would we take in one of theirs? I wonder how old she was. She can't have been very big. Those claw scars are old. It must have been frightening, lost and alone, clawed by a cave lion. And healed by a flathead. How could a flathead know healing? But she learned from them, and she's good. Good enough to make you think she was one who serves the mother. You ought to give up flint napping and become a storyteller. You didn't want to see the truth. Now that you know, does it make a difference? Are you less alive because she learned her healing from flatheads? Is she less beautiful because she gave birth to an abomination? What makes her child an abomination? You still want her, Jondolar. It's too late. She'll never believe you again, never trust you. A new surge of shame rose up. He balled his fists and hit the furs. You idiot! You stupid, stupid idiot! You spoiled it for yourself. Why don't you go away? You can't. You have to face her, Jondolar. You don't have clothes. You don't have weapons. You don't have food. You can't travel with nothing. Where are you going to get supplies? Where else? This is Ayla's place. You have to get them from her. You'll have to ask her, at least for some flint. With tools you can make spears. Then you can hunt for food and skins to make clothes and a sleeping roll and a back frame. It's going to take time to get ready. and a year to get back, or more. It's going to be lonely without Thonolin. Jondolar burrowed deeper into the furs. Why did Thonolin have to die? Why didn't that lion kill me instead? Tears squeezed out of the corners of his eyes. Thonolin wouldn't have done anything so stupid. I wish I knew where that canyon was, little brother. I wish a Zelendani could have helped you find your way to the next world. I hate to think your bones were left for scavengers to scatter. He heard a clatter of hooves on the rocky path up from the beach and thought it was Ayla coming back, but it was the colt. He got up, went out on the ledge, and looked down the valley. Ayla was not in sight. "What's the matter, little fellow? Did they leave you behind?" "It's my fault, but they'll be back, if only for you. Besides, Ayla lives here. Alone. I wonder how long she's been here, alone. I wonder if I could have done it. Here you are, crying over your stupidities, and look at what she's been through. She's not crying about it. She's such a remarkable woman. Beautiful, magnificent. And you've lost it all, Jondolar, you idiot. Oh, Donnie, I wish I could make it right." Jondolar was wrong. Ayla was crying as she'd never cried before. It didn't make her less strong, it only made it easier to bear. She pushed Winnie until the valley was far behind, then stopped at an oxbow meander of a stream that was a tributary of the one near her cave. The land within the loop of the oxbow flooded often, leaving alluvial silt that provided a fertile base for lusher growth. It was a place she had hunted willow grouse and ptarmigan, and an assortment of animals from marmot to giant deer who found the enticing spot of green impossible to resist. She threw her leg over and slid off Winnie's back, took a drink, and washed her tear-streaked and dirty face. She felt as if she'd had a bad dream. The entire day had been a dizzying series of giddy emotional highs and oppressive lows, with each swing reaching greater peaks and dips. She didn't think she could stand another swing, in either direction. The morning had started well. Jondolar had insisted on helping her pick grain, and he had amazed her with the speed at which he learned. She was sure picking grain was not a skill he had acquired before, but once she showed him, he picked quickly. It was more than the extra pair of hands that helped, though. It was the company. Whether they talked or not, having someone near made her realize how much she had missed it. Then there was a small disagreement. Nothing serious. She wanted to keep picking, and he wanted to quit when the water bag ran out. But when she returned from the stream and understood he wanted to try horse riding, she thought it might be a way to keep him there with her. He liked the colt, and if he liked riding, he might want to stay until the colt was grown. When she offered, he had jumped at the chance. It had put them both in such a good mood. That's what started the laughter. She had not laughed like that since Baby left. She loved Jondolar's laugh. Just hearing it warmed her. Then he touched me, she thought. No one in the clan touches like that, at least not outside the boundary stones. Who knows what a man and his mate might do at night under furs? Maybe they touch the way he touches. Do all the others touch like that outside the hearth? I liked it when he touched me. Why did he run away? Ayla had wanted to die with shame, sure she was the ugliest woman on earth when he relieved himself. Then in the cave, when he said he wanted her, that he didn't think she wanted him, she had almost cried with happiness. The way he looked at her, she could feel the warmth starting inside, the wanting, drawing in feeling. He was so angry when she told him about Braud that she was sure he liked her. Maybe the next time he was ready. But she would never forget the way he looked at her, like some disgusting piece of rotten flesh. He even shuddered. Issa and Kreb are not animals. They are people. People who took care of me and loved me. Why does he hate them? This was their land first. His kind came later. My kind. Is that what my kind are like? I'm glad I left Dirk with the clan. They might think he is deformed. Braud might hate him because he is my son. But my baby will not be some animal, some abomination. That was the word he said. He doesn't have to explain it. Tears started again. My baby, my son, he is not deformed. He is healthy and strong, and he is not an animal, not abomination. How could he change so fast? He was looking at me. With his blue eyes he was looking. Then he pulled away as though I would burn him, or as if I were an evil spirit whose name only Mogurs know. It was worse than a death curse. They only turned away and didn't see me any more. I was just dead and belonged to the next world. They didn't look at me as if I were abomination. The setting sun brought the chill of evening. Even during the hottest part of the summer, the steppes were cold at night. She shivered in her summer wrap. If I had thought to bring a tent and a fur. No, Winnie would get anxious for the colt, and she needs to nurse. When Ayla got up from the bank of the stream, Winnie raised her head from the lush grass, trotted to her, and flushed a pair of ptarmigan. Ayla's reaction was almost instinctive. She pulled the sling from her waist and stooped to pick up pebbles in one motion. The birds had barely lifted off the ground before one and then the other plummeted back. She retrieved them, searched for the nest, and then stopped. Why am I looking for the eggs? Am I going to make Kreb's favorite dish for Jondolar? Why should I cook anything for him, especially Kreb's favorite? But when she spied the nest, hardly more than a depression scratched out of the hard ground containing a clutch of 7 eggs, she shrugged and collected them carefully. She set the eggs down near the stream beside the birds, then picked long reeds growing near the water's edge. The loosely woven basket she made took only a few moments. It would be used only to transport the eggs and then be thrown away. She used more reeds to fasten together the feathered feet of the brace of ptarmigan. The dense winter snowshoe feathers were already growing in. Winter. Ayla shivered. She didn't want to think about winter, cold and bleak. But winter was never entirely out of mind. Summer was only the time to get ready for winter. Jondolar was going to leave. She knew it. It was silly to think he would stay with her in the valley. Why should he? Would she stay if she had people? It was going to be worse after he left, even if he did look at her like that. Why did he have to come? She startled herself with her voice. She wasn't used to hearing herself talk when she was alone. But I can talk. That much Jondolar did. At least if I see people, I can talk to them now. And I know people live to the west. Isa was right. There must be many people, many others. She draped the ptarmigan over the mare's back, one dangling on either side, and held the basket of eggs between her legs. I was born to the others. Find a mate, Isa told me. I thought Jondolar was sent for me by my totem. But would one my totem sent look at me like that? How could he look at me like that? She cried with a convulsive sob. Oh, Cave Lion, I don't want to be alone any more. Ayla slumped down, giving in to tears again. Winnie noticed the lack of direction, but it didn't matter. She knew the way. After a while, Ayla sat up. No one is making me stay here. I should have been looking before this. I can talk now. And I can tell them Winnie is not a horse to hunt, she continued out loud after reminding herself. I'll get everything ready, and next spring I will leave. She knew she would not put it off again. Jondolar won't leave right away. He will need clothes and weapons. Maybe my cave lion sent him here to teach me. Then I must learn all I can before he goes. I will watch him and ask him questions, no matter how he looks at me. Braud hated me all the years I lived with the clan. I can stand it if if he hates me. She closed her eyes to squeeze back tears. She reached for her amulet, remembering what Kreb had told her long ago. When you find a sign your totem has left for you, put it in your amulet. It will bring you luck. Ayla had put them all in her amulet. Cave Lion, I've been alone so long. Put luck in my amulet. The sun had fallen behind the upstream gorge wall by the time she rode down toward the stream. Darkness always followed quickly. Jondolar saw her coming and ran down to the beach. Ayla had urged Winnie to a gallop, and as she rounded the jutting wall, she almost collided with him. The horse shied, nearly unseating the woman. Jondolar reached up a steadying hand, but when he felt bare flesh, he jerked his hand away, sure she must despise him. He hates me, Ayla thought. He can't stand to touch me. She swallowed a sob and signaled Winnie forward. The horse crossed the rocky beach and clattered up the path with Ayla on her back. She dismounted at the cave entrance and dashed in, wishing she had some other place to go. She wanted to hide. She dropped the egg basket beside the hearth, scooped up an armful of furs, and carried them to the storage area. She dumped them on the ground on the other side of the drying rack, amidst unused baskets, mats, and bowls, then jumped into them and pulled them over her head. Ayla heard Winnie's hooves a moment later, and then the colt. She was shaking, fighting back tears, acutely conscious of the movements of the man in the cave. She wished he would leave so at least she could cry. She didn't hear his bare feet on the dirt floor as he approached, but she knew he was there and tried to stop her shaking. "Ayla," he said. She didn't answer. "Ayla, I brought you some tea." She held herself stiff. "Ayla, you don't have to stay back here. I'll move. I'll go to the other side of the fireplace." He hates me. He can't stand to be near me, she thought, stifling a sob. I wish he'd go away. I wish he'd just go away. I know it doesn't do any good, but I have to say it. I'm sorry, Ayla. I'm more sorry than I can say. You didn't deserve what I did. You don't have to answer me, but I have to talk to you. You have always been honest with me. It's time for me to be straightforward with you for a change. I've been thinking about it since you rode off. I don't know why I did what I did, but I want to try to explain. After that lion attacked and I woke up here, I didn't know where I was, and I couldn't understand why you wouldn't talk to me. You were a mystery. Why were you here alone? I began to imagine a story about you, that you were a Zelendani testing yourself, a sacred woman, answering a call to serve the mother. When you didn't respond to my gross attempts to share pleasures with you, I thought you were foregoing them as part of your testing. I thought the clan was a strange group of Zelendani you lived with. Ayla had stopped shaking and was listening, but not moving. I was only thinking of myself, Ayla. He hunkered down. I'm not sure if you'll believe this, but I've been considered an attractive man. Most women have wanted my attention. I had my choice. I thought you were rejecting me. I'm not used to it, and it hurt my pride, but I wouldn't admit it. I think that's why I made up that story about you, so I could give myself a reason why you didn't seem to want me. If I'd been paying attention, I would have known you weren't an experienced woman rejecting me, but more like a young woman before her first rites, unsure and a little scared, and wanting to please. If anyone ought to recognize that, I should. Never mind. That doesn't matter. Ayla had let the covers fall back, listening so intensely that she could hear her heart pounding in her ears. All I could see was Ayla the woman. And believe me, you don't look like a girl. I thought you were teasing me when you talked of yourself as big and ugly. You weren't, were you? You really think you are. Maybe to the people who raised you, you were too tall and different. But Ayla, you need to know. You are not big and ugly. You are beautiful. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. She had rolled over and was sitting up. Beautiful? Me? She said. Then, with a stab of disbelief, she dove back into the furs, afraid of being hurt again. You're making fun of me. He reached over to touch her, then hesitated and pulled his hand back. I can't blame you for not believing me. Not after today. Maybe I should face up to that and try to explain. It's hard to imagine what you have lived through, orphaned and raised by people so different. To have a child and have him taken from you, made to leave the only home you knew to face a strange world and to live here alone. That's more testing than any holy woman would dream of putting herself through. Not many would have survived. You are not only beautiful, Ayla, you're strong. Inside you're strong. But you may have to be stronger. You need to know how people feel about the ones you call clan. I thought the same way. People think of them as animals. They are not animals. But I didn't know, Ayla. Some people hate your clan. I don't know why. When I think about it, animals, real animals that are hunted, aren't hated. Maybe in their hearts people know that flatheads, they are called that too, Ayla, are human. But they're so different. It's frightening or maybe threatening. Yet some men will force flathead women to, I can't say share pleasures, that is hardly the word. Maybe your way, relieve their needs. I can't understand why, when they talk about them as animals. I don't know if they are animals, if the spirits can mix and children are born. Are you sure it's spirits? She asked. He seemed so certain, she wondered if he might be right. Whatever it is, you aren't the only one, Ayla, to have a child that is a mixture of human and flathead, though people don't talk. They're clan, and they're human, she interrupted. You are going to hear that word a lot, Ayla. It's only fair to tell you. You should also know that for a man to force a clan woman is one thing, not approved, but overlooked. For a woman to share pleasures with a flathead male is unforgivable to many people. Abomination? Jondolar blanched, but pressed on. Yes, Ayla, abomination. I am not abomination, she flared, and Dirk is not abomination. I did not like what Proud did to me, but it was not abomination. If it had been some other man who did it just to relieve his needs and not with hatred, I would have accepted it like any clan woman. There is no shame to being a woman of the clan. I would have stayed with them even as Proud's second woman if I could have, just to be near my son. I don't care how many people do not approve. He had to admire her, but it was not going to be easy for her. Ayla, I'm not saying you should feel shame. I am only telling you what to expect. Perhaps you could say you come from some other people. Jondolar, why do you tell me to say words that are not true? I don't know how. In the clan, no one makes untruths. It would be known. It could be seen. Even if one refrains from mentioning something, it is known. It is allowed sometimes for courtesy, but it is known. I can see when you say words that are not true. Your face tells me, and your shoulders, and your hands. He flushed. Were his lies so apparent? He was glad he had decided to be scrupulously honest with her. Maybe he could learn something from her. Her honesty, her forthrightness were part of her inner strength. Ayla, you don't have to learn to lie, but I thought I should tell you these things before I leave. Ayla felt a tight knot forming in her stomach, and her throat constricted. He is going to leave. She wanted to dive back into the furs and hide her head again. I thought you would, she said. But you have nothing for traveling. What do you need? If I could have some of your flint, I can make tools and some spears. And if you will tell me where the clothes are that I was wearing, I'd like to repair them. The haversack should be in good shape if you brought it from the canyon. What is a haversack? It's something like a back frame, but worn over one shoulder. There is no word for it in Zelendanyi. The Mamutoi use it. Those are Mamutoi clothes I was wearing. Ayla shook her head. Why is this a different word? Mamutoi is a different language. A different language? What language did you teach me? Jondolar had a sinking feeling. I taught you my language, Zelendanyi. I didn't think. Zelendanyi, they live west? Ayla felt uneasy. Well, yes, but far to the west. The Mamutoi live nearby. Jondolar, you taught me a language spoken by people who live far away. but not one spoken by people who live nearby. Why?" "I didn't think about it. I just taught you my language," he said, suddenly feeling terrible. He hadn't done anything right. "And are you the only one who can speak it?" He nodded. Her stomach churned. She thought he had been sent to teach her to speak, but she could only speak to him. "Jondolar, why didn't you teach me the language everyone knows?" "There is no language everyone knows. I mean the one you use when you speak to your spirits, or maybe to your great mother." "We don't have a language just for speaking to her." "How do you talk to people who don't know your language?" "We learn each other's. I know 3 languages and a few words in some others." Ayla was shaking again. She thought she would be able to leave the valley and speak to the people she would meet. What was she going to do now? She got up, and he stood also. "I wanted to know all your words, Jondolar. I have to know how to speak. You must teach me. You must." "Ayla, I can't teach you 2 more languages now. It takes time. I don't even know them perfectly. It's more than words." "We can start with words. We will have to start from the beginning. What is the word fire in Mamutoi?" He told her and started to object again, but she kept on, one word after another in the order in which she had learned them in the Zelendanyi language. After she had run through a long list, he stopped her again. "Ayla, what good does it do to say a lot of words? You can't remember them all just like that." "I know my memory could be better. Tell me which words are wrong." She went back to the word fire and repeated all the words back to him in both languages. By the time she was through, he was staring at her in awe. He recalled that it had not been the words she had trouble with when she was learning Zelendanyi, but the structure and concept of the language. "How did you do that?" "Did I miss any?" "No, none at all." She smiled with relief. "When I was young, I was much worse. I had to go over everything so many times. I don't know how Isa and Kreb were so patient with me. I know some people thought I was not very intelligent. I am better now, but it has taken practice, and still everyone in the clan remembers better than I do." "Everyone in your clan can remember better than the demonstration you just gave me?" "They don't forget anything. But they are born knowing almost everything they need to know, so they don't have much to learn. They only have to remember. They have memories. I don't know what else you would call them. When a child is growing up, he only has to be reminded, told once. Adults don't have to be reminded anymore. They know how to remember. I didn't have the clan memories. That's why Isa had to repeat everything until I could remember without mistake." Jondolar was stunned by her mnemonic skill, and he was finding it difficult to grasp the concept of clan memories. "Some people thought I could not be a medicine woman without Isa's memories. But Isa said I would be good even though I couldn't remember as well. She said I had other gifts that she didn't quite understand. A way of knowing what was wrong and of finding the best way to treat it. She taught me how to test new medicines so I could find ways to use them without a memory of the plants. They have an ancient language, too. It has no sounds in it, only gestures. Everyone knows the old language. They use it for ceremonies and for addressing spirits, and also if they don't understand another person's ordinary language. I learned it, too. Because I had to learn everything, I made myself pay attention and concentrate so I would remember after only one reminding, so people wouldn't get so impatient with me." "Do I understand you right? These clan people all know their own language and some kind of ancient language that is commonly understood. Everyone can talk, communicate with everyone else?" "Everyone at the clan gathering could." "Are we talking about the same people? Flatheads?" "If that is what you call the clan. I told you how they look," Ayla said, then looked down. "That's when you said I was abomination." She remembered the icy stare that had drained the warmth from his eyes before, the shudder when he pulled away, the contempt. It had happened just when she was telling him about the clan, when she thought they were understanding each other. He seemed to be having trouble accepting what she said. Suddenly she felt uneasy. She had been talking too comfortably. She walked quickly toward the fire, saw the ptarmigan where Jondolar had put them beside the eggs, and started plucking feathers, to be doing something. Jondolar had watched her suspicion grow. He had hurt her too much, and he'd never regain her trust, though for a while he had hoped. The contempt he felt now was for himself. He picked up her furs and carried them back to her bed, then took the ones he had been using and moved them to a place on the other side of the fire. Ayla put the birds down. She didn't feel like plucking feathers, and hurried to her bed. She didn't want him to see the water that filled her eyes. Jondolar tried to arrange the furs around him in a comfortable way. Memories, she had said. Flatheads have some special kind of memories, and a language of signs that they all know. Was it possible? It was hard to believe, except for one thing. Ayla did not tell untruths. Ayla had grown accustomed to quiet and solitude over the past years. The mere presence of another person, while relished, required some adjustment and accommodation, but the emotional upheavals of the day had left her drained and exhausted. She did not want to feel or think about or react to the man who shared her cave. She only wanted to rest. Yet sleep would not come. She had felt so confident of her ability to talk. She had put all her effort and concentration into it, and she felt cheated. Why did he teach her the language he grew up with? He was leaving. She would never see him again. She would have to leave the valley in spring and find some people who lived closer, and perhaps some other man. But she didn't want some other man. She wanted Jondolar, with his eyes and his touch. She remembered how she had felt in the beginning. He was the first man of her people she had seen, and he stood for all of them in a generalized way. He wasn't quite an individual. She didn't know when he ceased being an example and became uniquely Jondolar. All she knew was that she missed the sound of his breathing and his warmth beside her. The emptiness of the place he had occupied was more than matched by the aching void she felt inside. Sleep came no more easily to Jondolar. He couldn't seem to get comfortable. His side that had been next to her felt cold, and his guilt stung. He couldn't remember when he'd had a worse day, and he hadn't even taught her the right language. When would she ever use Zelendanyi? His people lived a year's travel from this valley, and only that if no stops of any length were made. He thought about the journey he had made with his brother. It all seemed so useless. How long ago had they left? 3 years? That meant at least 4 years before he could get back. 4 years of his life gone. For no purpose. His brother dead. Jatamio dead. And the child of Thanalin's spirit. What was left? Jondolar had struggled to keep his emotions under control since he was young, but he wiped away wetness with his furs, too. His tears were not only for his brother, they were for himself, for his loss and sorrow, and for the lost chance that might have been wonderful. Chapter 25. Jondolar opened his eyes. His dream of home had been so vivid that the rough walls of the cave seemed unfamiliar, as though the dream was reality and Ayla's cave a figment of dream. The dregs of sleep began to clear, and the walls seemed displaced. Then he woke up and realized he had been looking from a different perspective, from the far side of the fireplace. Ayla was gone. 2 naked ptarmigan and the covered basket in which she saved loose feathers were beside the hearth. She had been up for some time. The cup he customarily used, the one fashioned so that the wood grain gave the impression of a small animal, was set out. Beside it was the tightly woven basket in which she steeped his morning tea and a freshly peeled birch twig. She knew he liked to chew the end of a twig to a fibrous bristle and use it to clean his teeth of the coating that accumulated overnight, and she had formed the habit of having one ready for him in the morning. He got up and stretched, feeling stiff from the unaccustomed hardness of his bed. He had slept on hard ground before, but a padding of straw could make a big difference to comfort, and it smelled clean and sweet. She changed the straw regularly so unpleasant odors did not accumulate. The tea in the pot basket was hot. She could not have been gone long. He poured some and sniffed the warm, minty aroma. He made a game of trying to identify which herbs she used each day. Mint was one of his favorites and was usually one component. He sipped and thought he detected the taste of raspberry leaf and perhaps alfalfa. He took the cup and twig outside with him. Standing at the edge of the shelf facing the valley, he chewed on the twig and watched his stream arc down and water the cliff wall. He still wasn't fully awake. His actions were the mechanical movements of habit. When he was through, he scrubbed his teeth with the gnawed stick of wood, then swished his mouth out with the tea. It was a ritual and always refreshed him, and it usually led him to thinking about plans for the day. It wasn't until he drank the last of the tea that he felt himself flush and his complacency slip away. This was not like every other day. His actions of the day before had seen to that. He was about to throw the twig away, then noticed it and held it up, twirling it between his thumb and forefinger, thinking about its implications. It had been easy to fall into the habit of letting her take care of him. She did it with such subtle grace. He never had to ask. She anticipated his wishes. The twig was a good example. Obviously, she had gotten up before him, gone down to get one, peeled it, and put it there for him. When had she started doing it? He recalled that when he was first able to walk down, he had found one for himself one morning. The next morning, when a twig was beside his cup, he had been very grateful. He still had difficulty with the steep path then. And the hot tea. No matter what time he woke up, hot tea was ready. How did she know when to start it? The first time she had brought him a cup in the morning, he had been warm in his appreciation. When was the last time he thanked her? How many other thoughtful acts had she done for him so unobtrusively? She never makes an issue of it. Marthona is like that, he thought, so gracious with her gifts and her time that no one ever feels obligated. Whenever he offered to help, Ayla seemed surprised and was so grateful, as though she genuinely expected nothing in return for everything she had done for him. I gave her worse than nothing, he said aloud. And even after yesterday, he held up the twig, gave it a twirl, and pitched it over the edge. He noticed Winnie and the colt in the field, racing around in a large circle, full of high spirits, and he felt a twinge of excitement at seeing the running horses. Look at him go. That colt can really run. In a sprint, I think he could outrace his dam. In a sprint, young stallions often do, but not in the long run, Ayla said, appearing at the top of the path. Jondolar spun around, his eyes glowing and his smile full of pride for the colt. His enthusiasm was hard to resist. She smiled in spite of her misgivings. She had hoped the man would develop an affection for the young horse, not that it mattered any more. I was wondering where you were, he said. He felt awkward in her presence, and his smile faded. I started a fire in the roasting pit earlier, for the ptarmigan. I went to see if it was ready. He doesn't seem very happy to see me, she thought, turning to go into the cave. Her smile vanished, too. Ayla, he called, hurrying after her. When she turned back, he didn't know what to say. I was wondering, I'd like to make some tools. If you don't mind, that is. I don't want to use up your flint. I do not mind. Every year the floods take some away and bring more, she said. Must be washing down from a chalk deposit upstream. If I knew it wasn't far, I'd get some from the source. It's so much better when it's freshly mined. Dalinar mines his from a deposit near his cave, and everyone knows the quality of Lanzadanyi flint. The enthusiasm returned to his eyes, as it always did when he talked about his craft. Drug was like that, Ayla thought. He loved tool-making and everything connected with it. She smiled to herself, remembering the time Droog discovered Aga's young son, the one born after they were mated, pounding rocks together. Droog was so proud he even gave him a hammerstone. He liked teaching the skill. He didn't even mind showing me, though I was a girl. Jondolar noticed her inward look and the hint of a smile. "What are you thinking about, Ayla?" he asked. "Droog. He was a tool-maker. He used to let me watch him if I was very quiet and didn't disturb his concentration." "You can watch me if you want," Jondolar said. "In fact, I was hoping you'd show me the technique you use." "I'm not an expert. I can make the tools I need, but Droog's are much better than mine." "Your tools are perfectly serviceable. It's the technique I'd like to see." Ayla nodded and went into the cave. Jondolar waited, and when she didn't come out immediately, he wondered if she had meant now or later. He started in after her just as she was coming out, then jumped back so fast that he almost tripped. He didn't want to offend her with an inadvertent touch. Ayla took a breath, straightened her shoulders, and lifted her chin. Maybe he couldn't stand to be near her, but she was not going to let him know how much it hurt. He'd be gone soon enough. She started down the path, carrying both ptarmigan, the basket with the eggs, and a large bundle wrapped in a hide and tied with a cord. "Let me help you carry something," Jondolar said, hurrying after her. She paused long enough to give him the basket of eggs. "The ptarmigan should be started first," she said, putting the bundle down on the beach. It was just a statement, but Jondolar had the impression she was waiting for his consent, or at least acknowledgement. He was not far off. Despite her years of independence, the ways of the clan still governed many of her actions. She was not accustomed to doing something else when a man had commanded or requested her to do something for him. "Of course. Go ahead. I need to get my implements before I can work the flint," he said. She carried the plump birds around the wall to the hole she had dug earlier and lined with rocks. The fire was out in the bottom of the pit, but the stones sizzled when she sprinkled drops of water on them. She had searched up and down the valley for the right combination of greens and herbs and had brought them to the stone oven. She collected coltsfoot for its slightly salty taste, nettles, pigweed, and sprightly wood sorrel for greens, wild onions, garlicky-tasting ramsons, basil, and sage were for flavor. Smoke would add its touch of flavor as well, and wood ashes a taste of salt. She stuffed the birds with their own eggs nested in the greens, 3 eggs in one bird and 4 in the other. She had always wrapped grape leaves around the ptarmigan before they were lowered into the pit, but grapes did not grow in the valley. She remembered fish was sometimes cooked wrapped in fresh hay, and decided that would work for fowl. After the birds were resting in the bottom of the pit, she piled more grass on top, then rocks, and covered it all with dirt. Jondolar had an array of antler, bone, and stone flint-knapping implements spread out, some of which Ayla recognized. Some, though, were totally unfamiliar. She opened her bundle and arranged her implements within easy reach, then sat down and spread the leather over her lap. It was good protection. Flint could shatter into very sharp slivers. She glanced at Jondolar. He was looking over the pieces of bone and stone she had set out with great interest. He moved several nodules of flint closer to her. She noticed 2 within easy reach and thought of Droog. A good toolmaker's ability began with selection, she recalled. She wanted stone with a fine grain, looked them over, then chose the smaller one. Jondolar was nodding his head in unconscious approval. She thought of the youngster who had shown an inclination for tool-making before he was hardly toddling. "Did you always know you would work the stone?" she asked. "For a while I thought I might be a carver, perhaps even serve the mother, or work with those who served her." A touch of pain and poignant yearning crossed his features. "Then I was sent to live with Dalinar and learned to be a stone knapper instead. It was a good choice. I enjoy it and have some skill. I would never have been a great carver." "What is a carver, Jondolar?" "That's it. That's what is missing." Ayla jumped with startled consternation. "There are no carvings, no paintings, no beads, no decorations at all, not even colors. I don't understand." "I'm sorry, Ayla. How could you know what I'm talking about? A carver is someone who makes animals out of stone." Ayla frowned. "How can someone make an animal out of stone? An animal is blood and meat. It lives and breathes." "I don't mean a real animal. I mean an image, a representation. A carver makes the likeness of an animal out of stone, makes the stone look like an animal. Some carvers make images of the great Earth Mother, too, if they receive a vision of her." "A likeness? Out of stone?" "Out of other things, too. Mammoth ivory, bone, wood, antler. I've heard that some people make images out of mud. For that matter, I've seen some pretty good likenesses out of snow." Ayla had been shaking her head, struggling to understand, until he said snow. Then she remembered one winter day when she had piled bowls of snow against the wall near the cave. Hadn't she, for a while, imagined the likeness of Brun in that pile of snow? "A likeness out of snow? Yes," she nodded. "I think I understand." He wasn't sure if she did, but he could think of no way to make it plainer with no carving to show her. How drab her life must have been, he thought, growing up with flat heads. Even her clothes are no more than serviceable. Did they just hunt and eat and sleep? They don't even appreciate the gifts of the mother. No beauty, no mystery, no imagination. I wonder if she can understand what she missed. Ayla picked up the small boulder of flint and examined it closely, trying to decide where to start. She would not make a hand axe. Even Droog considered them rather simple tools, though very useful. But she didn't think that was the technique Jondolar wanted to see. She reached for an item missing from the man's tool kit, the foot bone of a mammoth, the resilient bone that would support the flint while she worked it so the stone would not shatter. She pulled it around until it was comfortably between her legs. Next, she picked up her hammer stone. There was no real difference between her stone striker and his, except hers was smaller, to better fit her hand. Holding the flint firmly on the mammoth bone anvil, Ayla struck with force. A piece of the cortex, the outer covering, fell away, exposing the dark gray material inside. The piece she had flaked off had a thick bulge where the hammerstone had struck, the bulb of percussion, and tapered to a thin edge on the opposite end. It could have been used as a cutting implement, and the first knives ever made were just such sharp-edged flakes. But the tools Ayla wanted to make required a far more advanced and complex technique. She studied the deep scar left on the core, the negative impression of the flake. The color was right. The texture was smooth, almost waxy. There was no foreign matter embedded within it. Good tools could be made from this stone. She struck off another piece of the cortex. As she continued to chip away, Jondolar could see she was shaping the stone as she removed the chalky coating. When it was off, she continued to knock off a bit here, an unwanted bump there, until the nucleus of flint was shaped like a somewhat flattened egg. Then she exchanged the hammerstone for a sturdy length of bone. Turning the core on its side and working from the edge toward the center, she struck off pieces from the top end with the bone hammer. The bone was more elastic, and the pieces of flint that fell away were longer and thinner, with a flatter bulb of percussion. When she was through, the large stone egg had a rather flat oval top, as though the tip had been sliced off. Then she stopped, and reaching for the amulet hanging around her neck, she closed her eyes and sent a silent thought to the spirit of the cave lion. Droog had always called upon the help of his totem to accomplish the next step. Luck was needed as well as skill, and she was nervous with Jondolar watching her so closely. She wanted to do it right, sensing there was more importance to the making of these tools than to the tools themselves. If she spoiled the stone, it would cast doubt on the ability of Droog and the entire clan, no matter how many times she might explain that she was not an expert. Jondolar had noticed her amulet before, but watching her hold it in both her hands with closed eyes, he wondered what significance it held. She seemed to handle it with reverence, almost as he would handle a danyi. But a danyi was a carefully sculpted figure of a woman in all her motherly abundance, a symbol of the great Earth Mother and the wondrous mystery of creation. Certainly no lumpy leather pouch could hold the same meaning. Ayla took up the bone hammer again. In order to cleave a flake from the core that would have the same dimension as the flat oval top, but with sharp, straight edges, there was one important preliminary step: a striking platform. She had to detach a small chip that would leave a dent at the edge of the flat face that had a surface perpendicular to the flake she ultimately wanted. Grasping the nucleus of the flint firmly to hold it steady, the woman took careful aim. She had to gauge the force as well as the placement. Not enough, and the chip would have the wrong angle. Too much, and she would shatter the carefully shaped edge. She took a breath and held it, then brought the bone hammer down with a sharp tap. The first was always important. If it went well, it presaged good luck. A small chip flew away, and she let herself breathe again when she saw the indentation. Changing the angle at which she held the core, she struck again, with more force. The bone hammer landed squarely in the dent, and a flake fell away from the prefabricated core. It had the shape of a long oval. One side was the flat surface she had made. The reverse side was the inner bulbar face, which was smooth, thicker at the end that was struck, and narrowed down to a razor-sharp edge all the way around. Jondolar picked it up. "That is a difficult technique to master. You need strength and precision both. Look at the edge. This is not a crude tool." Ayla expelled a tremendous sigh of relief and felt the warm glow of accomplishment. And something more. She had not let the clan down. In truth, she represented them better because she was not born to the clan. Though he would have tried, this man, so skilled in the craft himself, had he been observing a member of the clan, would have been too aware of the performer to objectively judge the performance. Ayla watched him turning the flake of stone over in his hand, then suddenly felt a peculiar inner shift. She was gripped by an uncanny chill, and seemed to be observing the two of them from a distance, as though she were outside herself. A vivid memory burst upon her of a time when she had experienced a similar disorientation. She was following lighted stone lamps deep into a cave, and she watched herself clutching at the damp stone as she was inexplicably drawn toward a small, lighted space screened by thick columns of stalactites in the heart of the mountain. 10 Mogurs were sitting in a circle around a fire, but it was the Mogur, Kreb himself, whose powerful mind, amplified and assisted by the drink Issa had told Ayla how to make for the magicians, discovered her presence. She had consumed the powerful substance too, unintentionally, and her mind was reeling out of control. It was the Mogur who drew her back from the deep abyss within and took her with him on a frightening and fascinating journey of the mind back to primordial beginnings. In the process, the greatest holy man of the clan, whose brain was unique even among his own kind, forged new pathways in her brain where only vestigial tendencies had been. But while it resembled his, her brain was not the same. She could move back with him and his memories to their mutual beginning, and through each stage of development. But he could not go as far when she came back to herself, and went a step beyond. Ayla did not understand what had hurt Kreb so deeply. She only knew it had changed him and their relationship. Nor did she understand the changes he had wrought. But for an instant she felt with utter certainty that she had been sent to the valley for a purpose that included the tall blond man. As she saw herself and Jondolar on the rocky beach of the remote valley, aberrant currents of light and motion forming out of a numinous thickening of the air and disappearing into emptiness surrounded them, joining them. She felt a vague sense of her own destiny as a pivotal nexus of many strands linking past, present, and future through a crucial transition. A deep cold swept over her. She gasped, and with a startled jerk, she was looking at a furrowed brow and a concerned face. She shuddered to dispel an eerie sense of unreality. "Are you all right, Ayla?" Yes, I'm fine." An unaccountable chill had raised gooseflesh and the hair on the back of his neck. He felt a strong urge to protect her, but he didn't know what threatened. It lasted only an instant, and he tried to shrug it off. but uneasiness lingered. "I think the weather is about to change," he said. "I felt a cold wind." They both looked up at the clear blue sky, unmarked by clouds. "It's the season for thunderstorms. They can blow up fast." He nodded, and then, to grasp at substance, he turned the subject back to the hard practicalities of tool-making. "What is your next step, Ayla?" The woman bent back to her task. With careful concentration, she flaked off 5 more sharp-edged ovals of flint, and after a final examination of the butt of stone to see if one more usable flake might be detached, she threw it aside. She turned then to the 6 flakes of gray flint and picked up the thinnest of them. With a smooth, flattened, round stone, she retouched one long, sharp edge, blunting it for a back and shaping a point at the narrow end opposite the bulge made by the impact of percussion. When she was satisfied, she held it out to Jondolar in the flat of her palm. He took it and inspected it carefully. In cross-section, it was rather thick, but tapered to a thin, sharp cutting edge along its length. It was wide enough to be held in the hand comfortably, and the back was dulled so it would not cut the user. In some ways, it resembled a mamutoy spear point, he thought, but it was never intended to be hafted to shaft or handle. It was a hand-held knife, and from observing her using a similar one, he knew it was surprisingly efficient. Jondolar put it down and nodded to her to continue. She picked up another thick stone flake, and using the canine tooth of an animal, she chipped off fine splinters from the end of the oval. The process dulled it only slightly, enough to strengthen the edge so the sharp, rounded end would not crush when used to scrape hair and grain from hides. Ayla put it down and picked up another piece. She put a large, smooth beech stone on the mammoth foot-bone anvil. Then, using pressure with the pointed tooth retoucher against the stone, she made a V-shaped notch in the middle of one long, sharp edge, large enough to shave the end of a spear shaft to a point. On a longer oval flake, using a similar technique, she made a tool which could be used to pierce holes in leather or bore holes in wood, antler, or bone. Ayla didn't know what other kinds of tools she might need, and she decided to leave the last 2 stone flakes as blanks for later. Pushing the mammoth bone out of the way, she gathered up the ends of the hide and carried it to the midden around the wall to shake it out. Splinters of flint were sharp enough to cut even the toughest of bare feet. He hadn't said anything about her tools, but she noticed Jondolar turning them over and holding them in his hand as though to try them. "I'd like to use your lap cover," he said. She gave it to him, glad her demonstration was over and anticipating his. He spread the leather hide over his lap, then closed his eyes and thought about the stone and what he would do with it. Then he picked up one of the flint nodules he had brought to the site and inspected it. The hard, silicious mineral had been torn loose from chalk deposits laid down during the Cretaceous period. It still bore traces of its origin in the chalky outer covering, though it had been disgorged with the raging flood through the narrow canyon upstream and flung onto the rocky beach. Flint was the most effective material, occurring naturally, for making tools. It was hard, and yet, due to its minute crystal structure, it could be worked. Its shape was limited only by the skill of the napper. Jondolar was looking for the distinctive characteristics of chalcedony flint, the purest and clearest. Any stones with cracks or fissures he discarded, as well as those that made a sound when tapped with another stone, indicating to his ear flaws or inclusions. He finally selected one. Supporting it with his thigh, he held it with his left hand, and with his right he reached for the hammerstone and juggled it to get the right feel. It was new, still unfamiliar, and each hammerstone had its own individuality. When it felt right, he held the flint firmly and struck. A large piece of the gray-white cortex fell away. Inside, the flint was a paler shade of gray than the one Ayla had worked, with a bluish sheen, fine-grained, a good stone, a good sign. He struck again and again. Ayla was familiar enough with the process to recognize his expertise immediately. He far surpassed any skill she had. The only one she'd ever seen who could shape the stone with such certain confidence was Droog. But the shape Jondolar was giving to his stone was not like any made by the clan toolmaker. She bent closer to watch. Rather than egg-shaped, Jondolar's core was becoming more cylindrical, but not exactly circular. By flaking pieces from both sides, he was creating a ridge which ran the length of the cylinder. The ridge was still rough and wavy when the cortex was removed, and he put the hammerstone down to pick up a solid length of antler that had been cut off below the first fork to eliminate all branches. With the antler hammer, he chipped off smaller pieces to make the ridge straight. He was preparing his core also, but he was not planning to remove thick flakes with a predetermined shape. That much was obvious to Ayla. When he was finally satisfied with the ridge, he picked up another implement, one she had been curious about. This was also made from a section of a big antler, longer than the first, and rather than being cut off below the fork, 2 branches projected from the central stem, and the bottom of it had been shaped to a point. Jondolar got up and held the flint core with his foot. Then he placed the point of the forked antler just above the ridge he had so carefully shaped. He held the upper protruding branch so that the lower one faced front and jutted out. Then, with a heavy length of long bone, he tapped the jutting tine. A thin blade fell away. It was as long as the cylinder of stone, but only about 1/6 as wide as the length. He held it up to the sun and showed it to Ayla. Translucent light filtered through. The ridge he had so carefully shaped ran down the center of the outside face for the full length, and it had 2 very sharp cutting edges. With the point of the antler punch placed directly on the flint, he had not had to aim as carefully or gauge distance as closely. The force of the percussion was directed exactly where he wanted it, and with the force of the blow dispersed between 2 intermediate resilient objects, the bone hammer and the antler punch, there was almost no percussion bulge. The blade was long and narrow and uniformly thin. Without having to judge the strength of his strike as carefully, he had far more control over the results. Jondolar's stoneworking technique was a revolutionary improvement, but as important as the blade it produced was the scar it left behind on the core. The ridge he had made was gone. In its place was a long trough with 2 ridges on either side. That had been the purpose of the careful pre-working. He moved the tip of the punch over so that it was above one of the new ridges, then tapped again with the bone hammer. Another long, narrow blade fell off, leaving 2 more ridges behind. He moved the punch again, above another of the ridges, detached another blade, and created more ridges. When he finally ran out of usable material, not 6, but 25 blades were lined up in a row, more than 4 times the useful cutting edge from the same amount of stone, more than 4 times the number of blanks. Long and thin, with surgically sharp edges, the blades were usable as cutting implements as they were, but they were not his finished product. They would be further shaped for a multitude of uses, primarily to make other tools. Depending on the shape and quality of the flint nodule, not 4, but up to 6 or 7 times the usable number of blanks for tools could be made from stones of the same size with the more advanced technique. The new method not only gave the toolmaker more control, it gave his people an unparalleled advantage. Jondolar picked up one of the blades and gave it to Ayla. She checked the sharpness of the edge lightly with her thumb, exerted some pressure to test its strength, and turned it over in her hand. It curved up at the ends. It was the nature of the material, but more noticeable in the long, thin blade. She held her palm out flat and watched it rock on its bowed back. The shape did not, however, limit its function. "Jondolar, this is... I don't know the word. It's wonderful. Important. You made so many. You are not through with these, are you?" He smiled. "No, I'm not through." "They are so thin and fine. They are beautiful. They might break more easily, but I think with the ends retouched, they'd be strong scrapers." Her practical side was already imagining the blanks into tools. Yes, and like yours, good knives, though I'd want to put a tang on it for a handle. I don't know what tang is. He picked up a blade to explain. I can blunt the back of this and shape a point, and I would have a knife. If I pressure off a few flakes on the inner face, I can even straighten out the curves somewhat. Now, about halfway down the blade, if I use pressure to break off the edge and make a shoulder and leave just a prong on the lower end, that is a tang. He picked up a small segment of antler. If I fit the tang into a piece of bone or wood or antler like this, the knife will have a handle. It's easier to use with a handle. If you boil antler for a while, it will swell and soften, and then you can force the tang into the middle where it's softer. When the antler dries, it shrinks and tightens around the tang. Often it will hold without binding or glue for a long time. Ayla was excited about the new method and wanted to practice it as she had always done after watching Droog, but she wasn't sure if it would violate Jondolar's customs or traditions. The more she learned about the ways of his people, the less sense they made. He didn't seem to mind her hunting, but he might not want her to make his kind of tools. I would like to try. Is there objection to women making tools? Her question pleased him. It took skill to make her kind of tools. He was sure even the best toolmaker had inconsistent results, though the worst could probably turn out some that were usable. Even smashing a flint boulder by accident usually produced a few pieces that were usable. But he would have understood if she had tried to justify her method. Instead, she seemed to recognize his technique for what it was, a vast improvement, and wanted to try it. He wondered how he would feel if someone showed him as radical an improvement. I'd want to learn it, he said to himself with a wry grin. Women can be good flint knappers. Joplea, my cousin, is one of the best. But she's a terrible tease, so I would never tell her that. She'd never let me forget it. He smiled at the memory. In the clan, women can make tools, but not weapons. Women make weapons. After they have children, Zelendanyi women seldom hunt, but if they learned when they were young, they understand how weapons are used. Many tools and weapons are lost or broken on a hunt. A man whose mate knows how to make new ones always has a fresh supply. And women are closer to the mother. Some men think women-made weapons are luckier. But if a man has bad luck or lacks skill, he'll always blame the tool maker, especially if it's a woman. Could I learn? Anyone who can make tools the way you did can certainly learn to make them this way. He answered her question in a slightly different sense than she meant it. She knew she was capable of learning. She had been trying to assure herself that it was allowable. But his answer made her stop and think. No. I don't think so. Of course you can learn. I know I can learn, Jondolar, but not anyone who makes tools the clan way can learn to make them your way. Some could. I think Droog could. But anything new is difficult for them. They learn from their memories. He thought at first she was joking, but she was serious. Could she be right? Given the opportunity, would clan tool-makers be not unwilling but unable to learn? Then it occurred to him that he would not have thought them capable of making tools at all, not so long ago. They made tools, they communicated, and they took in a strange orphan child. He had learned more about flatheads in the past few days than anyone knew, except Ayla. It could be useful to know more about them, perhaps. There seemed to be more to them than anyone realized. Thinking about flatheads suddenly made him recall the day before, and an unexpected flush of embarrassment rushed him. With their concentration on tool-making, he had forgotten. He had been looking at the woman, but not really seeing her golden braid shining in the sunlight, offering marked contrast to her deep, rich tan, or her eyes, blue-gray and clear, like the translucent color of fine flint. Oh, Mother, she was beautiful. He became acutely conscious of her sitting so close to him and felt a movement in his groin. He could not have kept his sudden shift of interest out of his eyes if he'd tried, and He didn't try. Ayla felt his change in mood. It washed over her, caught her unprepared. How could anyone's eyes be so blue? Not the sky, not the blue gentians growing in the mountain meadows near the clan's cave were so deeply, vibrantly hued. She could feel that feeling starting. Her body tingled, ached for him to touch her. She was leaning forward, pulled, drawn to him, and only with supreme effort of will did she close her eyes and pull away. Why does he look at me that way when I'm abomination? When he can't touch me without jerking away as if he were burned? Her heart was pounding. She was panting as though she had been running, and she tried to slow her breaths. She heard him get up before she opened her eyes. The leather lap cover had been flung aside, and his carefully wrought blades were scattered. She watched him walking away with stiff movements, his shoulders hunched until he was around the wall. He seemed miserable as she was. Once he cleared the wall, Jondolar broke into a run. He raced down the field until his pumping legs ached and his breath railed in ragged sobs. Then he slowed and jogged to a halt, heaving great gasps. "You stupid fool, what does it take to convince you? Just because she's decent enough to let you get some supplies together doesn't mean she wants any part of you, particularly that part. Yesterday she was hurt and offended because you didn't... That was before you ruined it for yourself." He didn't like to think about it. He knew what he had felt, what she must have seen, the revulsion, the disgust. So what is different now? She lived with flatheads, remember? For years. She became one of them, one of their males. He was purposely bringing out everything loathsome, defiled, unclean that was part of his way of life. Ayla was all of them. When he was a young boy hiding with the other young boys behind bushes, telling each other the foulest words they knew, flathead female was among them. When he was older, not much older, but enough to know what woman-maker meant, the same boys gathered in dark corners of the cave to talk in hushed voices about girls and to plot with sneering laughter to get a flathead female and to scare each other about the consequences. Even then, the thought of a flathead male and a woman was unthinkable. Only when he was a young man was it mentioned, and then not so any elder might hear. When young men wanted to be snickering boys again and told each other the coarsest, filthiest stories they could think of, it was of flathead males and women, and what would happen to a man who shared pleasures with such a woman afterward, even unknowingly. Especially unknowingly. That was the joke. But they did not joke about abominations or the women who bore them. They were polluted mixtures of spirits, an evil let loose upon the land that even the mother, the creator of all life, abhorred, and the women who bore them, untouchable. Could Ayla be that? Could she be defiled, unclean? Filth? Evil? Honest, straightforward Ayla, with her gift of healing? So wise and fearless and gentle and beautiful. Could anyone that beautiful be unclean? I don't think she would even understand the meaning. But what would someone think who didn't know her? What if they met her and she just told them who raised her? Told them about the child? What would Zelendani think? Or Marthona? And she would tell them, too. She'd tell them about her son and stand up to them. I think Ayla could stand up to anyone, even Zelendani. She could almost be a Zelendani herself, with her skill in healing and her way with animals. But if Ayla is not evil, then everything about flatheads is not true. No one will believe that. Jondolar had not been paying attention to where he was going, and was startled when he felt a soft muzzle in his hand. He hadn't seen the horses. He stopped to scratch and stroke the young colt. Winnie gradually moved toward the cave, grazing as she went. The colt bounded ahead to her when the man gave him a final pat. Jondolar was not in a hurry to face Ayla again. But Ayla was not at the cave. She had followed him around the wall and watched him run down the length of the valley. She felt like running sometimes, but she wondered what made him suddenly need to run so hard. Was it she? She put a hand on the warm dirt over the roasting pit, and then she walked to the large rock. Jondolar, distracted again by his thoughts, was surprised when he looked up to see both animals clustered around her. I'm sorry, Ayla. I shouldn't have run off like that. Sometimes I need to run. Yesterday I let Winnie run for me. She goes farther. I'm sorry about that, too. She nodded. Courtesy again, she thought. Custom. What does it really mean? In silence, she leaned against Winnie, and the horse dropped her head over the woman's shoulder. Jondolar had seen them in a similar pose before when Ayla was upset. They seemed to be drawing support from each other. He was finding satisfaction in stroking the colt himself. But the young horse was too impatient to put up with such inaction for long, as much as he loved attention. He tossed his head, raised his tail, and bounded off. Then, with a bucking jump, he turned around, came back, and bumped the man, as though asking him to come and play. Ayla and Jondolar both laughed, breaking the tension. You were going to name him, she said. It was just a statement, carrying no urging tones. If he didn't name the colt, she most probably would. I don't know what to name him. I've never had to think of a name before. I never did either, until Winnie. What about your son? Didn't you name him? Kreb named him. Dirk was the name of a young man in a legend. It was my favorite of all the legends and stories, and Kreb knew it. I think he chose the name to please me. I didn't know your clan had legends. How do you tell a story without talking? The same way you'd tell one with words, except in some ways it's easier to show something than to tell it. I suppose that's true, he said, wondering what kind of stories they told, or rather, showed. He wouldn't have thought flatheads were capable of imagining stories. They were both watching the colt, tail out, head reaching forward, enjoying a good run. What a stallion he's going to be, Jondolar thought. What a racer. Racer, he said. What do you think of naming him Racer? He had used the word so often in reference to the colt that it fit him. I like it. It's a good name. But if it is to be his, he should be named properly. How do you name a horse properly? I'm not sure if it is proper for a horse, but I named Winnie the way children of the clan are named. I'll show you. With the horses following them, she led him to a draw on the steppes that had once been a riverbed, but had been dry for so long that it was partially filled in. One side had eroded to show the horizontal layers of strata. To Jondolar's surprise, she loosened a layer of red ochre with a stick and gathered up the deep brownish-red earth in both hands. Back at the stream, she mixed the red earth with water to a muddy paste. Kreb mixed the red color with cave bear grease, but I don't have any, and I think plain mud is better for a horse. It dries and brushes off. It's the naming that counts. You'll have to hold his head. Jondolar beckoned. The colt was full of lively antics, but understood the gesture. He stood still while the man put an arm around his neck and scratched. Ayla made some movements in the old language, requesting the attention of the spirits. She did not want to make it too serious. She still wasn't sure if spirits were offended by the naming of a horse, though naming Winnie had produced no ill effects. Then she picked up a handful of red mud. The name of this male horse is Racer, she said, making the gestures at the same time. Then she smeared the wet red earth down his face, from the tuft of white hair on his forehead to the end of his rather long nose. It was done quickly, before the colt could wriggle out of Jondolar's grasp. He pranced away, tossing his head, trying to rid himself of the unaccustomed wetness, then butted up against Jondolar, leaving a red streak on his bare chest. I think he just named me, the man said, smiling. Then, true to his name, Racer sped down the field. Jondolar brushed at the reddish smear on his chest. Why did you use this, the red earth? It is special, holy, for spirits, she said. Sacred? We call it sacred, the blood of the mother. The blood, yes. Kreb, The Mogur rubbed a salve of red earth and cave bear grease on Issa's body after her spirit left. He called it the blood of birth, so Issa could be born into the next world. The memory still brought her pain. Jondolar's eyes widened. Flatheads, I mean, your clan uses the sacred earth to send a spirit to the next world? Are you sure? No one is buried properly without it. Ayla, we use the red earth. It is the blood of the mother. It is put on the body and the grave so she will take the spirit back into her womb to be born again. A look of pain came into his eyes. Thonolin had no red earth. I had none for him, Jondolar, and I couldn't take the time to get it. I had to get you back here, or I would have needed to make a second grave. I did ask my totem and the spirit of Ursus, the great cave bear, to help him find his way. You buried him? His body was not left to scavengers? I put his body next to the wall and loosened a rock so the gravel and stones covered him. But I had no red earth. Jondolar found the idea of flathead burials the hardest to comprehend. Animals did not bury their dead. Only humans thought about where they came from and where they were going after this life. Could her clan spirits guide Thonolin on his way? It is more than my brother would have had if you hadn't been there, Ayla. And I have so much more. I have my life. Chapter 26. Ayla, I can't remember when I've tasted anything this good. Where did you learn to cook like this? Jondolar said, reaching for another piece of the rich, delicately seasoned ptarmigan. Issa taught me. Where else would I have learned? This was Kreb's favorite dish. Ayla didn't know why, but his question irritated her a little. Why shouldn't she know how to cook? A medicine woman knows herbs, Jondolar, those that flavor as well as those that heal. He detected the tone of annoyance in her voice and wondered what had brought it on. He had only meant to compliment her. The meal was good, excellent in fact. When he thought about it, everything she prepared was delicious. Many of the foods were unusual to his taste, but new experiences were one reason for traveling, and though unfamiliar, the quality was evident. And she did it all. Like the hot tea in the morning, she makes it so easy to forget how much she does. She hunted, foraged, cooked this meal. She provided everything. All you've done is eat it, Jondolar. You haven't contributed a thing. You've taken it all and given nothing back. Less than nothing. And now you give her compliments, words. Can you blame her for being annoyed? She'll be glad to see you go. You just make more work for her. You could do some hunting, repay some of the meat you've eaten at least. That seems so little after everything she's done for you. Can't you think of something more lasting? She hunts well enough herself. How worthwhile is a little hunting? How she does it, though, with that clumsy spear. I wonder, would she think I was insulting her clan if I offered? Ayla, I want to say something, but I don't want to offend you. Why do you worry now about offending me? If you have something to say, say it. The prickles of her irritation were still showing, and his chagrin almost stopped him. You're right. It is a little late. But I was wondering, how do you hunt with that spear? She was puzzled by his question. I dig a hole and run. No, stampede a herd toward it. But last winter... A pit trap, of course, so you can get close enough to use that spear. Ayla, you've done so much for me. I want to do something for you before I leave, something worthwhile. But I don't want you to feel offended by my suggestion. If you don't like it, just forget I said anything, all right? She nodded, a little apprehensive, but curious. You are a good hunter, especially considering your weapon. But I think I can show you a way to make it easier, a better hunting weapon, if you'll let me. Her annoyance evaporated. You want to show me a better hunting weapon? And an easier way to hunt, unless you'd rather not. It will take some practice. She shook her head with disbelief. Clan women do not hunt, and no man wanted me to hunt, not even with a sling. Brun and Kreb only allowed it to appease my totem. The cave lion is a powerful male totem, and he made them know it was his choice that I should hunt. They dared not defy him. Suddenly she recalled a vivid scene. They made a special ceremony. She reached for the small scar in the hollow of her throat. Kreb drew my blood as sacrifice to the Ancient Ones so I could become the woman who hunts. When I found this valley, the only weapon I knew was my sling. But a sling is not enough, so I made spears like the ones the men used, and I learned to hunt with them the best I could. I never thought any man would want to show me a better way." She stopped and looked down at her lap, suddenly overcome. "I would be most grateful, Jondolar. I cannot tell you how much." The wrinkles of tension on the man's forehead smoothed out. He thought he glimpsed a tear glistening. Could it mean that much to her? And he was worried that she might take it wrong. Would he ever understand her? The more he learned about her, the less he seemed to know. She taught herself? "I will need to make some special tools, and some bone. The deer leg bones I found will work fine, but I'll need to soak them. Do you have a container I can use to soak bones?" "How big does it need to be? I have many containers," she said, getting up. "It can wait until you finish eating, Ayla." She didn't feel like eating now. She was too excited. But he wasn't through. She sat back down and picked at her food until he noticed she wasn't eating. "Do you want to go look at containers now?" he asked. She leaped up and headed for the storage area, then went back for the stone lamp. It was dark in the back of the cave. She gave the lamp to Jondolar while she uncovered baskets, bowls, and birch bark containers that were stacked and nested within each other. He held the lamp high to shed more light and looked around. There was so much, far more than she could use. "Did you make all this?" "Yes," she replied, sorting through the stacks. "It must have taken days, moons, seasons. How long did it take?" Ayla tried to think of a way to tell him. "Seasons, many seasons. Most were made during the cold seasons. I had nothing else to do. Are any of these the right size?" He looked over the containers she had spread out and picked up several, more to examine the workmanship than to select one. It was hard to believe. No matter how skilled she was or how fast she worked, the finely woven baskets and smoothly finished bowls had taken time to make. How long had she been here? Alone. "This one will be fine," he said, selecting a large trough-shaped wooden bowl with high sides. Ayla piled everything back neatly while he held the lamp. She could not have been much more than a girl when she arrived, he thought. She's not very old, or is she? It was hard to judge. She had an ageless quality, a certain ingenuousness that was at odds with her full, ripe woman's body. She had given birth. She was every bit a woman. "I wonder how old she is." They walked down the path. Jondolar filled the bowl with water and inspected the leg bones he had found in her midden. "This one has a crack I didn't notice before," he mentioned, showing her the bone before he discarded it. He placed the rest in the water. As they went back up to the cave, he tried to estimate Ayla's age. She can't be too young. She's too skilled a healer. Yet, can she be as old as I am? "Ayla, how long have you been here?" he asked as they started into the cave, unable to contain his curiosity. She halted, not sure how to respond or if she could make him understand. Her counting sticks came to mind, but although Kreb had shown her how to make the marks, she wasn't supposed to know. Jondolar might disapprove. But he's leaving, she thought. She got out a bundle of the sticks she had marked every day, untied it, and laid them out. "What are these?" he asked. "You want to know how long I've been here. I don't know how to tell you, but since I found this valley, I have cut a mark on a stick every night. I have been here as many nights as there are marks on my sticks." "Do you know how many marks there are?" She remembered the frustration she had felt when she had tried to make some meaning of her marked sticks before. "As many as there are," she said. Jondolar picked up one of the sticks, intrigued. She did not know the counting words, but she had some sense of them. Not even everyone in his cave could comprehend them. The powerful magic of their meaning was not given to everyone to know. Zelendani had explained some to him. He didn't know all the magic they contained, but he knew more than most who were not of the calling. Where had Ayla learned to mark the sticks? How could someone raised by flatheads have any understanding of counting words? How did you learn to do this?
Kreb showed me, long ago, when I was a little girl.
Kreb, the man whose hearth you lived at? He knew what they meant? He wasn't just making marks?
Kreb was Mogur, holy man. The clan looked to him to know the proper time for certain ceremonies, like naming days or clan gatherings. This was how he knew. I don't think he believed I would understand. It is difficult even for Mogurs. He did it so I wouldn't ask so many questions. Afterward, he told me not to mention it again. He caught me once, when I was older, marking the days of the moon's cycle, and was very angry.
This Mogur.
Jondolar had difficulty with the pronunciation.
He was someone holy, sacred, like a Zelendani?
I don't know. You say Zelendani when you mean healer. Mogur was not a healer. Isa knew the plants and herbs. She was medicine woman. Mogur knew spirits. He helped her by talking to them.
A Zelendani can be a healer or can have other gifts. A Zelendani is someone who has answered the call to serve the mother. Some have no special gifts, just a desire to serve. They can talk to the mother.
Kreb had other gifts. He was most high, most powerful. He did. I don't know how to explain.
Jondolar nodded.
It was not always easy to explain a Zelendani's gifts either. But they were also the keepers of special knowledge.
He looked back at the sticks. What does this mean? He asked, pointing to the extra marks. Ayla blushed.
It is my womanhood, she answered, groping for a way to explain. Women of the clan were supposed to avoid men during their menses, and men totally ignored them. Women suffered the partial ostracism, the women's curse, because men feared the mysterious life force that enabled a woman to bring forth life. It imbued the spirit of her totem with extraordinary strength, which fought off the impregnating essences of the spirits of men's totems. When a woman bled, it meant her totem had won and had wounded the essence of the male totem, had cast it out. No man wanted his totem spirit to be drawn into the battle at that time. But Ayla had been faced with a dilemma shortly after she brought the man to her cave. She could not keep herself in strict isolation when her bleeding started, not when he was barely clinging to life and needed close attention. She had to ignore the stricture. Later, she tried to make her contact with him during those times as brief as possible, but she couldn't avoid him when just two of them shared the cave. Nor could she attend only to women's tasks then, as was the clan practice. There were no other women to take her place. She had to hunt for the man and cook for the man, and he wanted her to share meals with him. All she could do to maintain some semblance of womanly decorum was to avoid any reference to the subject and take care of herself in private to keep the fact as inconspicuous as possible. How then could she answer his question? But he accepted her statement with no apparent qualms or misgivings. She could detect no sign that he was disturbed at all.
Most women keep some kind of record. Did Kreb or Isa teach you to do that? He asked.
Ayla bowed her head to hide her discomfiture. No, I did it so I would know. I didn't want to be away from the cave unprepared.
His nod of understanding surprised her. Women tell a story about the counting words, he continued. They say the moon, Lumi, is the lover of the great Earth Mother. On the days when Dani bleeds, she will not share pleasures with him. That makes him angry and hurts his pride. He turns away from her and hides his light. But he cannot stay away for long. He gets lonely, misses her warm, full body, and peeks back to see her.
By then, Donnie is upset and will not look on him. But as he turns around and shines for her in all his splendor, she cannot resist him. She opens herself to him once more, and they are both happy. That is why many of her festivals are held when the moon is full. Women say their phases match the mothers. They call their time of bleeding the moon time, and they can tell when to expect it by watching Lumi. They say Donnie gave them the counting words so they would know even when the moon is hidden by the clouds, but they are used in many important ways now. Though she was disconcerted to hear a man talk so casually about intimate female matters, Ayla was fascinated by the story. "Sometimes I watch the moon," she said, "but I mark the stick, too. What are counting words?" "They are names for the marks on your sticks, for one thing. For other things, too. They are used to say the number of anything. They can say how many deer a scout has seen, or how many days away they are. If it is a large herd, such as bison in the fall, then a Zelendani must scout the herd, one who knows the special ways to use counting words." An undercurrent of anticipation stirred through the woman. She could almost understand what he meant. She felt on the edge of resolving questions whose answers had eluded her. The tall, blond man spied the pile of round cooking stones and scooped them up in both hands. "Let me show you," he said. He lined them up in a row and, pointing to each in turn, began to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ayla watched with rising excitement. When he finished, he looked around for something else to count, and he picked up a few of Ayla's marked sticks. 1, he said, putting down the first. 2, laying the next down beside it. 3, 4, 5. Ayla had a vivid recollection of Kreb telling her, birth year, walking year, weaning year, as he pointed to her outstretched fingers. She held up her hand, and looking at Jondolar, she pointed to each finger. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, she said. "That's it. I knew you were close when I saw your sticks." Her smile was gloriously triumphant. She picked up one of the sticks and began counting the marks. Jondolar continued with the counting words beyond the one she knew, but even he had to stop a few marks beyond the second extra mark. His brow knotted in concentration. "Is this how long you've been here?" he asked, indicating the few sticks she had brought out. "No," she said, and got the rest. Untying the bundles, she spread out all the sticks. Jondolar looked closer and paled. His stomach turned. Years! The marks represented years. He lined them up so he could see all the marks, then studied them for a while. Though Zelendani had explained some ways to tally larger numbers, he had to think. Then he smiled. Rather than try to count the days, he would count the extra marks, the ones that represented a complete cycle of the moon's phases as well as the beginning of her moon times. Pointing to each mark, he made a mark in the dirt floor as he said the counting words aloud. After 13 marks, he started another row, but skipped the first, as Zelendani had explained, and made only 12 marks. Moon cycles did not match the seasons or the years exactly. He came to the end of her marks at the end of the 3rd row, then looked at her with awe. 3 years. You've been here 3 years. That's how long I've been on my journey. Have you been alone all that time? I've had Winnie, and up until— But you haven't seen any people? No, not since I left the clan. She thought of the years the way she had tallied them. The beginning, when she left the clan, found the valley, and adopted the little filly, she called Winnie's year. The next spring, the beginning of the cycle of regrowth, she found the lion cub, and thought of that as Baby's year. From Winnie's year to Baby's year was Jondolar's 1. Next was the stallion's year, 2. And 3 was the year of Jondolar and the colt. She remembered the years better her way, but she liked the counting words. The man had made her marks tell him how long she had been in the valley, and she wanted to learn to do it. "Do you know how old you are, Ayla? How many years you have lived?" Jondolar suddenly asked. "Let me think about it," she said. She held up one hand with her fingers outstretched. "Kreb said Isa thought I was about this many. 5 years when they found me." Jondolar made 5 marks on the ground. "Dirk was born the spring of the year we went to the clan gathering. I took him with me. Kreb said there are this many years between clan gatherings." She held up 2 fingers in addition to the full hand. "That's 7, Jondolar said. "There was a clan gathering the summer before they found me." "That's 1 less. Let me think," he said, making more marks in the dirt. Then he shook his head. "Are you sure? That means your son was born when you were 11. "I'm sure, Jondolar." "I've heard of a few women giving birth that young, but not many. 13 or 14 is more usual, and some think that's too young. You were hardly more than a child yourself." "No, I was not a child. I had not been a child for several years by then. I was too big to be a child, taller than everyone, including the men. And I was already older than most clan girls are when they become women." Her mouth drew up in a skewed smile. "I don't think I could have waited any longer. Some thought I would never become a woman because I have such a strong male totem. Isa was so glad when the moon time started. So was I until—" Her smile faded. "That was Braud's year. The next one was Dirk's year." "The year before your son was born." 10. 10 years when he forced you. How could he do it?" "I was a woman, taller than most women, taller than he." "But not bigger than he. I've seen some of those flatheads. They may not be tall, but they're powerful. I wouldn't want to fight one hand to hand." "They are men, Jondolar," she corrected gently. "They are not flatheads. They are men of the clan." It stopped him. For all her soft-spoken tones, there was a stubborn set to her jaw. "After what happened, you still insist he isn't an animal?" "You might say Braud was an animal for forcing me. But then, what do you call the men who force women of the clan?" He hadn't thought of it in quite that way. "Not all the men were like Braud, Jondolar. Most of them were not. Kreb was not. He was gentle and kind, even though he was a powerful Mogur. Brun was not, even though he was leader. He was strong-willed, but he was fair. He accepted me into his clan. Some things he had to do. It was the clan way, but he honored me with his gratitude. Men of the clan do not often show gratitude to women in front of everyone. He let me hunt. He accepted Dirk. When I left, he promised to protect him." "When did you leave?" She stopped to think. Birth year, walking year, weaning year. "Dirk was 3 years when I left," she said. Jondolar added 3 more lines. "You were 14? Only 14? And you've lived here alone since then? For 3 years?" He counted up all the lines. "You are 17 years, Ayla. You have lived a lifetime in your 17 years, he said. Ayla sat silently for a time, pensively. Then she spoke. "Dirk is 6 years now. The men will be taking him with them to the practice field by now. Grad will make him a spear, his size, and Brun will teach him to use it. And if he's still alive, old Zau will show him how to use a sling. Dirk will practice hunting small animals with his friend Grev. Dirk is younger, but he's taller than Grev. He always was tall for his age. He gets that from me. He can run fast. No one can run faster. And he's good with the sling. And Uba loves him. She loves him as much as I do." Ayla didn't notice the tears falling until she took a breath that was a sob, and she didn't know how she found herself in Jondolar's arms, with her head on his shoulder. "It's all right, Ayla," the man said, patting her gently. Mother at 11, torn away from her son at 14. Not able to watch him grow, not even sure if he's alive. She's sure someone loves him and is taking care of him and teaching him to hunt, like any child. Ayla felt wrung out when she finally lifted her head from the man's shoulder, but she felt lighter, too, as though her grief rested less heavily on her. It was the first time since she had left the clan that she had shared her loss with another human soul. She smiled at him with gratitude. He smiled back with tenderness and compassion, and something more that welled up from the unconscious source of his inner self and showed in the blue depths of his eyes. It found a responsive chord within the woman. They spent a long moment locked in the intimate embrace of outspoken eyes, declaring in silence that which they would not say aloud. The intensity was too much for Ayla. She was still not entirely comfortable with a direct stare. She wrenched her eyes away and began gathering up her marked sticks. It took a moment for Jondolar to gather himself together and help her tie the sticks into bundles. Working beside her made him more aware of her warm fullness and pleasant female scent than when he was comforting her in his arms. And Ayla felt an after-sense of the places their bodies had met, where his gentle hands had touched her, and the taste of the salt of his skin mingled with her tears. They both realized they had touched each other, and neither had been offended. But they carefully avoided looking too directly at each other or brushing too close, fearful that it might disturb their unplanned moment of tenderness. Ayla picked up her bundles, then turned to the man. "How many years are you, Jondolar?" "I was 18 years when I started my journey. Thonolin was 15, and 18 when he died. So young." His face showed his pain. Then he continued, "I am 21 years now, and I've yet to mate. I'm old for an unmated man. Most have found a woman and made a hearth at a much younger age. Even Thonolin. He was 16 at his matrimonial." "I found only 2 men. Where is his mate?" "She died while giving birth. Her son died too." Compassion filled Ayla's eyes. "That's why we were traveling again. He couldn't stay there. This was his journey more than mine from the beginning. He was always the one after adventure, always reckless. He'd dare anything, but everyone was his friend. I just traveled with him. Thonolin was my brother and the best friend I had. After Jatamio died, I tried to convince him to go back home with me, but he wouldn't. He was so full of grief that he wanted to follow her to the next world." Ayla recalled the depth of Jondolar's desolation when he had first comprehended that his brother was dead, and she saw the ache that still lingered. "Perhaps he's happier if it's what he wanted. It's difficult to go on living when you lose someone you love so much," she said gently. Jondolar thought of his brother's inconsolable sorrow and understood it more now. Maybe Ayla was right. She ought to know. She had suffered enough grief and hardship. But she chose to live. Thonolin had courage, rash and impetuous. Ayla's is the courage to endure. Ayla didn't sleep well, and the turnings and shufflings she heard from the other side of the fireplace made her wonder if Jondolar was lying awake too. She wanted to get up and go to him, but the mood of caring tenderness that had grown out of shared griefs seemed so fragile that she was afraid to spoil it by wanting more than he was willing to give. In the dim red light of the banked fire, she could see the shape of his body wrapped in sleeping furs, with a tanned arm flung out and a muscular calf with a heel in the dirt. She saw him more distinctly when she closed her eyes than when she opened them to the breathing mound across the hearth. His straight yellow hair tied back with a piece of thong, his beard darker and curly, his startling eyes that said more than his words, and his large, sensitive, long-fingered hands went deeper than vision. They filled her with inner sight. He always knew what to do with his hands, whether holding a piece of flint or finding just the right place to scratch the colt. Racer. It was a good name. The man had named him. How could a man so tall, so strong, be so gentle? She had felt his hard muscles, felt them move when he comforted her. He was unashamed to show care, to show sorrow. Men of the clan were more distant, more reserved. Even Kreb, as much as she knew he loved her, had not shown his feelings so openly, not even within the boundary stones of his hearth. What would she do when he was gone? She didn't want to think about it. But she had to face it. He was going to leave. He said he wanted to give her something before he left. He said he was leaving. Ayla tossed and turned through the night, catching glimpses of his bare torso, deeply tanned, the back of his head and broad shoulders, and once his right thigh with a jagged scar, but nothing worse. Why had he been sent? She was learning the new words.
Was it to teach her to talk? He was going to show her a new way to hunt, a better way. Who would imagine that a man would be willing to teach her a new hunting skill? Jondolar was different from men of the clan in that way, too. Maybe I can do something special for him to remember me. Ayla dozed off, thinking how much she wanted him to hold her again, how much she wanted to feel his warmth, his skin next to hers. She awoke just before dawn with a dream of him walking across the winter steppes, and she knew what she wanted to do. She wanted to make something for him that would always be close to his skin, something that would keep him warm. She got up quietly and found the clothes she had cut off him that first night, and she brought them closer to the fireplace. They were still stiff with dried blood, but if she soaked it out, she could see how they were made. The shirt with the fascinating design could be salvaged, she thought, if she replaced the arm sections. The trousers would have to be remade from new material, but she could save some of the parka. The foot coverings were undamaged. They only needed new thongs. She leaned close to the red coals, examining the seams. Small holes had been poked through the skins along the edges, then pulled together with sinew and thin leather strips. She had looked at them before, the night she had cut them off. She wasn't sure if she could reproduce them, but she could try. Jondolar stirred, and she held her breath. She didn't want him to see her with his clothes. She didn't want him to know until they were ready. He settled down again, making the heavy breathing sounds of deep sleep. She bundled up the clothes once more and put them under her sleeping fur. Later, she could go through her pile of finished skins and furs and select the ones to use. As faint light began to filter in through the cave openings, a slight change in his movements and breathing signaled to Ayla that he would wake soon. She added wood to the fire along with heating stones, then set out the pot basket. The water bag was nearly empty. The tea was better made with fresh water. Winnie and her colt were standing on their side of the cave, and Ayla stopped on her way out when the mare blew softly. "I have a wonderful idea," she said to the horse, in silent sign language, smiling. "I'm going to make Jondolar some clothes, his kind of clothes. Do you think he'll like that?" Then her smile left her. She put an arm around Winnie's neck, the other around Racer, and leaned her forehead on the mare. Then he'll leave me, she thought. She could not force him to stay. She could only help him leave. She walked down the path by the first light of dawn, trying to forget her bleak future without Jondolar and trying to draw some comfort from the thought that the clothes she would make would be close to him. She slipped out of her wrap for a brisk morning swim, then found a twig of the right size and filled the water bag. "I'll try something different this morning," she thought. "Sweetgrass and chamomile." She peeled the twig, put it beside the cup, and started the tea steeping. "The raspberries are ripe. I think I'll pick some." She set the hot tea out for Jondolar, selected a picking basket, and went back out. Winnie and Racer followed her out and grazed in the field near the patch of raspberries. She also dug up wild carrots, small and pale yellow, and white starchy ground nuts that were good raw, though she liked them better cooked. When she returned, Jondolar was outside on the sunny ledge. She waved when she washed the roots, then brought them up and added them to a broth she had started, using dry meat. She tasted it, sprinkled in some dried herbs, and divided the raspberries into 2 portions, then poured herself a cup of cool tea. "Chamomile," Jondolar said, "and I don't know what else." "I don't know what you call it. Something like grass that is sweet. I'll show you the plant sometime." She noticed his tool-making implements were out, along with several of the blades he had made the previous time. "I thought I'd start early," he said, seeing her interest. "There are certain tools I need to make first." "It is time to go hunting. Dried meat is so lean. The animals will have some fat built up this late in the season. I'm hungry for a fresh roast with rich drippings." He smiled. "You make it sound delicious just talking about it." "I meant it, Ayla. You are a remarkably good cook." She flushed and put her head down. It was nice to know he thought so, but strange that he should take notice of something that ought to be expected. "I didn't mean to embarrass you." Isa used to say compliments make the spirits jealous. Doing a task well should be enough. "I think Marthona would have liked your Isa. She's impatient with compliments, too. She used to say, 'The best compliment is a job well done.' All mothers must be alike." "Marthona is your mother?"
Yes. Didn't I tell you?
I thought she was, but I wasn't sure. Do you have siblings, other than the one you lost?
I have an older brother, Joharan. He's the leader of the 9th cave now. He was born to Jokonan's hearth. After he died, my mother mated Dalinar. I was born to his hearth. Then Marthona and Dalinar severed the knot, and she mated Willomar. Thonelin was born to his hearth, and so was my young sister, Folara.
You lived with Dalinar, didn't you?
Yes, for 3 years. He taught me my craft. I learned from the best. I was 12 years when I went to live with him, and already a man for over a year. My manhood came to me young, and I was big for my age, too.
A strange, unreadable expression crossed his face.
It was best that I left.
He smiled then.
That was when I got to know my cousin Joplea. She is Jarika's daughter, born to Dalinar's hearth after they were mated. She's 2 years younger. Dalinar taught both of us to work the flint at the same time. It was always a competition. That's why I would never tell her how good she is. She knows it, though. She has a fine eye and a steady hand. She'll match Dalinar someday.
Ayla was silent for a while. I don't quite understand something, Jondolar. Folara has the same mother as you, so she is your sister, right?
Yes.
You were born to Dalinar's hearth, and Joplea was born to Dalinar's hearth, and she is your cousin. What is the difference between sister and cousin?
Sisters and brothers come from the same woman. Cousins are not as close. I was born to Dalinar's hearth. I am probably of his spirit. People say we look alike. I think Joplea is of his spirit, too. Her mother is short, but she is tall like Dalinar. Not quite as tall, but a little taller than you, I think. No one knows for sure whose spirit the Great Mother will choose to mix with a woman's, so Joplea and I may be of Dalinar's spirit, but who knows? That's why we are cousins.
Ayla nodded. Perhaps Uba would be a cousin, but to me she was a sister.
Sister?
We were not true siblings. Uba was Issa's daughter, born after I was found. Issa said we were both her daughters.
Ayla's thoughts turned inward.
Uba was mated, but not to the man she would have chosen. But the other man would have only his sibling to mate, and in the clan, siblings may not mate.
We don't mate our brothers or sisters, Jondolar said. We don't usually mate our cousins either, though it is not absolutely forbidden. It is frowned on. Some kinds of cousins are more acceptable than others.
What kind of cousins are there?
Many kinds, some closer than others. The children of your mother's sisters are your cousins. The children of the mate of your mother's brother. The children of...
Ayla was shaking her head. It's too confusing. How do you know who is a cousin and who isn't? Almost everyone could be a cousin. Who is left in your cave to mate with?
Most people don't mate with people from their own cave. Usually it's someone met at a summer meeting. I think mating with cousins is allowed sometimes because you may not know the person you want to mate as a cousin until you name your ties, your relationships. People usually know their closest cousins, though, even if they live at another cave.
Like Joplea? Jondolar nodded assent, his mouth full of raspberries. Jondolar, what if it isn't spirits that make children? What if it's a man? Wouldn't that mean children are just as much from the man as from the woman?
The baby grows inside a woman, Ayla. It comes from her.
Then why do men and women like to couple?
Why did the mother give us the gift of pleasure? You'd have to ask Zelendani that.
Why do you always say gift of pleasure? Many things make people happy and give them pleasure. Does it give a man such pleasure to put his organ in a woman?
Not only a man, a woman. But you don't know, do you? You didn't have first rights. A man opened you, made you a woman, but it's not the same. It was shameful. How could those people let it happen?
They didn't understand. They only saw what he did. What he did was not shameful, only the way he did it. It was not done for pleasure. Braud did it with hatred. I felt pain and anger, but not shame, and no pleasure either. I don't know if Braud started my baby, Jondolar, or made me a woman so I could have one. But my son made me happy.
Dirk was my pleasure. The mother's gift of life is a joy, but there is more to the joining of man and woman. That, too, is a gift, and should be done with joy, for her honor. There may be more than you know, too, she thought. Yet he seemed so certain. Could he be right? Ayla didn't quite believe him, but she was wondering. After the meal, Jondolar moved over to the broad, flat part of the ledge where his implements were laid out. Ayla followed and settled herself nearby. He spread out the blades he had made so he could compare them. Minor differences made some more appropriate for certain tools than others. He picked out one blade, held it up to the sun, then showed it to the woman. The blade was more than 4 inches long and less than an inch wide. The ridge down the middle of its outer face was straight and tapered evenly from the ridge to edges so thin that light shone through. It curved upward, toward its smooth inner bulbar face. Only when he held it up to the sun could the lines of fracture raying out from a very flat bulb of percussion be seen. The 2 long cutting edges were straight and sharp. Jondolar pulled a hair of his beard straight and tested an edge. It cut with no resistance. It was as close to a perfect blade as it was possible to get. "I'm going to keep this one for shaving," he said. Ayla didn't know what he meant, but she had learned from watching Droog to accept whatever comments and explanations were given without asking questions that might interrupt concentration. He put the blade off to one side and picked up another. The 2 cutting edges on this one tapered together, making it narrower at one end. He reached for a smooth beach rock, about twice the size of his fist, and laid the narrow end against it. Then, with the blunted tip of an antler, he tapped the end into a triangular shape. Pressing the triangle's edges against the stone anvil, he detached small chips, which gave the blade a sharp, narrow point. He pulled an end of his leather breechclout taut and poked a small hole in it. "This is an awl," he said, showing it to Ayla. "It makes a little hole for sinew to be drawn through to sew clothes." Had he seen her examining his clothes? Ayla suddenly wondered. He seemed to know what she had been planning. "I'm going to make a bore or 2. It's like this, but bigger and sturdier, to make holes in wood or bone or antler." She was relieved. He was just talking about tools. "I've used an awl to make holes for pouches, but none so fine as that." "Would you like it?" he grinned. "I can make another for myself." She took it, then bowed her head, trying to express gratitude the clan way. Then she remembered. "Thank you," she said. He flashed a big, pleased smile. Then he picked up another blade and held it against the stone. With the blunted antler hammer, he squared off the end of the blade, giving it a slight angle. Then, holding the squared-off end so that it would be perpendicular to the blow, he struck one edge sharply. A long piece fell away, the burin spall, leaving the blade with a strong, sharp chisel tip. "Are you familiar with this tool?" he asked. She inspected it, then shook her head and gave it back. "It's a burin," he said. "Carvers use them, and sculptors. Theirs are a little different. I'm going to use this for the weapon I was telling you about." "Burin, burin," she said, getting used to the word. After making a few more tools similar to ones he had made, he shook the lap cover over the edge and pulled the trough-shaped bowl closer. He took a long bone out and wiped it off, then turned the foreleg over in his hands, deciding where to start. Sitting down, he braced the bone against his foot, and using the burin, he scratched a long line down the length of it. Then he etched a second line, which joined the first at a point. A third short scratch connected the base of an elongated triangle. He retraced the first line and brushed away a long curl of bone shavings, then continued tracing over the lines with the chisel point, each time cutting deeper into the bone. He retraced until he had cut through to the hollow center, and going around one last time to make sure no small section was not free, he pressed down on the base. The long tip of the triangle flipped up, and he lifted the piece out. He put it aside, then returned to the bone and etched another long line that made a point with one of the recently cut sides. Ayla watched closely, not wanting to miss anything. But after the first times, it was repetition, and her thoughts wandered back to their breakfast conversation. Jondolar's attitude had changed, she realized. It wasn't any specific comment he had made, rather a shift in the tenor of his comments. She remembered his saying, Marthona would have liked your Isa, and something about mothers being alike. His mother would have liked a flathead? They were alike? And later, even though he had been angry, he had referred to Braud as a man who had opened the way for her to have a child. And he said he didn't understand how those people could let it happen. He hadn't noticed, and that pleased her more. He was thinking of the clan as people, not animals, not flatheads, not abominations. People. Her attention was drawn back to the man when he changed activities. He had picked up one of the bone triangles and a sharpened, strong flint scraper and begun smoothing the sharp edges of the bone, scraping off long curls. Before long, he held up a round section of bone that tapered to a sharp point. "Jondolar, are you making a spear?" He grinned. "Bone can be shaped to a sharp point like wood, but it's stronger and doesn't splinter. And bone is lightweight." "Isn't that a very short spear?" she asked. He laughed, a big, hearty laugh. "It would be, if that was all there was to it. I'm just making points now. Some people make flint points. The Mamutoi do, especially for hunting mammoth. Flint is brittle, and it breaks. But with knife-sharp edges, a flint spear point will pierce a tough mammoth hide more easily. For most hunting, though, bone makes a better point. The shafts will be wood." "How do you put them together?" "Look," he said, turning the point around to show her the base. "I can split this end with a burin and a knife, then shape the end of the wooden shaft to fit inside the split." He demonstrated by holding the forefinger of one hand between the thumb and forefinger of the other. "Then I can add some glue or pitch and wrap it tight with wet sinew or thong. When it dries and shrinks up, it will hold the two together." "That point is so small. The shaft will be a twig." "It will be more than a twig, but not as heavy as your spear. It can't be, if you're going to throw it." "Throw it? Throw a spear?" "You throw stones with your sling, don't you? You can do the same with a spear. You won't have to dig pitfalls, and you can even make a kill on the run once you develop the skill. As accurate as you are with that sling, I think you'll learn fast." "Jondolar, do you know how often I've wished I could hunt deer or bison with a sling? I never thought about throwing a spear." She frowned. "Can you throw with enough force? I can throw much harder and farther with a sling than I can by hand." "You won't have quite the force, but you still have the advantage of distance. You're right, though. It's too bad you can't throw a spear with a sling, but—" He paused in mid-sentence. "I wonder." His brow furrowed at a thought so startling that it demanded immediate attention. "No, I don't think so. Where can we find some shafts?" "By the stream." "Jondolar, is there any reason I can't help make those spears? I'd learn faster if you're still here to tell me what I'm doing wrong." "Yes, of course," he said, but he felt a heaviness as he descended the path. He had forgotten about leaving, and was sorry she had reminded him. Chapter 27. Ayla crouched low and looked through a screen of tall golden grass bent with the weight of ripened seed heads, concentrating on the contours of the animal. She held a spear, poised for flight, in her right hand, and another ready in her left. A strand of long blonde hair escaped from a tightly plaited braid whipped across her face. She shifted the long shaft slightly, searching for the balance point. Then, squinting, gripped it and took aim. Bounding forward, she hurled the spear. "Oh, Jondolar, I'll never get any accuracy with this spear," Ayla said, exasperated. She marched toward a tree, padded with a grass-stuffed hide, and retrieved the still quivering spear from the rump of a bison Jondolar had drawn with a piece of charcoal. "You're too hard on yourself, Ayla," Jondolar said, beaming with pride. "You are much better than you think you are. You are learning very fast. But then, I've seldom seen such determination. You practice every spare moment. I think that may be your problem right now. You're trying too hard. You need to relax." "The way I learned to use a sling was to practice." "You didn't gain your skill with that weapon overnight, did you?" "No, it took several years." "But I don't want to wait years before I can hunt with this spear."
"You won't. You could probably hunt right now and manage to bring something down. You don't have the thrust and speed you're used to, Ayla, but you never will. You have to find your new range. If you want to keep practicing, why don't you switch to your sling for a while?"
"I don't need to practice with the sling."
"But you need to relax, and I think it would help you loosen up. Give it a try."
She did feel her tension dissipate with the familiar feel of the leather strap in her hands and the rhythm and movement of handling the sling. She enjoyed the warm satisfaction of skilled expertise, though it had been a struggle to learn. She could hit anything she aimed for, particularly practice targets that did not move. The man's obvious admiration encouraged her to put on a demonstration showing off her ability. She picked up a few handfuls of pebbles from the edge of the stream, then walked across to the far side of the field to display her true range. She exhibited her rapid-fire double stone technique, and then showed how quickly she could follow through with an additional 2 stones. Jondolar joined in, setting up targets that tested her accuracy. He set up 4 stones in a row on the large boulder. She knocked them off with 4 rapid casts. He threw 2 stones into the air, one after the other. She hit them in mid-flight. Then he did something that surprised her. He stood in the middle of the field, balanced a rock on each shoulder, and looked at her with a grin on his face. He knew that she hurled a stone from her sling with such force that it could, at the least, be painful. Fatal if it happened to hit a vulnerable spot. This test showed his trust in her, but more, it tested her confidence in her skill. He heard the whistling of wind and the dull clink of stone hitting stone as first one and then an instant later the other stone was knocked away. He didn't get away with nothing to show for his dangerous trick. A tiny chip flew off one stone and embedded itself in his neck. He didn't flinch, but a small trickle of blood, which smeared when he picked the stone sliver out, gave him away.
"Jondolar, you're hurt," Ayla exclaimed when she saw him. "Just a chip, it's nothing. But you are good with that sling, woman. I've never seen anyone handle a weapon like that."
Ayla had never seen anyone look at her the way he did. His eyes sparkled with respect and admiration. His voice was husky with warm praise. She blushed, filled with such a flood of emotion that it brought tears for lack of any other outlet.
"If you could throw a spear like that—"
He stopped and closed his eyes, straining to see something with his mind's eye.
"Ayla, can I use your sling?"
"Do you want to learn to use a sling?" she asked, giving it to him.
"Not exactly."
He picked up a spear, one of several on the ground, and tried to fit the butt end into the pocket of the sling, worn to the shape of the round stones it usually held. But he was not familiar enough with the techniques of handling a sling, and after a few clumsy attempts, he gave it back, along with the spear.
"Do you think you could throw this spear with your sling?"
She saw what he was trying, and she managed an unwieldy arrangement, the butt of the spear stretching out the sling while she held the ends of it and the shaft of the spear at the same time. She could not reach a good balance, had little force and less control over the long missile when it left her hand, but she did succeed in casting it.
"It would need to be longer, or the spear shorter,"
he said, trying to visualize something he had never seen.
"And the sling is too flexible. The spear needs more support, something to rest on, maybe wood or bone, with a backstop so it won't slide off. Ayla, I'm not sure, but I think it might work. I think I could make a spear thrower."
Ayla watched Jondolar constructing and experimenting, fascinated as much by the concept of making something from an idea as by the process of making it. The culture in which she was raised was not given to such innovation, and she didn't realize that she had invented hunting methods and a travois from a similar wellspring of creativity. He used materials to suit his needs and adapted tools to new requirements. He asked her advice, drawing from her years of experience with her hurling weapon. But it soon became apparent that the contrivance he was making, though its impetus had come from her sling, was a new and unique device. Once he had the basic principles worked out, he devoted time to modifications to improve the performance of the spear, and she was no more experienced with the finer points of hurling a spear than he was with the operation of a sling.
Jondolar warned her, with a gleam of delight, that once he had good working models, they would both need to practice. Ayla decided to let him use the tools he knew best to finish the two working models. She wanted to experiment with another of his tools. She had not progressed very far in making the clothes for him. They were together so much that the only time she could find was early morning or the middle of the night when he was sleeping. While he was finishing and refining, she brought his old clothing and her new materials out to the ledge. In the daylight, she could see how the original pieces were stitched together. She found the process so interesting and the garments so intriguing that she thought she would make an adaptation of them to fit herself. She didn't try to match the elaborate beading and quill work of the shirt, but she studied it carefully, thinking it might be a good challenge to attempt during the next long, quiet winter. From her vantage, she could watch Jondolar on the beach and in the field, and put her project away before he returned to the cave. But on the day he ran up the path, proudly displaying two finished spear throwers, Ayla barely had time to crumple the garment she was working on into an inconspicuous pile of leather. He was too full of his accomplishment to see anything else. "What do you think, Ayla? Will it work?" She took one from him. It was a simple though ingenious device, a flat, narrow wooden platform, about half as long as the spear, with a groove in the middle where the spear rested and a backstop carved into a hook shape. Two leather thong loops for the fingers were fastened on either side near the front of the spear thrower. The thrower was held first in a horizontal position, with two fingers through the front loops, holding the thrower and the spear, which was resting in the long groove, butt against the backstop. When hurling, holding the front end by the loops caused the back end to flip up, in effect increasing the length of the throwing arm. The additional leverage added to the speed and force with which the spear left the hand. "I think, Jondolar, it's time to start practicing." Practicing filled their days. The padded leather around the target tree fell apart from constant puncturings, and a second one was put up. This time Jondolar drew the outline of a deer. Minor adaptations suggested themselves as they both gained in proficiency. Each of them borrowed from the techniques of the weapon with which he or she was most familiar. His strong overhand casts tended to have more lift. Hers, angling more to the side, had a flatter trajectory. And each made a few adjustments on the thrower to suit his or her individual style. A friendly competition developed between them. Ayla tried but could not match Jondolar's mighty thrusts, which gave him greater range. Jondolar could not match Ayla's deadly accuracy. They were both astounded by the tremendous advantage of the new weapon. With it, Jondolar could hurl a spear more than twice as far, with greater force and perfect control, once a measure of skill was achieved. But one aspect of the practice sessions with Jondolar had greater effect on Ayla than the weapon itself. She had always practiced and hunted alone, first playing in secret, fearful of being found out, then practicing in earnest, but no less secretly. When she was allowed to hunt, it was only grudgingly. No one ever hunted with her. No one ever encouraged her when she missed or shared a triumph when her aim was true. No one discussed with her the best way to use a weapon, advised her of alternate approaches, or listened with respect and interest to a suggestion of hers. And no one had ever teased or joked or laughed with her. Ayla had never experienced the camaraderie, the friendship, the fun of a companion. Yet with all the easing of tensions practicing brought about, a distance remained between them that they could not seem to close. When their talk was about such safe subjects as hunting or weapons, their conversations were animated. But the introduction of any personal element caused uncomfortable silences and halting, courteous evasions. An accidental touch was like a jolting shock from which they both sprang apart, followed always by stiff formality and lingering afterthoughts. "Tomorrow," Jondolar said, retrieving a twanging spear. Some of the hay stuffing came with it, through a much enlarged and ragged hole in the leather. "Tomorrow what?" Ayla asked. "Tomorrow we go hunting. We've played long enough. We're not going to learn any more, dulling points on a tree. It's time to get serious." "Tomorrow," Ayla agreed. They picked up several spears and started walking back. "You know the area around here, Ayla. Where should we go?" "I know the steppes to the east best, but maybe I should scout it first. I could go on whinny." She looked up to check the placement of the sun. "It's still early." "Good idea. You and that horse are better than a handful of foot scouts.
Will you hold Racer back? I'll feel better if I know he's not following.
What about tomorrow when we go hunting?
We'll have to take him with us. We need Winnie to bring the meat back. Winnie is always a little bothered by a kill, but she's used to it. She will stay where I want her to. But if her colt gets excited and runs, and maybe gets caught in a stampede, I don't know.
Don't worry about it now. I'll try to think of something.
Ayla's piercing whistle brought the mare and the colt. While Jondolar put an arm around Racer's neck, scratched his itchy places, and talked to him, Ayla mounted Winnie and urged her to a gallop. The young one was comfortable with the man. After the woman and the mare were well gone, Jondolar picked up the armload of spears and both throwers.
Well, Racer, shall we go to the cave to wait for them?
He laid the spears down outside the entrance to the small break in the canyon wall, then went in. He was restless and didn't quite know what to do with himself. He stirred the fire, brought the coals together, and added a few sticks, then went out to the front edge of the shelf and looked down the valley. The colt's soft muzzle reached for his hand, and he absently caressed the shaggy young horse. As he pulled his fingers through the animal's thickening coat, he thought of winter. He tried to think of something else. The warm summer days had an unending quality, one so like the next that time seemed held in suspension. Decisions were easy to put off. Tomorrow was soon enough to think about the coming cold, to think about leaving. He noticed the simple breechclout he wore.
I don't grow a winter coat like you, little fellow. I ought to make myself something warm soon. I gave that sewing all to Ayla and never made another one. Maybe that's what I should do, make a few more tools. And I need to think of a way to keep you from getting hurt.
He went back into the cave, stepped over his sleeping furs, and cast a longing look at Ayla's side of the fireplace. He rummaged through the storage area for some thong or heavy cordage and found some skins that had been rolled up and put away. That woman certainly knows how to finish skins, he thought, feeling the velvety soft texture. Maybe she'd let me use some of these. I hate to ask her, though. If those spear throwers work, I should get enough hides to make something to wear. Maybe I could carve a charm on them for good luck. It wouldn't hurt. Here's a coil of thong. Maybe I can make something for Racer out of this. He's such a runner. Wait until he's a stallion. Would a stallion let someone ride on his back? Could I make him go where I wanted him to? You'll never know. You won't be here when he's a stallion. You're leaving. Jondolar picked up the coiled thong, stopped off to get his bundle of flint-knapping tools, and went down the path to the beach. The stream looked inviting, and he felt hot and sweaty. He took off his breechclout and waded in, then started pulling upstream, against the current. He usually turned back when he reached the narrow gorge. This time, he decided to explore further. He made it past the first rapids and around the last bend, and saw a roaring wall of white water. Then he headed back. The swim invigorated him, and the feeling that he had made a discovery encouraged a desire for change. He pulled his hair back, squeezed it out, and then his beard. You've worn this all summer, Jondolar, and it's almost over. Don't you think it's time? First I'll shave, then make something to keep Racer out of the way. I don't want to just put a rope around his neck. Then I'll make an awl and a burrin or two so I can carve a charm on the throwers. And I think I'll make the meal tonight. A man could forget how around Ayla. I may not be up to her standards, but I think I can still put a meal together. Mother knows I did it often enough on the journey. What kind of carving should I put on the spear throwers? A Danyi would bring the best luck, but I gave mine to Noria. I wonder if she ever had a baby with blue eyes. That certainly is a strange idea Ayla has about a man making a baby start. Who would have thought that was what the old Haduma wanted? First rights. Ayla's never had first rights. She's been through so much, and she's a wonder with that sling. Not bad with a spear thrower either. I think I'll put a bison on hers. Will they really work? Wish I had a Danyi. Maybe I could make one. Jondolar started watching for Ayla from the ledge as the evening sky darkened. When the valley became a black, bottomless pit, he built a fire on the ledge so she could find her way, and he kept thinking he heard her coming up the path. Finally, he made a torch and headed down. He followed the edge of the stream around the jutting wall, and he would have gone farther if he hadn't heard the pounding of hooves approaching. Ayla, what took you so long? She was taken aback by his peremptory tone. "I've been scouting for herds. You know that." "But it's after dark." "I know. It was almost dark before I started back. I think I found the place, a herd of bison southeast." "It was nearly dark and you were still chasing bison. You can't see a bison in the dark." Ayla couldn't understand why he was so excited or his demanding questions. "I wasn't looking at bison in the dark. And why do you want to stand here talking?" With a high-pitched nicker, the colt appeared in the circle of light from the torch and butted up against his dam. Winnie responded, and before Ayla could dismount, the young horse was nuzzling under the mare's hind legs. It occurred to Jondolar then that he had been acting as if he had some right to question Ayla, and he turned away from the torchlight, grateful for the dark that hid his red face. He followed behind while she plodded up the path, so embarrassed that he didn't notice her weary exhaustion. She grabbed a sleeping fur and, wrapping it around her, hunkered near the fire. "I forgot how cold it gets at night," she said. "I should have taken a warm wrap, but I didn't think I'd be gone this long." Jondolar saw her shiver and was more chagrined. "You're cold. Let me get you something hot to drink." He poured some hot broth into a cup for her. Ayla hadn't been paying very close attention to him either. She had been too eager to get to the fire. But when she looked up to take the cup, she nearly dropped it. "What happened to your face?" she said, with equal parts of shock and concern. "What do you mean?" he asked, worried. "Your beard. It's gone." The shock, which had mirrored hers, gave way to a smile. "I shaved it off." "Shaved?" "Cut it off, close to the skin. I usually do it in summer. It gets itchy when I'm hot and sweaty." Ayla couldn't resist. She reached for his face to feel the smoothness of his cheek. Then, rubbing against the grain, an incipient roughness, scratchy, like a lion's tongue. She recalled he had no beard when she first found him, but after it grew in, she forgot about it. He seemed so young without a beard, appealing in a childlike way, but not as a man. She wasn't accustomed to full-grown men without beards. She ran her finger along his strong jaw and the slight cleft of his firm chin. Her touch held him motionless. He couldn't pull away. He felt the light tracery of her fingertips with every nerve. Though she had intended no erotic implications, just gentle curiosity, his response was from a deeper source. The insistent, straining throbbing in his groin was so immediate, so powerful, that it caught him by surprise. The way his eyes looked at her compelled a rush of desire to know him as a man, in spite of his almost too youthful appearance. He moved to reach for her hand, to hold it to his face, but with an effort she pulled it away, picked up the cup, and drank without tasting. It was more than being self-conscious about touching him. She had a sudden vivid memory of the last time they had sat face to face near the fire, and that look had come into his eyes. And this time she had been touching him. She was afraid to look at him, afraid she'd see that horrible, degrading look again. But her fingertips remembered his smooth, rough face, and tingled. Jondolar was distressed at his instant, almost violent reaction to her gentle touch. He couldn't keep his eyes away from her, though she avoided his look. Looking down like that, she seemed so shy, so fragile, yet he knew the strength at her core. He thought of her as a beautiful blade of flint, perfect as it fell from the stone, its thin edges delicate and translucent, yet so hard and sharp that it could cut the toughest leather in one clean stroke. "Oh, Mother, she is so beautiful," he thought. "Oh, Donnie, great Earth Mother, I want that woman. I want her so much." Suddenly he jumped up. He couldn't stand just looking at her. Then he remembered the meal he had made. Here she is, cold and tired, and I'm just sitting. He went to get the mammoth hip-bone platter she used. Ayla heard him get up. He had jumped up so abruptly she was convinced he had suddenly been overcome with revulsion again. She started shaking and clenched her teeth, trying to stop. She could not face that again. She wanted to tell him to leave so she would not have to see him, to see his eyes naming her abomination. She sensed, though her eyes were closed, when he was in front of her again, and she held her breath. "Ayla." He could see her shivering, even with the fire and her fur wrap.
I thought it might be late when you got back, so I went ahead and made something for us to eat. Would you like some, if you're not too tired?"
Had she heard him right? She opened her eyes slowly. He was holding a platter. He put it down in front of her, then pulled up a mat and sat down beside her. There was a hare, spitted and roasted, some boiled roots in a broth of dried meat he had already given her, and even some blueberries. "You cooked this for me?" Ayla said, incredulous. "I know it's not as good as you would make, but I hope it's all right. I thought it might be bad luck to use the spear thrower yet, so I just used a spear. It takes a different casting technique, and I wasn't sure if all that practice with the thrower would spoil my aim. But I guess you don't forget. Go ahead, eat." Men of the clan did not cook. They could not. They had no memories for it. She knew Jondolar was more versatile in his abilities, but it never occurred to her that he would cook, not when there was a woman around. Even more than that he could, and that he did, was that he had thought of it in the first place. In the clan, even after she was allowed to hunt, she was still expected to perform her usual tasks. It was so unexpected, so considerate. Her fears had been entirely unfounded, and she didn't know what to say. She picked up a leg he had cut off and took a bite. "Is it all right?" he asked, a bit anxious. "It's wonderful," she said with her mouth full. It was fine, but it wouldn't have mattered if it had been burned crisp. It would have been delicious to her. She had a feeling she was going to cry. He scooped out a ladleful of long, thin roots. She picked one up and took a bite. "Is this clover root? It's good." "Yes," he said, pleased with himself. "They are better with some oil to dip them in. It's one of those foods women usually make for the men for special feasts, because it's a favorite. I saw the clover upstream and thought you might like it." It had been a good idea to make a meal, he thought, enjoying her surprise. "It's a lot of work to dig them. There's not much to each one, but I didn't know they'd be so good. I only use the roots for medicine, as part of a tonic in the spring." "We usually eat them in spring. It's one of the first fresh foods." They heard a clatter of hooves on the stone ledge and turned as Winnie and Racer came in. After a while, Ayla got up and settled them in. It was a nightly ritual that consisted of greetings, shared affection, fresh hay, grain, water, and particularly after a long ride, a rub-down with absorbent leather and a currying with a teasel. Ayla noticed the fresh hay, grain, and water had already been put out. "You remembered the horses, too," she said, when she sat down to finish her blueberries. Even if she hadn't been hungry, she would have eaten them. He smiled. "I didn't have much to do. Oh, I have something to show you." He got up and returned with the 2 spear throwers. "I hope you don't mind. It's for luck." "Jondolar!" She was almost afraid to touch hers. "Did you make this?" Her voice was full of awe. She had been surprised when he drew the shape of an animal on the target, but this was so much more. "It's like you took the totem, the spirit of the bison, and put him there." The man was grinning. She made surprises so much fun. His spear thrower had a giant deer with huge palmate antlers, and she marveled at it as well. "It is supposed to capture the spirit of the animal, so it will be drawn to the weapon. I'm not really a very good carver. You should see the work of some, and that of the sculptors and gravers, and the artists who paint the sacred walls. I'm sure you have put powerful magic in these. I did not see deer, but a herd of bison is southeast. I think they are beginning to move together. Will a bison be drawn to a weapon that has a deer on it? I can go out again tomorrow and look for deer." "This will work for bison. Yours will be luckier, though. I'm glad I put a bison on yours." Ayla didn't know what to say. He was a man and had given her more hunting luck than himself, and he was glad. "I was going to make a danye for luck, too, but I didn't have time to finish it." "Jondolar, I am confused. What is danye? Is your Earth Mother?" "The Great Earth Mother is Dani, but she takes other forms, and they are all danye. A danye is usually her spirit form. When she rides on the wind or sends herself into dreams, men often dream of her as a beautiful woman." A Danyi is also the carved figure of a woman, usually a bountiful mother, because women are her blessed. She made them in her likeness to create life as she created all life. She rests most easily in the likeness of a mother. A Danyi is usually sent to guide a man to her spirit world. Some say women don't need a guide. They know the way. And some women claim they can change themselves into a Danyi when they want, not always to a man's benefit. The Sharamudoi who live west of here say the mother can take the form of a bird. Ayla nodded. In the clan, only the ancient ones are female spirits. What about your totems? He asked. The protective totem spirits are all male, for both men and women, but women's totems are usually the smaller animals. Ursus, the great cave bear, is the great protector of all the clan, everyone's totem. Ursus was Kreb's personal totem. He was chosen just as the cave lion chose me. You can see my mark. She showed him the 4 parallel scars on her left thigh where she had been clawed by a cave lion when she was 5. I had no idea your clan understood the spirit world at all, Ayla. It is still hard to believe. I do believe you, but it's hard for me to comprehend that the people you talk about are the same ones I've always thought of as flatheads. Ayla put her head down, then looked up. Her eyes were serious and concerned. I think the cave lion has chosen you, Jondolar. I think he is your totem now. Kreb told me a powerful totem is not easy to live with. He gave up an eye in his testing, but he gained great power. Next to Ursus, the cave lion is the most powerful totem, and it has not been easy. His tests have been difficult, but once I understood the reason, I have never been sorry. I think you should know, in case he is your totem now. She looked down, hoping she hadn't said too much. They meant very much to you, your clan, didn't they? I wanted to be a woman of the clan, but I could not. I could not make myself one. I am not like them. I am of the others. Kreb knew it, and Issa told me to leave and find my own kind. I didn't want to go, but I had to leave, and I can never go back. I am cursed with death. I am dead. Jondolar wasn't sure what she meant, but a chill raised his small hairs when she said it. She drew a deep breath before she continued. I did not remember the woman I was born to, or my life before the clan. I tried, but I could not imagine a man of the others, a man like me. Now, when I try to imagine others, I can only see you. You are the first of my own kind I have ever seen, Jondolar. No matter what happens, I will never forget you. Ayla stopped, feeling she had said too much. She got up. If we are going hunting in the morning, I think we should get some sleep. Jondolar knew she had been raised by flatheads and lived alone in the valley after she left them. But until she said it, he didn't fully understand that he was the first. It disturbed him to think he represented all his people, and he wasn't proud of the way he had done it. Yet he knew how everyone felt about flatheads. If he had just told her, would it have made the same impression? Would she have really known what to expect? He went to bed with unsettled, ambivalent feelings. He stared at the fire after he lay down, thinking. Suddenly he felt a distorting sensation and something like vertigo without the dizziness. He saw a woman as though reflected in a pond into which a stone had been dropped. A wavering image from which ripples spread out in larger and larger circles. He did not want the woman to forget him. To be remembered by her was significant. He sensed a divergence, a path splitting, a choice, and he had no one to guide him. A current of warm air raised the hair on the back of his neck. He knew she was leaving him. He had never consciously felt her presence, but he knew when she was gone, and the void she left behind ached. It was the beginning of an ending, the ending of the ice, the end of an age, the end of the time when her nourishment provided. The Earth Mother was leaving her children to find their own way, to carve out their own lives, to pay the consequences of their own actions, to come of age. Not in his lifetime, not in many lifetimes to come, but the first inexorable step had been taken. She had passed on her parting gift, her gift of knowledge. Jondolar felt an eerie, keening wail, and he knew he heard the mother cry. Like a thong stretched taut and released, reality snapped back into place. But it had been stretched too far and could not fit back into its original dimension. He felt that something was out of place. He looked across the fire at Ayla and saw tears flowing down her face. "What's wrong, Ayla?"
"I don't know."
"Are you sure she can take both of us?"
"No, I'm not sure," Ayla said, leading Winnie loaded with her carrying baskets. Racer trailed behind, led by a rope that was tied to a sort of halter made of leather thongs. It gave him freedom to graze and to move his head, and it would not tighten up around his neck and choke him. The halter had bothered the colt at first, but he was getting used to it. "If we can both ride, traveling will be faster. If she doesn't like it, she will let me know. Then we can ride her in turns, or both walk." When they reached the large boulder in the meadow, Ayla climbed on the horse, moved up a bit, and held the mare steady while Jondolar mounted her. Winnie flicked her ears back. She felt the extra weight and wasn't accustomed to it, but she was a sturdy, rugged horse, and she started out at Ayla's urging. The woman kept her to a steady pace and was sensitive to the horse's change in gait that signaled it was time to stop and rest. The second time they started out, Jondolar was more relaxed and then wished he was still nervous. Without the tense worry, he became entirely aware of the woman riding in front of him. He could feel her back pressing up against him, her thighs against his, and Ayla became sensitive to more than the horse. A hot, hard pressure had risen behind her, over which Jondolar had no control, and every movement of the horse jogged them together. She wished it would go away, and yet she didn't. Jondolar was beginning to feel a pain he had not experienced before. He had never forced himself to hold in his aroused desires so much. From the first days of manhood, there had always been some means for release. But there was no other woman here except Ayla. He refused to bring it about himself again and just tried to bear it.
"Ayla,"
his voice was strained.
I think it's time to rest,"
he blurted out. She stopped the horse and got off as quickly as she could. "It's not far," she said. "We can walk the rest of the way."
"Yes, it will give Winnie a rest."
Ayla didn't argue, although she knew that was not why she was walking. They walked 3 abreast, with the horse between them, talking over her back. Even then, Ayla could hardly keep her mind on landmarks and directions, and Jondolar walked with aching loins, grateful for the screen the horse provided. As they came in sight of a herd of bison, the anticipation of actually hunting with the spear-thrower began to drain off a measure of their stifled ardor, though they took care not to stand too close together, and preferred to keep one or the other of the horses between them. The bison were milling around a small stream. The herd was larger than when Ayla had first seen it. Several other small groupings had joined it, and more would follow. Eventually, tens of thousands of densely packed, shaggy, brownish-black animals would crowd across acres of rolling hills and river valleys, a lowing, thundering, living carpet. Within that throng, any one individual animal had little significance. Their survival strategy depended on numbers. Even the smaller number that had accumulated near the stream had subjugated their prickly individualities to the herding instinct. Later, survival would demand splintering again into small family herds to disperse and search for fodder during the lean seasons. Ayla took Winnie to the edge of the stream near a tenacious wind-bent pine. In the sign language of the clan, she told the horse to stay nearby, and seeing the mare herd her young one close to her, Ayla knew she need not have worried about Racer. Winnie was entirely capable of guiding her foal away from danger. But Jondolar had gone to some trouble to find a solution to a problem she had envisaged, and she was curious to see how it would work. The woman and man each took a spear-thrower and a holder of long spears and proceeded on foot toward the herd. Hard hooves had broken down the dry crust of the steppes and kicked up a haze of dust that settled in a fine coating on the dark, shaggy fur. The movement of the herd was marked by the choking dust, the way smoke from a smoldering prairie fire showed the course of the blaze, and a similar devastation was left in the wake. Jondolar and Ayla circled to get downwind of the slowly moving herd, squinting to pick out individual animals as the wind, laden with the hot, rangy odor of bison, blew fine grit in their faces. Bawling calves straggled after cows, and budding yearlings tested the patience of hump-backed bulls. One old bull, rolling in a dust wallow, heaved up to regain his feet. His massive head hung low as though weighted down by the enormous black horns. Jondolar's 6 feet 6 inches topped the height of the bison at his humped shoulders, but not by much. The animal's powerful, thickly furred front quarters tapered to low, lean hind quarters. The huge old beast, probably just past his prime, was too tough and stringy for their needs, but they knew he could be formidable when he stopped to eye them suspiciously. They waited until he moved on. As they moved in closer, the rumbling background noise of the herd increased and disintegrated into various pitches of bawling and lowing. Jondolar pointed out a young female. The heifer was nearly full-grown, ready to bear young, and fattened from summer grazing. Ayla nodded agreement. They fitted the spears into their spear throwers, and Jondolar signaled his intention to circle to the other side of the young cow. By some unknown instinct, or perhaps because she had seen the man moving, the animal sensed she had been marked as prey. Nervously, she edged closer to the main body of the herd. Several others were moving to close around her, and Jondolar's attention was distracted by them. Ayla was sure they were going to lose the cow. Jondolar's back was toward her. She couldn't signal, and the heifer was moving out of range. She couldn't shout, even if he could hear her. It might warn the bison. She made a decision and took aim. He glanced back as she was ready to hurl, took in the situation, and readied his thrower. The fast-moving heifer was stirring up the other animals, as were they. The man and woman had thought the cloud of dust would be sufficient cover, but the bison were used to it. The young cow had almost reached the safety of the crowd, with others moving in. Jondolar dashed toward her and heaved his spear. Ayla's followed an instant later, finding its mark in the shaggy neck of the bison after his tore into her soft underbelly. The bison's momentum carried her forward. Then her pace slowed. She wavered, staggered, and slumped to her knees, cracking Jondolar's spear as she collapsed on it. The herd smelled blood. A few sniffed at the downed heifer, lowing uneasily. Others picked up their dirge, jostling and eddying, the air rampant with tension. Ayla and Jondolar ran toward the kill from opposite directions. Suddenly he started shouting and waving his arms at her. She shook her head, not understanding his signals. A young bull who had been playing at butting had finally elicited a response from the old patriarch and dodged away, running into a nervous cow. The young male moved back, indecisive and agitated, but his evasive action was cut off by the big bull. He didn't know which way to turn until his attention was caught by a moving bipedal figure. He lowered his head and ran toward it. "Ayla, look out!" Jondolar shouted, running toward her. He had a spear in his hand and pointed it. Ayla turned and saw the young bull coming at her. Her first thought was her sling, an almost instinctive reaction. It had always been her immediate means of defense, but she dismissed it quickly and slapped a spear into her thrower. Jondolar launched his spear by hand a moment before her, but the spear thrower imparted greater speed. Jondolar's weapon found a flank, which turned the bison momentarily. When he looked, Ayla's spear, still quivering, was lodged in the young bull's eye. The animal was dead before he fell. The running, shouting, and new source of blood smell started the aimlessly milling animals in a concerted direction, away from the disturbing activity. The last stragglers bypassed their fallen members to join the herd in a ground-shaking stampede. The rumble could still be heard after the dust settled. The man and woman were struck dumb for a moment as they stood looking at the 2 dead bison on the empty plain. "It's over," Ayla said, stunned. "Just like that." "Why didn't you run?" Jondolar shouted, giving in to his fear for her now that it was over. He strode toward her. "You could have been killed." "I couldn't turn my back on a charging bull," Ayla countered. "He would have gored me for sure." She looked again at the bison. "No, I think your spear would have stopped him. But I didn't know that. I never hunted with anyone before. I always had to watch out for myself. If I didn't,
No one would have." Her words jogged a final piece into place, and suddenly a picture came together of what her life must have been. He saw her in a new way. This woman, he thought, this gentle, caring, loving woman has survived more than anyone would believe. No, she could not run away, not from anything, not even from you. Whenever you let yourself go, Jondolar, and lost control, people backed off. But at your worst, she stood her ground. Ayla, you beautiful, wild, wonderful woman, look what a hunter you are. He smiled. Look what we've done. 2 of them. How are we going to get them both back? As the full significance of their achievement filled her, she smiled, with satisfaction, triumph, and joy. It made Jondolar aware that he had not seen that smile often enough. She was beautiful, but when she smiled like that, she glowed as though a fire was lit from within. A laugh rose up in him unexpectedly, uninhibited and infectious. She joined him. She couldn't help it. It was their shout of victory, of success. "Look what a hunter you are, Jondolar," she said. "It's the spear throwers. They made the difference. We walked into this herd, and before they knew what happened, 2 of them. Think what that can mean." She knew what it would mean to her. With the new weapon, she would always be able to hunt for herself. Summer, winter, no pit traps to dig. She could travel and hunt. The spear thrower had all the advantages of her sling, and so many more. "I know what it means. You said you would show me a better way to hunt, an easier way. You did, more than I imagined. I don't know how to tell you. I am so—" There was only one way she knew to express her gratitude, the way she had learned in the clan. She sat at his feet and bowed her head. Perhaps he would not tap her shoulder to give her permission to tell him in the proper way, but she had to try. "What are you doing?" he said, reaching down to urge her up. "Don't sit there like that, Ayla." "When a woman of the clan wants to tell a man something important, this is how she asks for his attention," she said, looking up. "It is important for me to tell you how much this means, how grateful I am for the weapon, and for teaching me your words, for everything." "Please, Ayla, get up," he said, lifting her to her feet. "I didn't give this weapon to you. You gave it to me. If I hadn't seen you use your sling, I would not have thought of it. I am grateful to you for more than this weapon." He was holding her arms, feeling her body close to his. She was looking into his eyes, unable and unwilling to turn her eyes aside. He bent closer and put his mouth on hers. Her eyes opened wide in surprise. It was so unexpected. Not only his action, but her reaction. The jolt that flushed through her when she felt his mouth on hers. She did not know how to respond. And finally, he understood. He wouldn't push her beyond that gentle kiss. Not yet. "What is that, mouth on mouth?" "It's a kiss, Ayla. It's your first kiss, isn't it? I keep forgetting, but it's very hard to look at you and— Ayla, sometimes I am a very stupid man." "Why do you say that? You are not stupid." "I am stupid. I can't believe how stupid I have been." He let go of her. "But right now, I think we'd better find a way to get those bison back to the cave, because if I stay here standing next to you like this, I'll never be able to do it right for you, the way it should be done for your first time." "The way what should be done?" she said, not really wanting him to move away. "First rights, Ayla, if you will allow me." Chapter 28. "I don't think Winnie could have hauled them both back here if we hadn't left the heads behind," Ayla said. "It was a good idea." She and Jondolar dragged the carcass of the bull off the travois and onto the ledge. "There is so much meat. It will take a long time to cut it up. We should start right away." "They'll keep for a while, Ayla." His smile and his eyes filled her with warmth. "I think your first rights are more important. I'll help you take the harness off Winnie. Then I'm going for a swim. I'm sweaty and bloody." "Jondolar," Ayla hesitated. She was feeling excited and yet shy. It is a ceremony, this first rites?
Yes, it is a ceremony.
Isa taught me to prepare myself for ceremonies. Is there a preparation for this ceremony?
Usually, older women help young women prepare. I don't know what they say or do. I think you should do whatever is appropriate for you.
Then I will find the soap root and purify myself the way Isa taught me. I will wait until you are through with your swim. I should be alone when I prepare.
She flushed and looked down. She seemed so young and shy, he thought, just like most young women at first rites. He felt the familiar surge of tenderness and excitement. Even her preparations were right. He lifted her chin and kissed her again, then firmly moved himself away. I'd like a little soap root myself.
I'll get some for you, she said. He was grinning as he walked along the stream behind Ayla, and after she dug the soap root and went back up to the cave, he flung himself into the water with a tremendous splash, feeling better about himself than he had for a long time. He pounded the soapy foam from the roots, rubbed it on his body, then took off the leather thong and worked it into his hair. Sand usually worked well enough, but soap root was better. He dove into the water and swam upstream, almost as far as the falls. When he returned to the beach, he put his breechclout on and hurried up to the cave. A roast was on, smelling delicious. He was so relaxed and happy he couldn't believe it. I'm glad you're back. It will take some time to purify myself properly, and I didn't want it to get too late. She picked up a bowl of steaming liquid with horsetail ferns in it for her hair and a newly cured skin for a fresh wrap.
Take as long as you need,
he said, kissing her lightly. She started down, then stopped and turned around. I like that mouth-on-mouth, Jondolar. That kiss, she said.
I hope you like the rest,
he said, after she left. He walked around the cave, seeing everything with new eyes. He checked the haunch of roasting bison and turned the spit, noticed she had wrapped some roots in leaves and put them near coals, and then found the hot tea she had ready for him. She must have dug the roots while I was swimming, he thought. He saw his sleeping furs on the other side of the fireplace, frowned, and then, with great delight, picked them up and brought them back to the empty place beside Ayla's. After straightening them, he went back for the bundle that held his tools, then remembered the danyi he had begun to carve. He sat on the mat that had kept his sleeping furs off the ground and opened the deerskin-wrapped package. He examined the piece of mammoth tusk ivory he had started to shape into a female figure and decided to finish it. Maybe he wasn't the best of carvers, but it didn't seem right to have one of the mother's most important ceremonies without a danyi. He picked out a few carving burins and took the ivory outside. He sat at the edge, carving, shaping, sculpting. But he realized the ivory was not turning out to be ample and motherly. It was taking on the shape of a young woman. The hair that he had intended to resemble the style of the ancient danyi he had given away, a ridged form covering the face as well as the back, was suggestive of braids, tight braids all over the head except for the face. The face was blank. No face was ever carved on a danyi. Who could bear to look upon the face of the mother? Who could know it? She was all women, and none. He stopped carving and looked upstream and then down, hoping he might see her, though she said she wanted to be alone. Could he bring her pleasure, he wondered. He had never doubted himself when he was called upon for first rites at summer meetings, but those young women understood the customs and knew what to expect. They had older women to explain it to them. Should I try to explain? No, you don't know what to say, Jondolar. Just show her. She will let you know if she doesn't like anything. That's one of her most appealing qualities, her honesty. No coy little ways. It's refreshing. What would it be like to show the mother's gift of pleasure to a woman with no pretenses, who would neither hold back nor feign enjoyment? Why should she be any different from any other woman at first rites? Because she's not like any other woman at first rites. She has been opened with great pain. What if you can't overcome that terrible beginning? What if she can't enjoy the pleasures? What if you can't make her feel them? I wish there was some way to make her forget. If I could draw her to me, overcome her resistance, and capture her spirit. Capture her spirit. He looked at the figure in his hand, and suddenly his mind was racing. Why did they grave the image of an animal on a weapon or on the sacred walls? To approach the mother spirit of it, to overcome her resistance and capture the essence. Don't be ridiculous, Jondolar. You can't capture Ayla's spirit that way. It wouldn't be right. No one puts a face on a Danyi. Humans are never pictured. A likeness might capture a spirit's essence. But to whom would it be captive? No one should hold another person's spirit captive. Give the Danyi to her. She'd have her spirit back then, wouldn't she? If you kept it just for a while, then gave it to her afterward. If you put her face on it, would it turn her into a Danyi? You almost think she is one, with her healing and her magic way with animals. If she's a Danyi, she might decide to capture your spirit. Would that be so bad? You want a piece to stay with you, Jondolar, the piece of the spirit that always stays in the hands of the Maker. You want that part of her, don't you? Oh, Great Mother, tell me, would it be such a terrible thing to do? To put her face on a Danyi? He stared at the small ivory figure he had carved. Then he took up a burin and began to carve the shape of a face, a familiar face. When it was done, he held the ivory figurine up and turned it around slowly. A real carver might have done it better, but it wasn't bad. It resembled Ayla, but more in the feeling than the actual likeness, his feeling of her. He went back inside the cave and tried to think of a place to put it. The Danyi should be nearby, but he didn't want her to see it yet. He saw a bundle of leather wrapped up near the wall by her bed, and he tucked the ivory figure in a flap of it. He went back out and looked off the far edge. What's taking her so long? He looked over the 2 bison that were laid out side by side. They would keep. The spears and spear throwers were leaning against the stone wall near the entrance. He picked them up and carried them into the cave, and then he heard the sound of gravel pattering on stone. He turned around. Ayla adjusted the tie on her new wrap, put her amulet around her neck, and pushed her hair, just brushed with teasel but not quite dry, back from her face. Picking up her soiled wrap, she started up the path. She was nervous and excited. She had an idea of what Jondolar meant by first rites, but she was touched because of his desire to do it for her and share it with her. She didn't think the ceremony would be too bad. Even Braud hadn't hurt after the first few times. If men gave the signal to women they liked, did it mean Jondolar had grown to care? As she neared the top, Ayla was startled out of her thoughts by a tawny blur of swift motion. "Stay back!" Jondolar shouted. "Stay back, Ayla! It's a cave lion!" He was at the mouth of the cave, a spear in his hand poised for throwing at a huge cat, crouched, ready to spring, a deep snarl rumbling in his throat. "No, Jondolar!" Ayla screamed, rushing between them. "No!" "Ayla, don't! Oh, Mother, stop her!" the man cried when she jumped in front of him in the path of the charging lion. The woman made a sharp, imperative motion, and in the guttural language of the clan shouted, "Stop!" The huge rufous-maned cave lion, with a wrenching twist, pulled his leap short and landed at the woman's feet. Then he rubbed his massive head against her leg. Jondolar was thunderstruck. "Baby! Oh, baby! You came back!" Ayla said in motions, and without hesitation, without the least fear, she wrapped her arms around the huge lion's neck. Baby knocked her over as gently as he could, and Jondolar watched with mouth agape while the biggest cave lion he had ever seen draped forepaws around the woman in the closest equivalent to an embrace he could imagine a lion to be capable of. The feline lapped salty tears from the woman's face with a tongue that rasped it raw. "That's enough, baby," she said, sitting up, "or I won't have a face left." She found the places behind his ears and around his mane that he loved to have scratched. Baby rolled over on his back to bare his throat to her ministrations, growling a deep rumble of contentment. "I didn't think I'd ever see you again, baby," she said when she stopped and the cat rolled over. He was bigger than she remembered, and though a bit thin, seemed healthy. He had scars she hadn't seen before, and she thought he might be fighting for territory, and winning. It filled her with pride. Then Baby noticed Jondolar again and snarled. "Don't snarl at him. That's the man you brought me. You have a mate. I think you must have many by now." The lion got up, turned his back to the man, and padded toward the bison. "Is it all right if we give him one?" she called over to Jondolar. "We really have too much." He still held the spear in his hand, standing in the mouth of the cave, stunned. He tried to answer, but only a squeak came out. Then he recovered his voice. "All right? You're asking me if it's all right? Give him both of them. Give him anything he wants." "Baby doesn't need both of them." Ayla used the word for his name in the language Jondolar didn't know, but he guessed it was a name. "No, Baby, don't take the heifer," she said in sounds and gestures the man still didn't quite perceive as language, but elicited a gasp from him when she took one bison away from the lion and shoved him toward the other. He clamped huge jaws around the severed neck of the young bull and pulled it away from the edge. Then, getting a better grip, he started down the familiar path. "I'll be right back, Jondolar," she said. "Winnie and Racer might be down there, and I don't want Baby to scare the colt." Jondolar watched the woman follow behind the lion until she was out of sight. She appeared again on the valley side of the wall, walking casually beside the lion, who was dragging the bison under his body between his legs. When they reached the large boulder, Ayla stopped and hugged the lion again. Baby dropped the bison, and Jondolar shook his head in disbelief when he saw the woman climb on the fierce predator's back. She lifted an arm and flung it forward and held on to the rufous mane while the huge feline leaped forward. He raced off with all his great speed, Ayla clinging tight, her hair streaming behind her. Then he slowed and turned back to the stone. He got a grip on the young bison again and dragged it down the valley. Ayla stayed by the large rock, watching after him. Far down the field, the lion dropped the bull once more. He began a series of speaking grunts, his familiar hunga hunga, and built up to a roar so loud that it shook Jondolar's bones. When the cave lion was gone, Jondolar took a deep breath and leaned against the wall, feeling weak. He was awestruck and a little fearful. "What is this woman?" he thought. "What kind of magic does she have? Birds, maybe, even horses, but a cave lion? The biggest cave lion he'd ever seen. Was she a Danyi? Who but the mother could make animals do her bidding? What about her healing powers or her phenomenal ability to speak so well already? For all that she had an unusual accent, she had learned most of his Mamutoi and some words in Sharamudoi. Was she an aspect of the mother? He heard her coming up the path and felt a shiver of fear. He half expected her to declare she was the great Earth Mother incarnate, and he would have believed it. He saw a woman with disheveled hair and tears rolling down her face. "What's wrong?" he asked, tenderness overcoming his imagined fears. "Why do I have to lose my babies?" she sobbed. He paled. Her babies? That lion was her baby? With a shock, he remembered a feeling of the mother crying, the mother of all. "Your babies?" "First Dirk, and then Baby." "Is that a name for the lion?" "Baby. It means little one, infant," she answered, trying to translate. "Little one," he snorted. "That's the biggest cave lion I've ever seen." "I know." A smile of maternal pride gleamed through her tears. "I always made sure he had enough to eat, not like pride cubs. But when I found him, he was little. I called him Baby and never got around to naming him anything else." "You found him?" Jondolar asked, still hesitant. "He'd been left for dead. I think a deer trampled him. I was chasing them into my pit trap. Brun used to let me bring little animals into the cave sometimes, if they were hurt and needed my help, but never meat-eating animals. I wasn't going to pick up that baby cave lion, but then the hyenas went after him. I chased them away with my sling and brought him back." Ayla's eyes took on a faraway look, and her mouth assumed a lopsided grin. "Baby was so funny when he was little, always making me laugh. But it took a lot of time to hunt for him until the second winter, when we learned to hunt together. All of us. Winnie, too. I haven't seen Baby since—" She suddenly realized when. "Oh, Jondolar, I am so sorry. Baby is the lion that killed your brother. But if it had been any other lion, I would not have been able to get you away from him."
"You are a Danyi," Jondolar exclaimed. "I saw you in my dream. I thought a Danyi had come to take me to the next world, but she made the lion leave instead."
"You must have revived a little, Jondolar. Then when I moved you, you probably passed out from the pain. I had to get you away in a hurry. I knew Baby wouldn't hurt me. He's a little rough at times, but he doesn't mean to be. He can't help it. But I didn't know when his lioness would be back."
The man was shaking his head in wonder and disbelief. "Did you really hunt with that lion?"
"It was the only way I could keep him fed. At first, before he was able to make a kill himself, he'd bring an animal down, and I'd ride up on Winnie and kill it with a spear. I didn't know about throwing spears then. When Baby got big enough to make the kill, sometimes I'd take a piece before he chewed it up, or else I'd want to save the hide."
"So you pushed him away, like that bison? Don't you know it's dangerous to take meat away from a lion? I've seen one kill its own cub for that."
"So have I. But Baby is different, Jondolar. He wasn't raised in a pride. He grew up here with Winnie and me. We hunted together. He's used to sharing with me. I'm glad he found a lioness, though, so he can live like a lion. Winnie went back to a herd for a while, but she wasn't happy and came back."
Ayla shook her head and looked down.
"That's not true. I want to believe it. I think she was happy with her herd and her stallion. I was not happy without her. I am so glad she was willing to come back after her stallion died."
Ayla picked up the soiled wrap and headed into the cave. Jondolar, noticing he was still holding the spear, leaned it against the wall and followed. Ayla was pensive. Baby's return had evoked so many memories. She looked at the bison roast, turned the spit, and stirred up the coals. Then she poured water into a cooking basket from the large onager-stomach water bag that was hanging on a post, and she put some cooking stones in the fire to heat. Jondolar just watched her, still dazed by the cave lion's visit. It had been shock enough to see the lion leap down to the ledge, but the way Ayla had stepped out in front of him and stopped the massive predator, no one would believe it. As he stared, he had the feeling something was different about her. Then he noticed her hair was down. He remembered the first time he saw her with her hair free, gleaming golden in the sun. She had come up from the beach. He had seen her, all of her, for the first time with her hair down and her magnificent body.
"Good to see Baby again. Those bison must have been in his territory. He probably scented the kill, then picked up our trail. He was surprised to see you. I don't know if he remembered you. How did you get trapped in that blind canyon?"
"What? I'm sorry. What did you say?"
"I was wondering how you and your brother got trapped in that canyon with Baby," she said, looking up. Luminous violet eyes were watching her, sending a flush to her face. With an effort, he focused his mind on her question.
"We were stalking a deer. Thonolin killed it, but a lioness had been after the same one. She dragged it away, and Thonolin went after it. I told him to let her have it, but he wouldn't listen. We saw the lioness go into the cave, and then leave. Thonolin thought he could get the spear back and some of the meat before she returned. The lion had other ideas."
Jondolar closed his eyes for a moment.
"I can't blame him. It was stupid to go after that lioness, but I couldn't stop him. He was always reckless, but after Jatamio died, he was more than reckless. He wanted to die. I suppose I shouldn't have gone after him either."
Ayla knew he still sorrowed for his brother, and changed the subject. "I didn't see Winnie in the field. She must be out on the steppes with Racer. She's been going there lately. The way you fixed those straps around Racer's head worked well, but I don't know if it was necessary to keep him tied to Winnie."
"The rope was too long. I didn't think. It might be caught in a bush. It held them, though. That might be something to remember if you want them to stay someplace. At least Racer. Does Winnie always do what you want?
I guess she does, but it's more like she wants to. She knows what I want, and she does it. Baby just takes me where he wants to go, but he goes so fast. Her eyes sparkled with the memory of her recent ride. It was always a thrill to ride the lion. Jondolar recalled her clinging to the back of the cave lion, her hair more golden than the reddish mane, flying in the wind. Watching her had made him afraid for her, but it was exciting, as she was. So wild and free, so beautiful.
"You're an exciting woman, Ayla," he said.
His eyes carried his conviction. Exciting? Exciting is the spear thrower, or riding fast on Winnie, or Baby. Is that right? She was flustered.
Right, and so is Ayla exciting to me, and beautiful.
Jondolar, you are making a joke. A flower is beautiful, or the sky when the sun drops over the edge. I am not beautiful.
Can't a woman be beautiful?
She turned aside from the intensity of his look. I don't know, but I am not beautiful. I am big and ugly.
Jondolar got up, and taking her hand, urged her up too. Now, who is bigger?
He was overpowering standing so close. He had shaved his face again, she noticed. The short beard hairs could only be seen up close. She wanted to touch his rough, smooth face, and his eyes made her feel they could reach inside her. "You are," she said softly.
"Then you are not too big, are you? And you are not ugly, Ayla."
He smiled, but she only knew it because his eyes showed it.
"It's funny. The most beautiful woman I have ever seen thinks she's ugly."
Her ears heard, but she was too lost in the eyes that held her, too moved by her body's response to notice his words. She saw him bend closer, then put his mouth on hers, and she felt him put his arms around her and draw her close. "Jondolar," she breathed, "I like that mouth on mouth."
"Kiss," he said. "I think it's time, Ayla."
He took her hand and led her toward the sleeping furs. "Time?"
"First rites," he said.
They sat down on the furs. "What kind of ceremony is it?"
"It is the ceremony that makes a woman. I can't tell you all about it. The older women tell a girl what to expect, and that it may hurt, but that it is necessary to open the passage for her to become a woman. They choose the man for it. Men want to be chosen, but some are afraid."
"Why are they afraid?"
"They're afraid they will hurt a woman, afraid they will be clumsy, afraid they won't be able, that their woman-maker won't rise."
"That means a man's organ? It has so many names."
He thought of all the names, many vulgar or humorous. "Yes, it has many names."
"What is the real name?"
"Manhood, I guess," he said, after a moment's thought. "The same as for a man, but woman-maker is another."
"What happens if the manhood won't rise?"
"Another man has to be brought in. It's very embarrassing, but most men want to be chosen for a woman's first time."
"Do you like being chosen?"
"Yes."
"Are you chosen often?"
"Yes."
"Why?"
Jondolar smiled and wondered if all her questions were the result of curiosity or nervousness. "I think because I like it. A woman's first time is special to me."
"Jondolar, how can we have a ceremony of first rites? I am past my first time. I am already open."
"I know, but there is more to first rites than just opening."
"I don't understand. What more can there be?"
He smiled again, then leaned closer and put his mouth on hers. She leaned toward him, but was startled when his mouth opened and she felt his tongue try to reach inside her mouth. She backed off.
"What are you doing?" she asked.
"Don't you like it?"
His forehead creased with consternation. "I don't know."
"Do you want to try again and see?"
"Slow down," he said to himself.
"Don't rush this. Why don't you lie back and relax?"
He pushed her with gentle pressure, then stretched out beside her, resting on one elbow. He looked down at her, then put his mouth on hers again. He waited until her tension was gone, then lightly flicked his tongue along her lips. He lifted up and saw her mouth smiling and her eyes closed. When she opened them, he bent to kiss her again. She strained to reach him. He kissed with more pressure and an open mouth. When his tongue sought entrance, she opened her mouth to receive it. "Yes," she said, "I think I like it." Jondolar grinned. She was questioning, tasting, testing, and he was pleased she had not found him wanting. "What now?" she asked. "More of the same?" "All right." He kissed her again, gently exploring her lips and the roof of her mouth and under her tongue. Then his lips traced her jaw. He found her ear, breathed his warm breath in it, nibbled her lobe, and then covered her throat with kisses and his questing tongue. Then he returned to her mouth again. "Why does that make me feel like a fever and shivers?" she said. "Not like a sickness, nice shivers." "You don't have to be a medicine woman now. It's not a sickness," he said. Then after a moment, "If you're warm, why don't you open your wrap, Ayla?" "That's all right. I'm not that warm." "Would you mind if I opened your wrap?" "Why?" "Because I want to." He kissed her again, trying to undo the knot in the thong that held her wrap closed. He was not successful and expected more discussion from her about it. "I'll open it," she whispered, when he lifted his mouth from hers. Deftly she untied the knot, then arched up to unwind the thong. The leather wrap fell away, and Jondolar caught his breath. "Oh, woman!" His voice was husky with need, and his loins tightened. "Ayla! Oh, Donnie, what a woman!" He kissed her open mouth fiercely, then buried his face in her neck and sucked warmth to the surface. Breathing hard, he backed off and saw the red mark he had made. He took a deep breath, reaching for control. "Is anything wrong?" Ayla asked, with a worried frown. "Only that I want you too much. I want to make it right for you, but I don't know if I can. You are so beautiful, so much woman." Her frown smoothed to a smile. "Whatever you do will be right, Jondolar." He kissed her again, more gently, wanting more than ever to give her pleasure. He caressed the side of her body, feeling the fullness of her breast, the dip of her waist, the smooth curve of her hip, the taut muscle of her thigh. She quivered under his touch. His hand brushed the golden curls of her mound and across her stomach to the turgid swelling of her breast, and felt her nipple harden in his palm. He kissed the tiny scar at the base of her throat, then he sought the other breast and sucked her nipple into his mouth. "It doesn't feel the same as a baby," she said. It broke the tension. Jondolar sat up laughing. "You are not supposed to be analyzing this, Ayla." "Well, it doesn't feel the same as when a baby sucks, and I don't know why. I don't know why a man wants to suckle like a baby at all," she said, feeling a bit defensive. "Don't you want me to?" "I won't if you don't like it." "I didn't say I don't like it. It feels good when a baby sucks. It doesn't feel the same when you do it, but it feels good. I feel it all the way down inside me. A baby doesn't make you feel that way inside." "That's why a man does it, to make a woman feel that way, and to make himself feel that way. That's why I want to touch you, to give you pleasure, and me too. It is the mother's gift of pleasure to her children. She created us to know this pleasure, and we honor her when we accept her gift. Will you let me give you pleasure, Ayla?" He was looking at her. Her golden hair, tousled on the fur, framed her face. Her dilated eyes, deep and soft, glowed with hidden fire and seemed full, as though they might spill over. Her mouth trembled when she opened it to answer. She nodded instead. He kissed one eye closed and then the other, and saw a tear. He tasted the salty drop with the tip of his tongue. She opened her eyes and smiled. He kissed the tip of her nose, then her mouth, then each nipple. Then he got up. She watched him walk to the hearth and move the spitted roast away from the fire and push the leaf-wrapped roots away from the coals. She waited, beyond thinking, only anticipating she did not know what. He had made her feel more than she had ever imagined her body was capable of feeling. yet had awakened an inexpressible yearning. He filled a cup with water and brought it back. "I don't want anything to interrupt us," he said, "and I thought you might want a drink of water." She shook her head. He took a sip and put the cup down, then untied the cord of his breechclout and stood looking at her with his prodigious manhood extended. Her eyes held only trust and desire, none of the fear that his size often inspired in younger women, and some not so young when they first saw him. He lay down beside her, filling his eyes with the sight of her. Her hair, soft, rich, luxuriant. Her eyes, brimming and expectant. Her magnificent body. All of this beautiful woman waiting for his touch, waiting for him to awaken in her those feelings he knew were there. He wanted it to last, this first awareness for her. He felt more excited than he ever had at the first rites for a newly fledged woman. Ayla did not know what to expect. No one had described it in vivid, expanded detail. She had only been abused. "Oh, Donnie, help me do it right," he thought, feeling for the moment that he was undertaking some awesome responsibility rather than a joyful pleasure. Ayla lay still, not moving a muscle, yet quivering. She felt as though she had been waiting forever for something she could not name, but which he could give. His eyes alone could touch inside her. She could not explain the pulsing, throbbing, delirious effects of his hands, his mouth, his tongue, but she ached for more. She felt unfinished, incomplete. Until he gave her the taste, she hadn't known her hunger. But once aroused, it had to be satisfied. When his eyes had had their fill, he closed them and kissed her once more. Her mouth was parted, waiting. She drew his seeking tongue in and tentatively experimented with her own. He pulled up and smiled encouragement. He brought a rich, lustrous strand of her hair to his lips, then rubbed his face in a thick, soft pile of her golden crown. He kissed her forehead, her eyes, her cheeks, wanting to know all of her. He found her ear, and his warm breath sent shivers of delight through her once more. He nibbled her earlobe, then suckled it. He found the tender nerves on her neck and throat that excited chills in internal places never touched. His large, expressive, sensitive hands explored her, felt the silky texture of her hair, cupped her cheek and jaw, traced the contours of her shoulder and arm. When he reached her hand, he brought it to his mouth, kissed her palm, stroked each finger, then followed the inside curve of her arm. Her eyes were closed, giving in to the sensation with rhythmic surges. His warm mouth found the scar in the hollow of her throat, then followed the path between her breasts and curved underneath one. He described decreasing circles with his tongue, felt the texture of her skin change when he reached the areola. She gasped when he drew her nipple into his mouth, and he felt a flush of heat throbbing in his loins. His hand matched his tongue's movement with her other breast, and his fingers found her nipple hardened and erect. He suckled gently at first, but when she pushed herself up to him, he increased the suction. She breathed hard, moaned softly. His breath matched her wanting. He wasn't sure he could wait. He stopped then to look at her again. Her eyes were closed, her mouth open. He wanted all of her, all at once. He took her mouth, drew her tongue into his. When he released it, she drew in his, following his example, and felt the warm inside of his. He found her throat again and drew wet circles around her other full breast until he reached the nipple. She pushed herself up to him, wanting, and shuddered when he answered with a deep pull. His hand caressed her stomach, her hip, her leg, then reached for her inner thigh. Her firm muscles rippled as she tensed a moment, then she separated her legs. He cupped his hand over her mound of dark gold curls and felt a sudden damp warmth. The answering jolt in his groin caught him by surprise. He stayed as he was, fighting for control, and almost lost it when he felt another surge of wetness in his hand. His mouth left her nipple and circled her stomach and her navel. When he reached her mound, he looked up at her. She was breathing in mewing gasps, her back arched and tensed with anticipation. She was ready. He kissed the top of her mound, felt crinkly hair, and inched lower. She was quivering, and when his tongue found the top of her narrow slot, she sprang up with a cry, then lay back moaning. His manhood was throbbing eagerly, impatiently, as he shifted position to slide down between her legs. Then he spread open her folds and took a long, loving taste. She could not hear her own sounds as she lost herself to the flood of exquisite sensations coursing through her as his tongue explored every fold, every ridge. He concentrated on her to keep his own demanding need in check, found the nodule that was her small but erect center of delight, and moved it firmly and rapidly. He feared he had reached the limit of his self-control when she writhed and sobbed with an ecstasy unknown before. With 2 long fingers, he entered her moist passage and applied pressure up from inside. Suddenly, she arched her back and cried out, and he tasted a new wetness. Her hands clenched and unclenched convulsively in unconscious beckoning motions that matched her spasmodic breaths. "Jondolar!" she cried out to him. "Oh, Jondolar, I need you, need something." He was on his knees, gritting his teeth in an effort to hold back, trying to enter her carefully. "I'm trying to be easy," he said, almost painfully. "It won't hurt me, Jondolar." It was true. It wasn't really her first time. As she arched up to receive him, he let himself enter. There was no blockage. He pressed farther, expecting to find her barrier, but he felt himself drawn in, felt her warm, moist depths opening and enfolding him, until, to his wonder, she embraced him fully. He drew back and plunged deeply into her again. She wrapped her legs around him to pull him into her. He withdrew again, and as he penetrated once more, he felt her wondrous, throbbing passage caress his full length. It was more than he could bear. He drove in again and again with unrestrained abandon, for once giving in entirely to his own need. "Ayla, Ayla, Ayla!" he cried out. The tension was reaching its peak. He could feel it gathering in his loins. He drew back once more. Ayla raised up to him with every nerve and muscle taut. He surged into her, reveling in the sheer sensual pleasure of burying his full, proud manhood completely in her eager warmth. They strained together. Ayla cried his name, and giving her his final fraction, Jondolar filled her. For an eternal instant, his deeper, throatier cries rose in harmony with her breathless sobs, repeating his name as paroxysms of inexpressible pleasure shuddered through them. Then, with exquisite release, he collapsed on top of her. For a long moment, only their breathing could be heard. They could not move. They had given all to each other, every fiber to their shared experience. After a time, they didn't want to move, didn't want it to end, though they knew it was over. It had been Ayla's awakening. She had never known the pleasures a man could give her. Jondolar knew his pleasure would be to awaken her, but she had given him an unexpected surprise, adding immeasurably to his excitement. Only few women had depth enough to take in all of him. He had learned to control his penetration to suit, and did it with sensitivity and skill. It would never be quite the same again, but to enjoy the excitement of first rights and the rare and glorious release of full penetration at the same time was unbelievable. He always did put forth greater efforts for first rights. There was something about the ceremony that brought out the best in him. His care and concern were genuine. His efforts were to please the woman, and his satisfaction came from her enjoyment as much as his own. But Ayla had pleased him, satisfied him beyond his wildest fantasy. Not ever had he felt so profoundly fulfilled. For a moment, it seemed, they had become one. "I must be getting heavy," he said, pulling himself up to partially support his weight on an elbow. "No," she said in a soft voice. "You're not heavy at all." I don't think I ever want you to get up." He bent down to nuzzle an ear and kiss her neck.
"I don't want to get up either, but I think I should."
He disengaged himself slowly, then lay down beside her, fitting an arm under her so that her head rested in the hollow beneath his shoulder. Ayla was dreamily content, completely relaxed, and acutely aware of Jondolar. She felt his arm around her, his fingers caressing her lightly, the play of pectoral muscles under her cheek. She could hear his heartbeat, or perhaps her own, in her ear. She smelled the warm, musky scent of his skin and their pleasures. She had never felt so cared for or so coddled. "Jondolar," she said after a while, "how do you know what to do? I didn't know those feelings were in me. How did you?"
"Someone showed me, taught me, helped me to know what a woman needs."
"Who?" She felt his muscles tense, detected a change in the tone of his voice.
"It's customary for older, more experienced women to teach young men."
"You mean like first rites?"
"Not quite. It's more informal. When young men start coming into their heat, the women always know. One or more who understands he is nervous and unsure of himself will be there for him and will help him over it. But it's not a ceremony."
"In the clan, when a boy makes his first kill, on a real hunt, not just little animals, then he is a man and has a manhood ceremony. Coming into his heat doesn't matter. It's hunting that makes him a man. That's when he must assume adult responsibilities."
"Hunting is important, but some men never hunt. They have other skills. I suppose I wouldn't have to hunt if I didn't want to. I could make tools and trade them for meat or skins or whatever I wanted. Most men hunt, though, and a boy's first kill is very special."
Jondolar's voice took on the warm tones of memory.
"There is no real ceremony, but his kill is distributed to everyone in the cave. He doesn't eat any of it. When he walks by, they remark to each other so he can hear how big and wonderful his kill is and how tender and delicious. The men invite him to join them for gaming or talking. The women treat him like a man instead of a boy and make friendly jokes with him. Almost any woman will make herself available to him if he's old enough, and that's what he wants. A first kill makes him feel very much a man."
"But no manhood ceremony?"
"Each time a man makes a woman, opens her, lets the life force flow into her, he reaffirms his manhood. That's why his tool, his manhood, is called Woman Maker."
"It might do more than make a woman. It might start a baby."
"Ayla, the great Earth Mother, blesses a woman with children. She brings them into the world and to a man's hearth. Dani created men to help her, to provide for her when she is heavy with child or nursing and caring for an infant, and to make her a woman. I can't explain it any better. Maybe Dani can."
"Maybe he's right," Ayla thought, snuggling down beside him. "But if he isn't, a baby could be growing in me now." She smiled. "A baby like Dirk, to cuddle and nurse and take care of. A baby that would be part Jondolar. But who will help me when he's gone?" she thought with a stab of anguish. She recalled her difficult previous pregnancy, her brush with death during delivery. "Without Issa, I wouldn't be alive. And if I did manage to have a baby alone, how could I hunt and take care of a baby? What if I got hurt or killed? Who would take care of my baby then? He'd die all alone. I can't have another baby now." She bolted up. "What if one has started? What should I do? Issa's medicine, tansy or mistletoe, or not mistletoe. That only grows on oak, and there is no oak here, but there are several plants that will work. I'll have to think about it. It could be dangerous, but better to lose the baby now than lose him to some hyena after he's born."
"Is anything wrong, Ayla?"
Jondolar asked, reaching up to cup a full, firm breast, because he knew he could, and that made him want to. She leaned into his hand, remembering his touch. "No, nothing is wrong." He smiled, recalled his deep satisfaction, and felt renewed stirrings. Soon, he thought, I think she has Haduma's touch. She saw warmth and desire in his blue eyes. Maybe he'll want to make pleasures with me again, Ayla thought, smiling back. Then her smile faded. If a baby hasn't started and we do pleasures again, one could start. Maybe I should take Issa's secret medicine, the one she said not to mention to anyone. She remembered when Issa told her about the plants, golden thread and root of antelope sage, that had such potent magic they could add strength to a woman's totem to fight off the man's impregnating essences and prevent life from starting. Ayla had just learned she was pregnant. Issa had not told her about the medicine before. No one thought she would ever have a baby, and it hadn't come up in her training. Strong totem or not, I had a baby, and I might again. I don't know if it's spirits or men, but the medicine worked for Issa, and I think I'd better take it, or I may have to take something else to lose one. I wish I didn't have to. I wish I could keep it. I would like to have a baby from Jondolar. Her smile was so tender and inviting that he reached up and pulled her down on him. The amulet hanging around her neck banged his nose. "Oh, Jondolar, did that hurt?" "What do you have in that thing? It must be full of rocks," he said, sitting up and rubbing his nose. "What is it?" "It is for my totem spirit, so he can find me. It holds the part of my spirit he recognizes. When he has given me signs, I keep them in there too. Everyone in the clan has one. Kreb said if I lose it, I will die." "It's a charm, or an amulet," he said. "Your clan does understand the mysteries of the spirit world. The more I learn about them, the more like people they seem, though not like any I know." His eyes filled with contrition. "Ayla, it was my ignorance that made me behave as I did when I first understood who you meant by clan. It was shameful, and I'm sorry." "Yes, it was shameful, but I am not angry or hurt any more. You have made me feel... I want to make a courtesy, too. For today, for first rites, I want to say, thank you." He grinned. "I don't think anyone ever thanked me before." The grin left, but a smile lingered, though his eyes were serious. "If anyone should say it, I should. Thank you, Ayla. You don't know what an experience you gave me. It hasn't been that gratifying for me since—" He stopped, and she saw a frown of pain. "Since Zolina." "Who is Zolina?" "Zolina is no more. She was a woman I knew when I was young." He lay back down and stared up at the roof of the cave, silent for so long that Ayla did not think he would say any more. Then, to himself more than her, he began speaking. "She was beautiful then. All the men talked about her, and all the boys thought about her, but none more than I. Even before the Danyi came to me in my sleep. The night my Danyi came, she came as Zolina, and when I woke, my sleeping furs were full of my essence, and my head full of Zolina. I remember following her, or finding a place to wait where I could watch her. I begged the mother for her. I couldn't believe it when she came to me. It could have been any one of the women, but the only one I wanted was Zolina. Oh, how I wanted her. And she came to me. First, I just took my pleasure in her. Even then I was big for my age, in many ways. She taught me how to control, how to use it, and she taught me what a woman needed. I learned I could get pleasure from a woman even if she wasn't quite deep enough, if I held myself back as long as possible and made her ready. Then I wouldn't need as much depth, and she could take more. With Zolina, I didn't have to worry. Yet she could make men happy who were smaller. She had ways of control, too. There wasn't a man who didn't want her, and she chose me. After a while, she chose me all the time, though I was hardly more than a boy. But there was one man who kept after her, though he knew she didn't want him. It made me angry. When he saw us together, he'd tell her to pick a man for a change. He wasn't as old as Zolina, but older than I. I was bigger, though. Jondolar closed his eyes, but kept on. It was so stupid. I shouldn't have done it. It only called attention to us.
but he wouldn't let her alone. He made me so furious. One day I hit him, and then I couldn't stop. They say it's not good for a young man to be with one woman too much. With more women, there's less chance that he will form an attachment. Young men are supposed to mate young women. Older women are only supposed to teach them. They always blame the woman if a young man grows to feel too much for her. But they shouldn't have blamed her. I didn't want any of those other women. I wanted only Zolina. Those women seemed so crude then, insensitive, teasing, making fun of the men all the time, especially the young men. Perhaps I was insensitive too, chasing them away from me, calling them names. They're the ones who choose the men for first rights. All the men want to be chosen. They always talk about it. It's an honor, and it's exciting, but they worry about being too rough, or too hasty, or worse. What good is a man if he can't even open a woman? Any time a man passes a group of women, they tease. He shifted his voice to a falsetto and mimicked. "Here's a handsome one. Would you like me to teach you a thing or two?" Or, "I haven't been able to teach this one anything. Anyone else willing to try?" Then, in his own voice, "Most men learn to give it back and enjoy the banter as much as the women. But it's hard on young men. Any man passing a group of laughing women wonders if they are laughing at his expense. Zolina wasn't like that. The other women didn't like her much, maybe because the men liked her too much. On any of the mothers' holidays or festivals, she was first choice. The man I hit lost several teeth. It's hard on a man that young to lose teeth. He can't chew, and women don't want him. I've been sorry ever since. It was so stupid. My mother made compensation for me, and he moved to another cave. But he comes to summer meetings, and I wince every time I see him. Zolina had been talking about serving the mother. I thought I would be a carver and serve her in that way. That was when Marthona decided I might have an aptitude for stoneworking and sent word to Dalinar. Not long afterward, Zolina left to take special training, and Willamar took me to live with the Lanzadanyi. Marthona was right. It was best. When I returned after 3 years, Zolina was no more.
"What happened to her?" Ayla asked, almost afraid to speak.
Those who serve the mother give up their own identity and take on the identity of the people for whom they intercede. In return, the mother gives them gifts unknown to her ordinary children, gifts of magic, skill, knowledge, and power. Many who go to serve never progress beyond acolytes. Of those who receive her call, only a few are truly talented, but they rise in the ranks of those who serve very quickly. Just before I left, Zolina was made High Priestess Zelendani, first among those who serve the mother. Suddenly, Jondolar jumped up and saw the scarlet and gold western sky through the cave openings. "It's still daylight. I feel like going for a swim," he said, striding quickly out of the cave. Ayla picked up her wrap and long thong and followed him. By the time she reached the beach, he was in the water. She took off her amulet, walked in a few feet, then kicked off. He was far upstream. She met him on his way back. "How far did you go?" she asked. "To the falls," he said. "Ayla, I have never told that to anyone before, about Zolina." "Do you ever see Zolina?" Jondolar's explosive laugh was bitter. "Not Zolina. Zelendani. Yes, I've seen her. We are good friends. I have even shared pleasures with Zelendani," he said. "But she doesn't choose just me anymore." He started swimming downstream, fast and hard. Ayla frowned and shook her head, then followed him back to the beach. She slipped her amulet on and tied on her wrap as she trailed him up the path. He was standing by the fireplace, looking down at barely glowing coals when she walked in. She made a last adjustment to her wrap, then picked up some wood and fed it to the fire. He was still wet, and she saw him shiver. She went to get his sleeping fur. "The season is changing," she said. "Evenings are cool. Here, you might get a chill." He held the fur around his shoulders awkwardly. It wasn't right for him, she thought, a fur wrap. And if he's going to leave,
He should start before the season turns. She went to her sleeping place and picked up a bundle that was beside the wall. "Jondolar." He shook his head to bring himself back to the present and smiled at her, but it didn't reach his eyes. When she started to untie the bundle, something fell out. She picked it up. "What is this?" she asked in tones of frightened wonder. "How did it get here?" "It's a danyi," Jondolar said when he saw the piece of carved ivory. "A danyi?" "I made it for you, for your first rites. A danyi should always be present at first rites." Ayla bent her head to hide a sudden rush of tears. "I don't know what to say. I have never seen anything like this. She is beautiful. She looks real, like a person, almost like me." He lifted her chin. "I meant her to look like you, Ayla. A real carver would have done it better. No, a real carver would not have made a danyi like this. I'm not sure if I should have. A danyi does not usually have a face. The face of the mother is unknowable. To put your face on that danyi may have trapped your spirit there. That's why she is yours, to keep in your possession. My gift to you." "I wonder why you put your gift here," Ayla said, as she finished untying the bundle. "I made this for you." He shook out the leather and saw the garments, and his eyes brightened. "Ayla, I didn't know you could do sewing or beadwork," he said, examining the clothing. "I didn't do the beadwork. I just made new parts for the shirt you were wearing. I took apart the other clothes so I'd know what size and shape to make the pieces, and I looked at the way they were put together so I could see how it was done. I used the sewing awl you gave me. I don't know if I used it right, but it worked." "It's perfect," he said, holding the shirt up to himself. He tried on the trousers and then the shirt. "I've been thinking about making clothes for myself that would be more appropriate for traveling. A breechclout is fine for here, but—" It was out, spoken aloud, like the evil ones Kreb had talked about, whose power came only from the recognition they were given when their names were spoken aloud. Jondolar's leaving had become a fact. No longer was it a vague thought that would someday come about. It had substance now, and it drew more weight as their thoughts concentrated on it, until an oppressive physical presence seemed to have entered the cave and would not go away. Jondolar quickly took the clothes off and folded them into a pile. "Thank you, Ayla. I can't tell you how much these mean. When it gets colder, they will be perfect, but I don't need them yet," he said, and he put the breechclout on. Ayla nodded, not trusting herself to speak. She felt a pressure in her eyes, and the ivory figurine blurred. She brought it to her breast. She loved it. It had been made with his hands. He called himself a tool-maker, but he could do so much more. His hands were skilled enough to make an image that gave her the same feeling of tenderness she had felt when he made her know what it was to be a woman. "Thank you," she said, remembering the courtesy. He frowned. "Don't ever lose it," he said. "With your face on it, and maybe your spirit in it, it might not be safe if someone else found it." "My amulet holds a part of my spirit and my totem's spirit. Now this danyi holds a part of my spirit and your Earth Mother's spirit. Does that make it my amulet too?" He hadn't considered that. Was she part of the Mother now? One of Earth's children? Maybe he shouldn't have tampered with forces beyond his ken. Or had he been an agent of them? "I don't know, Ayla," he answered, "but don't lose it." "Jondolar, if you thought it might be dangerous, why did you put my face on this danyi?" He took her hands that were holding the figure. "Because I wanted to capture your spirit, Ayla. Not to keep. I meant to give it back. I wanted to give you pleasure, and didn't know if I could. I didn't know if you would understand. You were not raised to know her. I thought putting your face on this might draw you to me." "You didn't need to put my face on a danyi for that. I would have been happy if you had just wanted to relieve your needs with me before I knew what pleasures were." He enfolded her in his arms, danyi and all. "No, Ayla, you may have been ready, but I needed to understand that it was your first time, or it would not have been right." She was losing herself in his eyes again. His arms tightened, and she gave herself up to him, until all she knew was his arms holding her, his hungry mouth on her mouth, his body against hers, and a dizzying, demanding need. She didn't know when he swept her up and moved her away from the fireplace. Her bed of furs reached up to accept her. She felt him fumble with the knot in her thong, then give up and simply raise her wrap. She opened herself to him eagerly, felt his rigid manhood search and then find. Fiercely, almost desperately, he sank his shaft deeply, as though to convince himself again that she was there for him, that he did not have to hold back. She raised to meet him, taking him in, wanting as much as he. He drew back and plunged again, feeling the tension mount, urged by the excitement of her total embrace and the reckless delight of giving in entirely to the force of his passion. He rode the rising surge with furious joy. She met him at every crest, matching him thrust for thrust, arching to guide the pressure of his movement. But the sensation she felt went beyond the push and pull within her cleft. Each time he filled her, she was conscious only of him. Her body, nerves, muscles, sinews were filled with him. He felt the pulling in his loins building, mounting, surging. Then an unbearable crescendo as the pressure broke with a shuddering eruption as he bore down to fill her one last time. She rose to meet his final frantic drive, and the explosion diffused through her body with voluptuous release. Chapter 29. Ayla rolled over, not quite awake, but aware of some discomfort. The lump under her would not go away until she finally woke up to reach for it. She held up the object and, in the dim red light of a fire almost out, saw the silhouette of the Danyi. With a flash of recognition, the day before sprang vividly to mind, and she knew the warmth lying with her in the bed was Jondolar. "We must have fallen asleep after we made pleasures," she thought. In a happy glow, she snuggled close to him and shut her eyes, but sleep eluded her. Snatches of scenes formed patterns and textures which she sorted through with her inner sense. The hunt, and baby's return, and first rites, and, overlaid on all, Jondolar. Her feelings about him were beyond any words she knew, but they filled her with inexpressible joy. She thought of him as she lay beside him until it became too much to contain. Then she quietly slipped out of bed, taking the ivory figurine with her. She walked to the mouth of the cave and saw Whinny and Racer standing together, leaning close. The mare blew a quiet nicker of recognition, and the woman veered toward them. "Was it like that for you, Whinny?" she said in soft tones. "Did your stallion give you pleasures? Oh, Whinny, I didn't know it could be like that. How could it have been so terrible with Braud and so wonderful with Jondolar?" The young horse nuzzled in for his share of attention. She scratched and stroked, then hugged him. "No matter what Jondolar says, Whinny, I think your stallion gave you Racer. He's even the same color, and there are not many brown horses. I suppose it could have been his spirit, but I don't think so. I wish I could have a baby, Jondolar's baby. I can't. What would I do after he goes?" She blanched with a feeling close to terror. "Goes? Oh, Whinny, Jondolar is going to leave." She raced out of the cave and down the steep path, more by feel than sight. Her eyes were blinded by tears. She dashed across the rocky beach until she was stopped by the jutting wall, then huddled near it, sobbing. "Jondolar is leaving. What will I do? How can I stand it? What can I do to make him stay?" "Nothing." She hugged herself and hunkered down, leaning into the stone barrier as if trying to fend off some ravaging blow. She would be alone again when he left, worse than alone, without Jondolar. What will I do here without him? Maybe I should leave, too, find some others and stay with them. No, I can't do that. They will ask where I come from, and others hate the clan. I will be abomination to them unless I make words that are untrue. I cannot shame Kreb or Isa. They loved me, cared for me. Uba is my sister, and she is taking care of my son. The clan is my family. When I had no one, the clan took care of me, and now the others don't want me. And Jondolar is leaving. I will have to live here alone all my life. I might as well be dead. Braud cursed me. He has won after all. How can I live without Jondolar? Ayla cried until she had no tears left, only a desolate emptiness inside. She wiped her eyes with the backs of her hands, and she noticed she still held the danyi. She turned it around, marveling as much at the concept of making a piece of ivory into a small woman as at the figurine itself. In the moonlight, it resembled her even more. The hair carved into braids, the eyes in shadow, the nose and shape of the cheek reminded her of her own reflection in a pool of water. Why had Jondolar put her face on this symbol of the Earth Mother whom the others revered? Was her spirit captured, linked with the one he called Dani? Kreb had said her spirit was held with the cave lions by her amulet, and by Ursus, the great cave bear, the clan's totem. She had been given a piece of the spirit of each member of the clan when she became a medicine woman, and they had not been taken back after her death curse. Clan and others, totems and the mother, all had some claim to that invisible part of her called spirit. I think my spirit must be confused, she thought. I know I am. A cool wind urged her back up to the cave. Moving the cold spitted roast out of the way, she built up a small fire, trying not to disturb Jondolar, and started water heating for a tea to help her relax. She couldn't go to sleep yet. She stared at the flames while she waited, and she thought about the many times she had stared at flames to see a semblance of life. The hot tongues of light danced along the wood, leaping for the taste of a new piece, then drawing back and leaping again until they claimed it and devoured it. "Danyi, it's you! It's you!" Jondolar cried out in his sleep. Ayla jumped up and went to him. He was tossing and thrashing, obviously dreaming. She wondered if she should wake him. Suddenly, his eyes flew open, looking startled. "Are you all right, Jondolar?" she asked. "Ayla? Ayla, is it you?" "Yes, it is I." His eyes closed again, and he mumbled something incoherent. He hadn't been awake, she realized. It had been part of his dream, but he was calmer. She watched him until he relaxed, and then she went back to the fire. She let the flames die down as she sipped her tea. Finally, feeling sleepy again, she removed her wrap and crawled in beside Jondolar and pulled the furs around her. The man's sleeping warmth made her think how cold it would be when he was gone, and from her vast reservoir of emptiness, new tears emerged. She cried herself to sleep. Jondolar ran, panting to catch his breath, trying to reach the opening of the cave ahead. He glanced up and saw the cave lion. No, no, Thonolin, Thonolin! The cave lion was after him, crouched, then leaped. Suddenly the mother appeared, and with a command she turned the lion away. "Dani, it's you, it's you!" The mother turned around, and he saw her face. The face was the Dani carved to resemble Ayla. He called out to her, "Ayla, Ayla, is it you?" The carved face came to life. Her hair was a golden halo surrounded by a red glow. "Yes, it is I." The Ayla Danyi grew and changed shape, became the ancient Danyi he had given away, the one that had been in his family for so many generations. She was ample and motherly and kept expanding until she was the size of a mountain. Then she began giving birth. All the creatures of the sea flowed out of her deep cavern in a gush of birth water. Then all the insects and birds of the air flew out in a swarm. Then the animals of the land, rabbits, deer, bison, mammoths, cave lions, and, in the distance, he saw through a misty haze the vague forms of people. They drew near as the mists cleared, and suddenly he could see them. They were flatheads. They saw him and ran away. He called after them, and one woman turned around. She had Ayla's face. He ran toward her, but the mists closed around her and enveloped him. He groped through a red fog and heard a distant roar like a rushing waterfall. It grew louder, bore down on him. He was overwhelmed by a torrent of people emerging from the capacious womb of the Earth Mother, a huge, mountainous Earth Mother with Ayla's face. He pushed his way through the people, struggling to get to her, and finally reached the great cavern, her deep opening. He entered her, and his manhood was probing her warm folds until they enclosed him in their satisfying depths. He was pumping furiously with unrestrained joy. Then he saw her face, awash with tears. Her body was shaking with sobs. He wanted to comfort her, to tell her not to cry, but he could not speak. He was pushed away. He was in the midst of a great crowd flowing out of her womb, all wearing beaded shirts. He tried to fight his way back, but the great press of people carried him away like a log caught in the flood of birth water, a log carried by the great Mother River with a bloody shirt clinging to it. He craned his neck to look back, and he saw Ayla standing in the mouth of the cavern. Her sobs echoed in his ears. Then, with resounding thunder, the cavern collapsed in a great rain of rocks. He stood alone, crying. Jondolar opened his eyes to darkness. Ayla's small fire had used up the wood. In the absolute black, he wasn't sure if he was awake. The cave wall had no definition, no familiar focus to establish his place within his surroundings. For all his eyes could tell him, he might have been suspended in a fathomless void. The vivid shapes of his dreams were more substantial. They played across his mind in remembered bits and pieces, reinforcing their dimensions in his conscious thoughts. By the time the night had faded enough to give bare outline to stone and cave openings, Jondolar had begun to attribute meaning to his sleeping images. He didn't often remember his dreams, but this one had been so strong, so tangible, that it had to be a message from the Mother. What was she trying to tell him? He wished for a Zelendani to help him interpret the dream. As faint light penetrated the cave, he saw a tumult of blonde hair framing Ayla's sleeping face, and he noticed the warmth of her body. He watched her in silence as shadows lightened. He had an overwhelming desire to kiss her, but he didn't want to waken her. He brought a long golden tress to his lips. Then, quietly, he got up. He found the tepid tea, poured himself a cup, and walked out to the stone porch of the cave. It was chilly in his breechclout, but he ignored the temperature, though a thought about the warm clothes Ayla had made for him passed through his mind. He watched the eastern sky lighten and the details of the valley sharpen, and he dredged up his dream again, trying to follow its tangled strands to unravel its mystery. Why should Donnie show him that all life came from her? He knew it. It was an accepted fact of his existence. Why should she appear in his dream, giving birth to all the fish and birds and animals and flatheads? Of course, she was telling him the people of the clan were her children too. Why had no one made that clear before? No one ever questioned that all life came from her. Why were those people so vilified? They were called animals, as though animals were evil. What made flatheads evil? Because they were not animals. They were human, a different kind of human. That's what Ayla has been saying all along. Is that why one of them had Ayla's face? He could understand why her face would be on the Danyi he had made, the one who had stopped the lion in his dream. No one would believe what Ayla had actually done. It was more incredible than the dream. But why was her face on the ancient Danyi? Why should the great Earth Mother herself bear the likeness of Ayla? He knew he would never understand all of his dream, but he felt he was still missing an important part. He went over it again, and when he recalled Ayla standing in the cave that was about to collapse, he almost shouted to her to get away. He was staring at the horizon, his thoughts inward, feeling the same desolation and loneliness as in his dream when he had been standing alone, without her. Tears wet his face. Why did he feel such utter despair? What was he not seeing? People in beaded shirts came to mind, leaving the cavern. Ayla had fixed the beaded shirt for him. She had made clothes for him, and she hadn't even known how to sew before. Traveling clothes that he would wear when he left. Left? Leave Ayla? The fiery light rose over the edge. He closed his eyes and saw a warm golden glow. Great Mother, what a stupid fool you are, Jondolar. Leave Ayla? How can you possibly leave her? You love her. Why have you been so blind? Why should it take a dream from the mother to tell you something so plain that a child could have seen it? A sense of great weight lifting from his shoulders made him feel a joyous freedom, a sudden lightness. I love her. It has finally happened to me. I love her. I didn't think it was possible, but I love Ayla. He was filled with exuberance, ready to shout it to the world, ready to rush in and tell her. I have never told a woman that I love her, he thought. He hurried into the cave, but Ayla was still sleeping. He went back out and brought in some wood, and using flint and a firestone, it still amazed him, quickly had a fire going. For once he'd managed to wake up before her, and he wanted to surprise her with hot tea for a change. He found her mint leaves and soon had the tea steeped and ready. But Ayla still slept. He watched her breathing, turning. He loved her hair long and free like that. He was tempted to wake her. No, she must be tired. It's daylight and she's not up. He went down to the beach, found a twig to clean his teeth, then took a morning swim. It left him refreshed, full of energy, and famished. They had never gotten around to eating. He smiled to himself, remembering the reason. The thought caused a rising. He laughed. You deprived him all summer, Jondolar. You can't blame your woman-maker for being so eager now that he knows what he's missed. But don't push her. She may need to rest. She's not used to it. He raced up the path and entered the cave quietly. The horses were out to pasture. They must have gone while I was swimming, and she's still not awake. Is she all right? Maybe I should wake her. She rolled over and exposed a breast, adding impulse to his earlier thoughts. He contained his urge and went to the fireplace to pour himself more tea and wait. He noticed a difference in her random motions, then saw her groping for something. Jondolar! Jondolar, where are you? She cried, bolting up. Here I am, he said, rushing to her. She clung to him. Oh, Jondolar, I thought you were gone. I'm here, Ayla. I'm right here. He held her until she quieted. Are you all right now? Let me get you some tea. He poured the tea and brought her a cup. She took a sip and then a bigger drink. Who made this? She asked. I did. I wanted to surprise you with hot tea, but it's not so hot anymore. You made it? For me? Yes, for you. Ayla, I have never said this to a woman before. I love you. Love? She asked. She wanted to be sure he meant what she hardly dared hope he might mean. What does love mean? What does... Jondolar, you pompous fool. He stood up. You, the great Jondolar, the one every woman wants. You believed it yourself. So careful to withhold the one word you thought they all wanted to hear, and proud that you've never said it to a woman. You finally fall in love, and you couldn't even admit it to yourself. Donnie had to tell you in a dream. Jondolar is finally going to say it, going to admit he loves a woman. You almost expected her to faint with surprise, and she doesn't even know the meaning of the word. Ayla watched him with consternation, pacing back and forth, ranting to himself about love. She had to learn that word. Jondolar, what does love mean? She was serious, and she sounded a trifle annoyed. He knelt down in front of her. It's a word I should have explained long ago. Love is the feeling you have for someone you care for. It is what a mother feels for her children, or a man for his brother.
Between a man and a woman, it means they care for each other so much that they want to share their lives together, not ever be apart. She closed her eyes and felt her mouth tremble as she heard his words. Did she hear him right? Did she really understand? "Jondolar," she said, "I did not know that word, but I know the meaning of the word. I have known the meaning of that word since you came, and the longer you were here, the more I knew it. So many times I have wished for the word to say that meaning." She closed her eyes, but the tears of relief and joy would not stay back. "Jondolar, I love too." He stood up, bringing her with him, and kissed her tenderly, holding her like some new-found treasure that he didn't want to break or lose. She put her arms around his chest and held him as though he were a dream that might fade if she let go. He kissed her mouth and her face salty with tears, and when she laid her head against him, he buried his face in her tangled golden hair to dry his own eyes. He could not speak. He could only hold her and marvel at his incredible luck in finding her. He'd had to travel to the far ends of the earth to find a woman he could love, and nothing was going to make him let her go now. "Why not just stay here? This valley has so much. With two of us, it will be so much easier. We have the spear throwers, and Winnie is a help. Racer will be too," Ayla said. They were walking through the field for no purpose other than to talk. They had picked all the seeds she wanted to pick, hunted and dried enough meat to last through the winter, gathered and stored the ripening fruits and roots and other plants for food and medicine, and collected a variety of materials for winter projects. Ayla wanted to try decorating clothing, and Jondolar thought he'd carve some gaming pieces and teach Ayla how to play. But the true joy for Ayla was that Jondolar loved her. She would not be alone. "It is a beautiful valley," Jondolar said. Why not stay here with her? Thonelin was willing to stay with Jatamio, he thought. But it wasn't just the two of them. How long could he stand it with no one else? Ayla had lived alone for 3 years. They wouldn't have to be alone. Look at Dalinar. He started a new cave, but in the beginning he had only Jarika and her mother's mate Hokaman. More people joined them later, and children were born. They are already planning a second cave of the Lanzadanyi. Why can't you found a new cave, like Dalinar? Maybe you can, Jondolar, but whatever you do, it won't be without Ayla. You need to know other people, Ayla, and I want to take you home with me. I know it would be a long journey, but I think we could make it in a year. You'd like my mother, and I know Marthona would like you, and so would my brother Joharan and my sister Folara. She must be a young woman by now. And Dalinar. Ayla bowed her head, then looked up again. How much will they like me when they find out my people were the clan? Will they welcome me when they learn I have a son who was born when I lived with them, who is abomination to them? You can't hide from people for the rest of your life. Didn't the woman, Isa, didn't she tell you to find your own kind? She was right, you know. It won't be easy. I can't keep the truth from you. Most people don't know the clan people are human. But you made me understand, and there are others who wonder. Most people are decent, Ayla. Once they get to know you, they will like you. And I'll be with you. I don't know. Can't we think about it? Of course we can, he said. We can't start on a long journey until spring, he was thinking. We could get as far as the Sharamudoi before winter sets in, but we can winter here as well. It would give her some time to get used to the idea. Ayla smiled with genuine relief and stepped up her pace. She had been dragging her feet physically as well as mentally. She knew he was missing his family and his people, and if he decided to go, she would go with him no matter where he went. She hoped, though, that after settling down for the winter, he might want to stay and make his home in the valley with her. They were far from the stream, almost up the slope to the steps, when Ayla stooped to pick up a vaguely familiar object. "It's my aurochs horn," she said to Jondolar, brushing off the dirt and noticing the charred inside. "I used it to carry my fire. I found it while I was traveling, after I left the clan." Memories flooded back.
and I carried a coal in it to light the torches to help me chase the horses into my first pit trap. It was Winnie's dam that was caught, and when the hyenas went after her foal, I chased them away and brought her to the cave. So much has happened since then."
"Many people carry fire when they travel, but with the firestones, we don't have to worry about it."
His brow suddenly furrowed, and Ayla knew he was thinking.
"We're stocked up, aren't we? There's nothing more we need to do."
"No, we don't need anything."
"Then why don't we make a journey? A short journey," he added when he saw her distress. "You haven't explored the area to the west. Why don't we take some food and tents and sleeping furs and look it over? We don't have to go far."
"What about Winnie and Racer?"
"We'll take them with us. Winnie can even carry us part of the time, and maybe the food and gear. It would be fun, Ayla, just the two of us," he said.
Traveling for fun was new to her and hard to accept, but she couldn't think of any objections. "I suppose we could," she said. "Just the two of us? Why not?" It might not be a bad idea to explore more of the country to the west, she thought. "The dirt is not as deep back here," Ayla said, "but it's the best place for a cache, and we can use some of the fallen rocks." Jondolar held the torch higher to spread the flickering light farther.
"Several small caches, don't you think?"
"So if an animal breaks into one, he won't get everything. Good idea." Jondolar moved the light to see into some of the crannies among the fallen rocks in the far corner of the cave.
"I looked back here once. I thought I saw signs of cave lion."
"This was Baby's place. I saw cave lion signs before I moved in, too, much older. I thought it was a sign from my totem to stop traveling and stay for the winter. I didn't think I would stay so long. Now I think I was supposed to wait here for you. I think the cave lion spirit guided you here and then chose you so your totem would be strong enough for mine."
"I always thought of Donnie as my guiding spirit."
"Maybe she guided you, but I think the cave lion chose you."
"You may be right. The spirits of all creatures are Donnie's. The cave lion is hers, too. The ways of the mother are mysterious."
"The cave lion is a hard totem to live with, Jondolar. His tests have been difficult. I wasn't always sure I would live, but his gifts have made them worth it. I think his greatest gift to me is you," she finished in a soft voice. He stuffed the torch in a crack, then took the woman he loved in his arms. She was so open and honest, and when he kissed her, she responded so eagerly that he almost gave in to his wanting of her.
"We have to stop this," he said, holding her shoulders to put a space between them, "or we'll never get ready to leave. I think you have Haduma's touch."
"What is Haduma's touch?"
"Haduma was an old woman we met, the mother of 6 generations, and greatly revered by her descendants. She had many of the mother's powers. The men believed that if she touched their manhood, it would make them able to rise as often as they wished, to satisfy any woman, or many of them. Most men wish for that. Some women know ways to encourage men. All you have to do is get close to me, Ayla. This morning, last night, how many times yesterday, and the day before. I've never been able or wanted to so much. But if we stop now, we'll never finish the caches this morning." They cleared away rubble, levered aside some large boulders, and decided where to establish caches. As the day progressed, Jondolar thought Ayla seemed unusually quiet and withdrawn, and he wondered if it was anything he had said or done. Maybe he shouldn't seem so eager. It was hard to believe she was so ready for him every time he wanted her. He knew many women held back and made a man work for his pleasures, though they liked them too. It had seldom been a problem for him, but he'd learned not to seem too eager. There was more challenge for a woman if a man seemed a bit restrained. When they began moving the stored food to the rear of the cave, Ayla seemed even more reserved, bowing her head often and kneeling in quiet repose before picking up a rawhide-wrapped package of dried meat or a basket of roots. By the time they started making trips down to the beach to bring up more stones to pile around their winter supplies, Ayla was noticeably upset. Jondolar was sure it was his fault, but he didn't know what he had done. It was late afternoon when he saw her angrily trying to pick up a boulder much too heavy for her. "We don't need that stone, Ayla. I think we should take a rest. It's warm and we've been working all day. Let's go for a swim." She stopped tugging at the rock, pushed her hair out of her eyes, undid the knot in her thong, and pulled off her amulet as her wrap fell away. Jondolar felt a familiar stirring in his loins. It happened every time he saw her body. "She moves like a lion," he thought, admiring her sleek, sinewy grace as she ran into the water. He doffed his breechclout and raced in after her. She was churning upstream so hard that Jondolar decided to wait until she came back downstream and let her use up some of her irritation in effort. She was floating easily on the current when he caught up to her, and she did seem more relaxed. When she turned over to swim, he ran his hand along the curve of her back from her shoulder, following the dip of her waist and over her smooth, rounded buttocks. She shot ahead of him and was out of the water with her amulet back on and reaching for her wrap when he waded out. "Ayla, what am I doing wrong?" he asked, standing in front of her dripping. "It's not you. I'm the one who's doing it wrong." "You're not doing anything wrong." "Yes, I am. I've been trying all day to encourage you, but you don't understand clan gestures." When Ayla had first become a woman, Issa had explained not only how to care for herself when she bled, but how to clean herself after she had been with a man, and the gestures and postures that would encourage a man to give her the signal, though Issa had doubted she would need the information. Men of the clan were not likely to find her attractive no matter what gestures she used. "I know when you touch me in certain ways or put your mouth on mine, that is your signal. But I don't know the ways to encourage you," she continued. "Ayla, all you have to do is be there to encourage me." "That's not what I mean," she said. "I don't know how to tell you when I want you to make pleasures with me. I don't know the ways. You said some women know ways to encourage a man." "Oh, Ayla, is that what's bothering you? You want to learn how to encourage me?" She nodded and put her head down, feeling a surge of embarrassment. Clan women were not so forward. They exhibited their desire for a man with excessive modesty, as though they could hardly bear the sight of such an overwhelmingly masculine male, yet with demure glances and innocent postures that resembled the proper position for a female to assume, they let him know he was irresistible. "Look how you've encouraged me, woman," he said, knowing he had developed an erection while talking to her. He couldn't help it, and he couldn't hide it. Seeing him so obviously encouraged brought a smile to the woman's lips. She couldn't help it. "Ayla," he said, and swept her up in both arms. "Don't you know you encourage me just by being alive?" Carrying her, he started across the beach toward the path. "Do you have any idea how it encourages me just to look at you? The first time I saw you, I wanted you." He continued up the path with a very surprised Ayla. "You are so much woman, you don't need ways to encourage. You don't have to learn a thing. Everything you do makes me want you more." They reached the entrance. "If you want me, all you have to do is say so, or better yet, this." He kissed her. He carried her into the cave and put her down on the bed of furs. Then he kissed her again, with open mouth and gently probing tongue. She felt his manhood, hard and hot between them. He sat up then and had a teasing grin on his face. "You said you were trying all day. What makes you think you weren't encouraging me?" he said. Then he did something totally unexpected. He made a gesture. Her eyes flew open with surprise. "Jondolar, that's the signal." "If you're going to make your clan signals to me, I think it's only fair to give them back." "But She was at a loss for words, if not actions. She got up, turned around, and went down on her knees, spreading them apart, and presented. He had meant the signal as a joke. He didn't expect to be stimulated so quickly. But the sight of her round, firm buttocks and her exposed female opening, deep, pink, and inviting, were irresistible. Before he knew it, he was on his knees behind her, entering her warm, pulsating depths. From the moment she assumed the position, memories of Braud crowded her thoughts. For the first time, she would have refused Jondolar, if she could have.
But as strong as the repellent associations were, her early conditioning to obey the signal was stronger. He mounted and plunged. She felt Jondolar fill her, and she cried out with the unexpected pleasure. The posture made her feel pressures in new places, and when he drew back, the rubbing and friction excited in new ways. She backed to meet him when he dove in again. As he hovered over her, pumping and straining, she was suddenly reminded of Winnie and her bay stallion. The thought brought on a shudder of delicious warmth and a pulsing, tingling pull. She reared up and backed to him, matching his pace, moaning and squealing. The pressure was mounting quickly. Her actions and his need drove him faster. "Ayla, oh, woman!" he cried out. "Beautiful, wild woman!" he breathed as he thrust and thrust and thrust again. He held her hips, pulled her to him, and as he filled her, she reared back to meet him as he surged into her with a shudder of delight. They stayed there for a moment, shaking, Ayla's head hanging down. Then, taking her with him, he rolled them both over on their sides, and then they lay there, unmoving. Her back nestled against him, and with his manhood still in her, he curled around her and reached one hand over to cup her breast. "I must admit," he said after a while, "that signal isn't so bad." He nuzzled the back of her neck and reached for her ear. "I wasn't sure at first, but with you, Jondolar, everything is right. Everything is pleasure," she said, snuggling back into him closer. "Jondolar, what are you looking for?" Ayla called down from the ledge. "I was trying to see if I could find any more firestones." "I have hardly marked the first one I started using. It will last a long time. We don't need any more." "I know, but I saw one, and I thought I'd see how many more I could find. Are we ready?" "I can't think of anything else we need. We can't stay too long. The weather changes so fast this time of year. It can be hot in the morning and a blizzard by evening," she said, coming down the path. Jondolar put the new stones in his pouch, looked around once more, then looked up at the woman. Then he looked at the woman again. "Ayla, what are you wearing?" "Don't you like it?" "I like it. Where did you get it?" "I made it when I was making yours. I copied yours to fit me, but I wasn't sure if I should wear it. I thought it might be something only a man should wear, and I didn't know how to bead a shirt. Is it all right?" "I think so. I don't recall that the woman's outfit was much different. The shirt is a little longer, maybe, and the decorations might be different. This is Mamutoi clothing. I lost mine when we reached the end of the Great Mother River. It looks wonderful on you, Ayla, and I think you'll like it better. When it gets cold, you'll notice how warm it is and comfortable." "I'm glad you like it. I wanted to dress your way." "My way. I wonder if I know what my way is anymore. Look at us. A man and a woman and 2 horses. One of them loaded with our tent and food and extra clothing. It feels strange to be starting on a journey so unencumbered, to be carrying nothing except spears and a spear thrower, and my pouch full of firestones. I think we'd be quite a surprise if anyone were to see us. But I'm more surprised at myself. I am not the same man I was when you found me. You have changed me, woman, and I love you for it." "I, too, am changed, Jondolar. I love you." "Well, which way do we go?" Ayla felt a disquieting sense of loss as they walked the length of the valley, followed by the mare and her colt. When she reached the turn at the far end, she looked back. "Jondolar, look, horses have come back to the valley. I haven't seen horses here since I first came. They left when I chased them and caught Winnie's dam. I'm glad to see them back. I always did think this was their valley." "Is it the same herd?" "I don't know. The stallion was yellow like Winnie. I don't see the stallion, only the lead mare. It's been a long time." Winnie had seen the horses, too, and she gave a loud neigh. The greeting was returned, and Racer's ears turned toward them with interest. Then the mare followed the woman, and her colt trotted behind. Ayla followed the river south and crossed when she saw the steep slope on the other side. She stopped at the top, and both she and Jondolar mounted Winnie. The woman found her landmarks and headed southwest. The terrain became rougher, more broken and folded, with rocky canyons and steep slopes leading to flat rises. When they neared an opening between jagged rock walls, Ayla dismounted and examined the ground. It held no fresh spoor. She led the way into a blind canyon, then climbed up on a rock that had split from the wall. As she walked to a rock slide at the back, Jondolar followed her. "This is the place, Jondolar," she said, and withdrawing a pouch from her tunic, she gave it to him. He knew the place. "What is this?" he asked, holding up the small leather bag. "Red earth, Jondolar, for his grave." He nodded, unable to speak. He felt the pressure of tears and made no effort to check them. He poured the red ochre into his hand and broadcast it on the rocks and gravel, then spread a second handful. Ayla waited while he stared at the rocky slope with wet eyes, and when he turned to go, she made a gesture over Thonalin's grave. They rode for some time before Jondolar spoke. "He was a favorite of the mother. She wanted him back." They went a little farther, and then he asked, "What was that gesture you made?" "I was asking the great cave bear to protect him on his journey, to wish him luck. It means walk with Ursus." "Ayla, I didn't appreciate it when you told me. I do now. I am grateful to you for burying him and for asking the clan totems to help him. I think that because of you, he will find his way in the spirit world." "You said he was brave. I don't think the brave need help to find their way. It would be an exciting adventure for those who are fearless." "He was brave, and he loved adventure. He was so full of life, as though he were trying to live it all at once. I would not have made this journey if it hadn't been for him." His arms were around Ayla as they rode double. He tightened them, pulling her closer. "And I would not have found you. That's what the Shamud meant by saying it was my destiny. He leads where you would not otherwise go," were the words. "Thonalin led me to you, and then followed his love to the next world. I didn't want him to go, but I can understand him now." As they continued west, the broken land gave way to flat open steppes again, crossed by the rivers and streams of runoff from the great northern glacier. The waterways cut through occasional high-walled canyons and meandered down gently sloping valleys. The few trees that graced the steppes were dwarfed by their struggle to live, even alongside the waters that fed their roots, and their shapes were tortured as though frozen in the act of bending away from a violent gust. They kept to the valleys when they could, for shelter from the wind and for wood. Only there, protected, did birch, willow, pine, and larch grow in any abundance. The same was not true for animals. The steppes were a massive reserve of wildlife. With their new weapon, the man and woman hunted at will, whenever they wanted fresh meat, and they often left the remains of their kills for other predators and scavengers. They had been traveling for half a moon's cycle of phases when a day dawned hot and unusually still. They had walked most of the morning, and they mounted when they saw a rise in the distance with a hint of green. Jondolar, prodded by Ayla's warmth and closeness, had worked his hand under her tunic to fondle her. They topped the hill and looked down at a pleasant valley watered by a large river. They reached the water when the sun was high. "Should we go north or south, Jondolar?" "Let's not do either. Let's make camp," he said. She started to object only because she was not accustomed to stopping so early for no reason. Then, when Jondolar nibbled at her neck and gently squeezed her nipple, she decided they had no reason to go on, and more than enough to stop. "All right, let's make camp," she said. She threw a leg over and slid down. He dismounted and helped her remove the pack baskets from Winnie so the horse could rest and graze. Then he took her in his arms and kissed her, reaching under her tunic again. "Why don't you let me take it off?" she said. He smiled while she pulled the tunic over her head and undid the waist tie of the lower garment and stepped out of it. He pulled his tunic over his head, then heard her giggle. When he looked up, she was gone. She laughed again, then jumped into the river. "I decided to go swimming," she said. He grinned, took off his trousers, and followed her in. The river was deep and cold and the current swift, but she was swimming upstream so hard that he had difficulty catching up with her. He grabbed her and, treading water, kissed her. She ducked out of his arms and raced for the shore, laughing. He went after her, but by the time he reached the shore, she had raced up the valley. He took off after her, and just as he reached her, she dodged away again. He chased her again, putting forth all his effort, and finally caught her around the waist. "You're not getting away this time, woman," he said, pulling her close. "You'll tire me out chasing you. Then I won't be able to give you pleasures," he said, delighted with her playfulness. "I don't want you to give me pleasures," she said. His jaw dropped, and lines creased his forehead. "You don't want me?" He let go of her. "I want to give you pleasures." His heart started beating again. "You do give me pleasures, Ayla," he said, taking her back in his arms. "I know it pleases you to give me pleasures. That's not what I mean." Her eyes were serious. "I want to learn to pleasure you, Jondolar." He couldn't resist her. His manhood was hard between them as he held her close, and he kissed her as though he couldn't get enough of her. She kissed him back, following his example. They lingered over the kiss, tasting, touching, exploring each other. "I will show you how to please me, Ayla," he said, and taking her hand, he found a place of green grass near the water. When they sat down, he kissed her again, then reached for her ear and kissed her neck, pushing her back. His hand was on her breast, and he was reaching for it with his tongue when she sat up. "I want to pleasure you," she said. "Ayla, it pleases me so much to give you pleasure. I don't know how it could possibly please me more for you to pleasure me." "Will it please you less?" she asked. Jondolar threw back his head, laughed, and took her in his arms. She smiled, but wasn't sure what had delighted him so. "I don't think anything you did could please me less." Then, looking at her with his vibrant blue eyes, he said, "I love you, woman." "I love you, Jondolar. I feel love when you smile like that, with your eyes like that, and so much when you laugh. No one laughed in the clan, and they did not like it when I did. I don't ever want to live with people who will not let me smile or laugh." "You should laugh, Ayla, and smile. You have a beautiful smile." She couldn't help smiling at his words. "Ayla, oh, Ayla," he said, burying his face in her neck and caressing her. "Jondolar, I love when you touch me and kiss my neck, but I want to know what you like." He made a wry grin. "I can't help myself. You encourage me too much. What do you like, Ayla? Do to me what feels good to you. Will you like it?" "Try it." She pushed him back, then bent over to kiss him, opening her mouth and using her tongue. He responded, but held himself in check. Then she kissed his neck, flicking her tongue lightly. She felt him shiver a bit, and she looked at him, wanting confirmation. "Does it please you?" "Yes, Ayla, it pleases me." It did. Restraining himself under her tentative advances fired him more than he dreamed. Her light kisses seared through him. She was unsure of herself, as inexperienced as a girl who had reached puberty but had not yet had first rites, and no one was more desirable. Such tender kisses had more power to arouse than the most ardent and sensual caresses of more experienced women, because they were forbidden. Most women were available to some degree. She was untouchable. The untried young woman could drive men, young and old, to a frenzy with secret caresses in dark corners of the cave. A mother's worst fear was that her daughter would come into her womanhood just after the summer meeting, with a long winter to face before the next. Most girls had some experience by first rites, with kissing and fondling, and Jondolar had known it was not the first time for a few, though he would not disgrace them by revealing it. He knew the appeal of those young women. It was part of his enjoyment of first rites, and it was that appeal Ayla was exerting on him. She kissed his neck. He quivered, and closing his eyes, gave himself up to it. She moved lower and made ticklish wet circles on his body, feeling her own excitement rising. It was almost torture for him, exquisite torture, part tickle and part searing stimulation. When she reached his navel, he couldn't stop himself. He put his hands on her head and gently pushed her lower until she felt his hot shaft on her cheek. She was breathing hard, and drawing, pulling sensations reached deep. Her tickling tongue was more than he could bear. He guided her head to his outstretched, rigid organ. She looked up at him. "Jondolar, do you want me to?" "Only if you want to, Ayla." "It would please you?" "It would please me." "I want." He felt a moist warmth enclose the end of his throbbing manhood, and then more than the end. He groaned. Her tongue explored the smooth, round head, probed the small fissure, discovered the texture of the skin. When her first actions brought expressions of pleasure, she grew more confident. She was enjoying her explorations and felt her own throbbing inside. She circled his shape with her tongue. He called out her name, and she moved her tongue faster and felt wetness between her own legs. He felt suction and moist warmth moving up and down. "Oh, Donnie! Oh, woman! Ayla, Ayla, how did you learn to do that?" She tried to discover how much she could hold, and she drew him in until she nearly gagged. His cries and moans encouraged her to try again and again until he was rising to meet her. Then, sensing his need for her depths, and her own need as well, she rose, moved her leg over to straddle him, impaled herself on his full-girthed and extended member, and drew it into her. She arched her back and felt her pleasure as he penetrated deep. He looked up at her and gloried in the sight. The sun behind her turned her hair into a golden nimbus. Her eyes were closed, her mouth open, and her face suffused with ecstasy. As she leaned back, her shapely breasts jutted forward, her slightly darker nipples pointing out. Her sinuous body glistened in the sun. His own manhood, buried deep within, was ready to burst with rapture. She raised up along his shaft and came down as he raised to meet her, and his breath caught. He felt a surge he couldn't have controlled if he'd tried. He cried out when she rose again. She pushed against him, feeling a spurting wetness as he shook with release. He reached up and pulled her down, his mouth finding her nipple. After a while of drained contentment, Ayla rolled over. Jondolar got up, bent over to kiss her, then reached for both her breasts to nuzzle between them. He suckled one, then the other, and kissed her again. Then he relaxed beside her, cradling her head. "I like to give you pleasures, Jondolar." "No one has ever pleased me better, Ayla." "But you like it better when you pleasure me." "Not better exactly, but how do you know me so well?" "It is what you learn to do. It is your skill, like tool-making." She smiled, then giggled. "Jondolar has two skills. He is a tool-maker and a woman-maker," she said, looking pleased with herself. He laughed. "You just made a joke, Ayla," he said, smiling askance. It was a little too close to the truth, and the joke had been made before. "But you are right. I love to give you pleasures. I love your body. I love all of you." "I like it when you pleasure me, too. It makes love fill up inside me. You can pleasure me as much as you want, only sometimes I want to pleasure you." He laughed again. "Agreed. And since you want to learn so much, I can teach you more. We can pleasure each other, you know. I wish it was my turn to make love fill up inside you. But you did it so well, I don't think even Haduma's touch could raise me." Ayla was silent for a moment. "It would not matter, Jondolar." "What wouldn't matter?" "Even if your manhood never rose again, you still make love fill up inside me." "Don't ever say it." He grinned, but gave a small shudder. "Your manhood will rise again," she said with great solemnity, then giggled. "What makes you so full of salt, woman? There are some things you shouldn't make jokes about," he said with mock offense, then laughed. He was surprised and pleased at her playfulness and new understanding of humor. "I like to make you laugh. Laughing with you feels almost as good as loving you. I want you always to laugh with me. Then I think you won't ever stop loving me."
Stop loving you? He said, sitting up a bit and looking down at her. Ayla, I looked for you all my life and didn't know I was looking. You are everything I ever wanted, everything I ever dreamed of in a woman, and more. You are a fascinating enigma, a paradox. You are totally honest, open. You hide nothing. Yet you are the most mysterious woman I've ever met. You are strong, self-reliant, entirely able to take care of yourself and of me. Yet you would sit at my feet, if I'd let you, with no shame, no resentment, as easily as I would honor Donnie. You are fearless, courageous. You saved my life, nursed me back to health, hunted for my food, provided for my comfort. You don't need me. Yet you make me want to protect you, watch over you, make sure no harm comes to you. I could live with you all my life and never really know you. You have depths it would take many lifetimes to explore. You are wise and ancient as the mother, and as fresh and young as a woman at first rights. And you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. I can't believe how lucky I am to get so much. I didn't think I was able to love anyone. Now I know I was only waiting for you. I didn't think it was possible for me to love, Ayla. And I love you more than life itself. Ayla had tears in her eyes. He kissed both eyelids, and he held her close, as though he was afraid he might lose her. When they woke up the next morning, there was a thin layer of snow on the ground. They let the tent opening fall back and snuggled into the sleeping furs, but they both felt a sense of sadness. "It's time to turn back, Jondolar." "I suppose you're right," he said, watching his breath rise in a slight puff of steam. "It's still early in the season. We shouldn't run into any bad storms." "You never know. The weather can surprise you." They finally got up and started breaking camp. Ayla's sling brought down a great jerboa emerging from its subterranean nest in rapid bipedal jumps. She picked it up by a tail that was nearly twice as long as its body and slung it over her back by hoof-like hind claws. At the campsite, she quickly skinned and spitted it. "I'm sad to be going back," Ayla said, while Jondolar built up the fire. "It has been fun. Just traveling, stopping where we wanted, not worrying about bringing anything back, making camp at noon just because we wanted to swim or have pleasures. I'm glad you thought of it." "I'm sad it's over too, Ayla. It's been a good trip." He got up to get more wood, walking down toward the river. Ayla helped him. They rounded a bend and found a pile of rotted deadfall. Suddenly, Ayla heard a sound. She looked up and reached for Jondolar. "Hey-o!" a voice called. A small group of people were walking toward them, waving. Ayla clung to Jondolar. His arm was around her, protective, reassuring. "It's all right, Ayla. They're mamutoi. Did I ever tell you they call themselves mammoth hunters?" "They think we are mamutoi too," Jondolar said. As the group neared, Ayla turned to Jondolar, her face full of surprise and wonder. "Those people, Jondolar, they are smiling," she said. "They are smiling at me." We hope you've enjoyed this presentation of The Valley of Horses by Jean M. Auel and welcome your comments. Other novels in the Earth Children series by Jean M. Auel, also available in book cassettes, include The Clan of the Cave Bear and The Mammoth Hunters. Look for these and the entire book cassette line of complete, unabridged recorded books in bookstores and audio retail outlets everywhere. For further information regarding book cassettes and for a current title list, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225. This production of The Valley of Horses by Jean M. Auel, copyright 1982 by Jean M. Auel, is performance copyrighted in 1986 by Brilliance Corporation in agreement with the author. All rights reserved. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Corporation, Post Office Box 114, Grand Haven, Michigan 49417.